Chapter 1, The Beginning of a New Journey. Surrey, cupboard under the stairs, the boy. On a quiet and lonely night, a bright light begins to shine out from under the door of a peculiar house in Surrey. The light poured out from a small closet under the stairs. After a moment longer the light slowly begins to wane and then fades away completely. On his knees from within the small cupboard was a young boy of about 9 to 10 years of age whose eyes were closed as took a few deep and steady breaths. After a moment more he opened his eyes and looked around himself to gain his bearings. So I'm back here again. Even after all that time away, it still looks the same. He mutters to himself quietly. Shaking his head he looks down at himself and quickly notices that he's a lot smaller than he remembered himself to be. I see. It's all coming back to me. That night when everything changed. When I found out the truth and where my long journey began. He wryly mutters to himself. After a moment more, he closes his eyes to concentrate on the fleeting memories of a past he deeply wishes to forget, but knows that in the end, it was his past that has made him who he is. Flashback start. In the same small and dark cupboard under the stairs, was the same boy on the floor weak and hurt. Ugh! I'm so hungry. Ouch! The boy gasps in pain when he slowly shifts his hands to clutch at his empty stomach. He simply allowed the tears to fall slowly from his eyes as he was barely able to move his arms without causing more pain due to the injuries he'd received from his uncle and cousin had just recently inflicted upon him before roughly shoving him into his prison without food once again. Many people would perhaps wonder what this child might have done to deserve such treatment. Many more would be horrified at finding out the answer. Which is, nothing. Absolutely nothing. His only wrongdoing, according to his so-called family, was that he was born different from them. Not that the child even knew he was different, nor how very different he really was. But he would soon. Underworld, throne room, death goddess. Sitting atop a black throne was a young woman whose face was twisted in anger and despair. The woman was a truly beautiful-looking specimen of her gender with her long flowing blonde hair and deep ruby red eyes which were currently staring intently upon a crystal ball that floated lazily in front of her. My poor master. She mutters depressedly. Why are those humans such horrendous beings? And that meddling old fool? That arrogant dark lord? Why? 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 She angrily yells. In response to her growing anger, it seemed like the shadows throughout the throne room seemed to whip and flail from side to side. No more! She screams as she suddenly jumps up off her throne. Moving quickly she walked towards the large solid black marble double-door entrance which slammed open as she neared. If no one wants to help my master, then I will. I'll help him get so strong that no one will use or abuse him ever again. And I know just how I'm going to do it. She said as a slow and vicious smile slowly spread across her gorgeous face. Humans. They may live for only a short period of time, well comparatively, but their ingenuity and imagination is both inspirational and something to be feared, she thought contemplatively just as she passed through the threshold of the doorway and was suddenly covered in a shroud of foggy darkness and, for the briefest of moments, she is both at her throne room and somewhere else. And then it's gone and her throne room is now deathly silent. A moment later she steps out a matching marble doorway and with a quick wave of her hand, she banishes it back into nothingness. Taking a moment more, she makes sure she's presentable for her first meeting with her master. Because, no matter what anyone tells you otherwise, first impressions actually matter, she thought with amusement as she pulled off the padlock locking the cupboard door, and looked upon her master in the flesh for the first time. Surrey, cupboard under the stairs, the boy. Holding back his sobs and moaning as best as he possibly could, as he was terrified of making too much noise and possibly waking his uncle up, he struggled to sit up against the cupboard wall. Unfortunately, just as he was about to succeed, his arm bangs against something, causing him to yelp and rock forward away from whatever he had banged into, but the pain is too much for his weakened and beaten body. Ugh! He grunts in sudden pain. Why? Do I? Giving up and he sighs in resignation. At this point, he simply gives up trying to sit up or move at all really. So laying almost face down on the thin mattress, he decided that he would just continue to lay there staring sadly at the door of his small room/cupboard. I'll just rest my eyes for a moment he thought tiredly and before he realized it, he'd fallen into a restless sleep. He wasn't totally sure what had woken him, his mind groggy with a terrible mixture of pain, hunger and what might be the beginning of a fever. To him, it felt like it was just a moment ago that he'd closed his eyes to rest when he noticed the briefest flash of light, a loud snap-crack sound, and then the gentle and soft hand brushing across his sweaty brow. Tisk, Those blasted humans! He heard the soft lilting voice of a woman he'd never heard before. It was at this point that his brain decided to catch up and his eyes snapped open in alarm only to stop and stare into two sad ruby-colored eyes staring into his own emerald green. Who? Miss? And how did? He stuttered and fumbled over his words in shock. For a long moment, the young woman continued to only smile sadly at him while slowly lifting his head onto her lap and gently brushing his back hair with her hand. He knew he should scream for help, or maybe even struggle to get away, but for the life of him, he just couldn't work up the strength or willpower to pull away from her warm embrace and touch. After another minute or two of simply staring at each other, the strange woman decided to talk to him. "Hiya Harry. I've been waiting a long time to meet you." Her voice was soothing and gentle and he could honestly say he'd be happy to listen to it for hours if he was given the chance. She smiled softly as she continued to caress his unruly black hair. It was beyond relaxing and he almost found himself drifting off back into sleep, which the strange woman prevented due to her softly giggling at him. His eyes snapped open once more with a deep blush spreading across his face and he realized what had almost happened. He shyly asked her the only question that sprung to mind. Why did you want to meet me? I'm no one special, I'm just your local freak Harry. He finished lamely only to flinch at the look of almost pure loathing flash across the beautiful woman's face. Her teeth grinding in anger, she replied. You're not a freak Harry James Potter. You're an incredibly special person just like almost everyone in your direct family tree was. Well, mostly on your father's side that is. Your mother's side was also special, but it's through your father's side that I am bonded to you. He looks at her confused, but after a moment, his young mind grasps onto him what is the most important thing for a young and lonely child. His missing parents. Why, you knew my mom and dad? He asks with some hope sparking through his eyes. The look of hope in his eyes almost makes her cry. It was so innocent and pure. It only made her hate for the monsters who had so far ruined his life grow. He could see again, the wrathful look passing over her face, but after a few deep breaths, the beautiful woman was able to wrangle in her emotions once more before answering him. Yes. In a way, I suppose you could say that I do, or rather did, know them. She smiles sadly at him. Your father, James Andrew Potter, and your mother, Lily Ann Potter née Evans, were quite possibly the two most talented magic users of their generation. His brain must have melted under her touch, because he could have sworn she said magic users. But that's impossible. Magic isn't real. He argued to himself. But before he could fully convince himself that was suffering from fever-induced delusions, the beauty continued. You see Harry, you're a wizard, just like your father and his father's father was, and just like your mother was. In fact, your family, the Potters, are one of the oldest surviving magical families left on the planet. Your family has had magic in its veins since even before Christ. To have survived to this day and age is an incredibly rare and special achievement. I'm almost convinced your family was blessed by Mother Magic herself. He was flabbergasted. His family, were magical. He honestly couldn't believe it. But now that he thought about it, it would explain so many odd things that had happened to him and why his relatives treated him as they did. Because they knew. They knew he was a wizard, that he was magical, and they hated him for it. All those strange events, from hair regrowing rapidly in one night, to somehow ending up on the school roof. It all makes sense now, he thought bitterly. And now that he knew, he wasn't sure how he felt about this. The Harry that had been beaten and starved of love and food found himself wondering if he didn't have magic, would they have loved him? Treated him like family? But there was another part of him, one that was growing stronger each moment as this new information sunk in. I have magic. I have magic. That part of him, a part he never knew he had felt. Like something had finally clicked into place. It felt right. Good even. While he'd been internally monologuing, the beautiful woman continued on with her explanation. But that's not all, Harry, you see, you yourself are known as the Master of Death. My master, I've waited for eons for you to finally be born, waited and waited and waited. She smiles triumphantly at him for a long moment, only for it to fall off as suddenly as it had arrived. And then I find out what has been done to you. My little master. My Harry. Tears leaked from her ruby red eyes and her hand gently strokes his jaw. Like most young boys, seeing a woman, a beautiful one at that, cry is more alarming than a train derailing in front of them. In a desperate attempt to distract her from whatever thoughts had caused her such distress and to bring a rather important question forward, he asked her a rather important question. Death? Why you re-death? He squeaked out in some alarm. She shakes her head negatively. No, I am a goddess of death. One of many that exist within this universe. Oh, and there are reapers as well, but they are more like our little helpers. But you, my little master? You have the Peveril bloodline, you've become the master of the conceptual aspect of death, and as such, you're the master of all death gods and goddesses. The tears were gone, thankfully. The beauty looked at him happily, almost expectedly. The Peverils? Who are they? Harry asked confusedly. Her smile grew a little stiff for a moment, before softening once more as she continued gently combing his unruly hair. Right, I'm sorry little master, I briefly forgot that you've been locked in this cupboard for almost your entire damn life. Taking a moment to gather her thoughts, she continued with the explanations. The Peverils are your ancestors, Harry. The Potters are the direct descendants of the Peverils' bloodline through marriage of their last living heir, and due to numerous reasons, war, diseases, etc., etc., you're the last and only living heir to both their once great families, and only you could claim the title, Master of Death, and its heritage. She answered. Of course, he had no idea what any of that really meant, but he nodded his head and tried his best to remember everything she said. But enough of that for now, Harry. I've come to you to help you, and to grant you the means to not only protect yourself but to escape this awful place. The blessing should hopefully allow you to become one of, if not, the strongest being in the universe if you work hard enough. She explained loudly with her nose pointed high and arrogant. Which he honestly thought was a bit cute. As if suddenly remembering something, she smacked a closed fist onto her spare open palm. I've not introduced myself. Her cheeks flush red in embarrassment and she quickly looked away from Harry. My name is Arish Kiggle. And I am a goddess of death and control the underworld. Well, a part of it, that is. She finished demurely. After acting shyly for a moment more, she turns back to Harry and winks playfully at him, then she reaches down and gently helps Harry sit up against the wall outside his prison/cupboard/room. Now that introductions are out of the way, now let's get you all healed up. She says with a gentle tone. With a quick wave of her hand in front of Harry, a warm soft light shrouded him for the briefest of moments, and then instantly all of the pain he had been feeling, all of his injuries, old or new, that he'd received from his so-called family were gone. There now, Harry, we're almost done. I just need to give you my blessing and then we'll get ready to send you to another world, the first of many hopefully fun adventures. While you're traveling around the vast cosmos, I want you to have fun. To have as many adventures as possible. To make new friends. But most of all, I want you to grow up healthy, happy, and strong. So strong that no one will ever hurt you, use you, or manipulate you ever again. With that little speech, she turned that 200-watt smile his way and he couldn't help but feel his brain turn into so much mush. But slowly, once he regained his wits, he couldn't help but grow excited and hopeful at the future this beautiful woman, his heiress, was painting for him. Once you become the strongest, you'll come back here, to this exact spot, at this exact time, and we'll be ready to tackle the world. And with that, she takes out a small orb of light that glows with such intensity it was blinding. It flashed so rapidly that it looked more like a wildly out-of-control disco ball than anything else. An intense, migraine-inducing rainbow disco ball. As Harry struggles to not have his eyeballs burn in their sockets, Eris slowly pushes the tiny sun into his chest. Blinking away tears, that had nothing to do with them being seared, it's warm. He says softly while smiling at the feeling and then looks up at her expectantly. She smiles at him. I worked really hard on preparing that blessing. Honestly, I was inspired by humanity who've written all kinds of stories and created so many interesting video games. Which I have, of course, thoroughly played, researched, when I visited the human world. Trying her best to move past her slip of the tongue, she continued, based on my vast amount of PLA research, I've gone ahead and modified my blessing so that it would grant you a trustworthy, reliable, easy to understand, and useful system. Harry blinked slowly at her, amused somewhat by her continued verbal blunders, but still somewhat confused at what her actual blessing is. He knew of course what video games were, since Dudley would never pass up the chance to rub him being spoiled in my face by showing whatever new game he got, all the while taunting me that freaks couldn't play games. So intellectually, he knew vaguely what Eris was talking about, but as he never actually played them himself, he's not fully confident what stories/games she's referencing when she's talking about them. Of course, he got a pretty solid clue a moment later when a semi-transparent box appeared in front of his vision. Ding ding! Welcome to the gamer system, user. Harry stared at the floating box of text in utter confusion and shock before turning to look at Eris. Did it surprise you? He, she giggled. This is my gift to you, Harry, the gamer system, or for short, TGS. Ereshkigal's version. I modified it personally for you myself. Its main purpose is to help you and even grant you some special perks and equipment to help get you started. She explained. A moment after that, the box suddenly vanishes and a new one appears in its place. Ding ding! You've received special gifts from Goddess Ereshkigal to help you on your journey. Let's look at what you got. He looked confusedly at the glowing box that was currently floating in front of his eyes, and he stared at it for a long moment before shrugging and giving in to the urge to poke at it with his finger. Like any child would do when confronted with the weird and wonderful. Probably. Congratulations! You've received the following items: X2 Keyblades, Kingdom Key and Kingdom Key D. Active skill, Dual Wielding. Active skill, Digimon Tamer. Passive skill, Mana Aid. Passive skill, Dragon Mana Core, DMC. Passive skill, Perfect Control. Passive skill, Universal Energy, EP. He looked at the box in bewildered confusion. Click each one to get a description, Ereshkigal suggests/orders him. He looks at Ereshkigal and nods in understanding. Taking a moment to work out the controls, he raises a finger and then clicks on the familiar names. He knows what they are because there was a time when this particular game was all the kids could talk about, and he's seen pictures of this key-like weapon on posters. Keyblade, Kingdom Key. The keychain attached draws out the Keyblade's true form and power. This Keyblade is an iconic weapon of the Kingdom Hearts series. However, this particular blade is slightly different from the original video game version, in the fact that it evolves and changes form as the gamer, you, grows and evolves, growing ever stronger, thus completely getting rid of ever needing to get new weapons. It also grants the user the ability to wield the element of light. Note: increase all rep gains with all white knights. Harry stares in awe at the weapon description and immediately clicks on the other. Keyblade, Kingdom Key D. A Keyblade to the side of darkness of Kingdom Hearts. Another iconic weapon of the Kingdom Hearts series and was wielded by one of Disney's most famous mascots. This blade is also slightly different from its original video game version, in the fact that it evolves and changes form as the gamer, you, grows and evolves, growing ever stronger, thus completely getting rid of ever needing to get new weapons. It also grants the user the ability to wield the element of darkness. Note: increase all rep gains with internet trolls. Wow! They're so cool! Harry exclaimed excitedly. He clicks on the next description on his list. Skill, Dual Wielding. This skill allows the gamer, you, to be able to equip two one-handed weapons in each hand. It also negates the damage reduction of using two weapons at once and instead increases damage. Note: because one sword isn't as good as two. As Harry continues to read, Ereshkigal claps excitedly. Dual-wielding Keyblades is very fun and awesome, Harry, so I decided to make you into a mini Roxas. For her efforts, she receives a deadpan stare, but she just smiles at him. Okay. He says as he forces himself to shove that odd reference to the wayside for now before he decides to move on and click on the next description. Skill, Digimon Tamer. This skill allows the user to tame, train and raise creatures known as Digimon, which is shorthand for digital monsters. The gamer system will now act as a digital interface that will help in summoning the gamers, your, Digimon. These Digimon will be treated as familiars and as such, they'll have no limits on how strong they grow. Note: gotta catch 'em all. I mean, Digimon. Digimon? He asks with some trepidation. He wasn't sure, but weren't monsters generally bad news? He looks worriedly at Ereshkigal, who is nodding happily. They're these fantastic creatures who live within a digital dimension. It took me forever to find them and then quite a bit of effort to connect the gamer system into their dimension, but it was totally worth it. She explains while doing a couple of fist pumps in the air. Not only can they grow to be very powerful, but they can also be your best friends. He smiles happily at the thought of having friends. Ereshkigal then pulls out a big, and oddly colored, egg and hands it to Harry. And here's your first one. You're going to love her, I just know it. The goddess gushes enthusiastically. He looks at the white spotted and purple egg in wonder, but then a box appears in front of it. Ding ding! You've received a Digimon egg. The gamer system has registered ownership as yours, and as such it will keep it until it hatches. Note, you will be notified when it does. The egg vanishes into tiny motes of light. I can't wait to see what Digimon hatches from it. Whatever it is, I'm sure it will become a powerful and loyal friend for you, Harry. Ereshkigal says excitedly. Unknown to him, a wide and almost blindingly bright smile spread rapidly across his face, and Ereshkigal couldn't help but tear up a bit at witnessing such an innocent smile, and only for a brief moment was she surprised when he suddenly hugs her, and it doesn't take long for her to hug him back. Go on, Harry, check the other skills. Okay. He lets go and clicks on the next one. Passive skill, Mana Aid. This skill grants the gamer, you, a 50% faster MP recovery rate. Note, it's the best kind of skill for magic users, e.g. you. Ereshkigal pats his head. As a wizard and as of now, a keyblade wielder, magic is an important stat for you, so I gave you a few skills to help you in that area. He nods and continues on to the next one. Passive skill, Dragon Mana Core, DMC. This skill evolves your mana core into that of a dragon. As such, your max total MP gets a boost upon leveling up. This skill also has the secondary effect of granting you the race, Dragovian. Dragovians are an intelligent race of half-human, half-dragons from the world of Dragon Quest VIII. This version of the race grants all the benefits and is changed so you don't outwardly show any physical changes unless you allow them. It also grants the gamer, you, a Dragon Lord form and the ability to use breath techniques, even if the gamer, you, are currently in their human form. Note, however, you must unlock your Dragon Lord form first. I'm a dragon! He exclaims in shock. Ereshkigal giggles at Harry's expression. A half-dragon, Harry? She corrects him before continuing, it is a very powerful skill, but you'll have to grow stronger first before you can enjoy its many benefits. Harry nods in understanding and continues reading. Passive skill, Perfect Control. This skill allows the gamer, you, perfect control over every source of energy the gamer gains. This includes mana, ki, chakra, etc., etc. It also grants the gamer, you, perfect control over any elements the gamer gains. It also reduces the amount of energy needed for skills, spells, and techniques. Notes, this skill is OP. Passive skill, Universal Energy. This skill transforms all forms of energy that the gamer, you, had or has access to into a singular type of energy, EP. As such, any and all skills, spells, and techniques that use any form/different energy to function, will now use EP as its energy source, regardless of what type of energy it's used in its original form. Note, all your energy belong to us, I mean you. This skill will help you when you are traveling in other worlds, by allowing you to learn any skill, spell, or technique regardless if they use some weird energy type or not. He nods and smiles. And now let's move on, Harry. Next, you simply say, status, or if you want, think of that word within your mind. The goddess instructs him. Okay, status. He stutters out. And instantly a new box appears in front of him. Name, Harry Potter. Race, Dragovian. Wizard. Titles. Master of Death. Keyblade Wielder. Level, 1. HP, 200. EP, 500. Strength, 5. Vitality, 5. Dexterity, 5. Intelligence, 5. Wisdom, 5. Luck, 5. Ereshkigal claps excitedly and looks at Harry. I'll explain what you're currently seeing, Harry. As you can see, I simplified this system compared to what you might normally see in video games and those stories I've mentioned before. The reason for this is that this system was created to help you become strong and not to hinder you nor put you through hoops for the entertainment of some other omniscient beings. She paused to allow that to sink in before continuing. Your title of the Master of Death helps you with that. Now this window shows your growth and the titles and races you obtain. Go ahead and click on them. Harry then clicked on his name. Biography, Harry James Potter. Harry James Potter is the only son of the wizard, James Andrew Potter, and the witch, Lily Ann Potter née Evans. Both of his parents loved him deeply. Sadly, Harry's early life has been fraught with abuse and being starved off and on throughout his early years, leading to mild to severe forms of malnutrition that may cause growth and health issues later in life if not treated soon. He has often spent long hours of his young life wondering why his relatives hate him and what he could have possibly done wrong to deserve all that hate, never realizing that he was never the one to blame for their cruelty. Thankfully for Harry James Potter, his bonded goddess of death, Ereshkigal, Queen of the Underworld, has chosen to intervene on his behalf and has granted Harry a heavily modified and powered-up version of the gamer system that was created by her to help her master grow powerful, in the hopes that he could choose his own path, and thus Harry the gamer was born. Harry blinks at the rather odd and condensed summary of his life and couldn't help being even more thankful for what Ereshkigal is doing to help him. Fighting back tears, he then clicked the next description to read. Race, Dragovian. A race of half-human, half-dragon from the Dragon Quest VII universe. This race allows the use of various breath techniques which will unlock upon leveling up. In addition, it also grants the ability, Dragon Lord Transformation, upon reaching a certain level. Grants 5 to all stats per level up. Grants 100 to max MP per level up. 100 to max HP per level up. Note, if you aren't sure how to kill something, fire is usually a pretty good bet. Most things die if you set them on fire. Race, Wizard. Wizards are born with the natural ability to use wand magic. Grants 3 to both Wisdom and Intelligence stat per level up. Grants 50 to max MP per level up. Note, you're a lizard, Harry. I mean wizard. That's the main reason I gave you the dragon moniker, Harry. The extra stat gains that it grants you as you level up are a bit of a cheat, but you'll probably need them as you travel and when you come back. You see, this world has powerful and terrifying beings, Harry, but I promise you, you'll one day stand above them. He shivered a bit at the mention of those powerful beings, but at this point, he trusts her completely, so he continues reading. Title, Master of Death, Mod. The one who has this title is the master of the conceptual beings known as death. As such, he's protected by it. All omniscient beings will instinctively know not to mess with the bearer of this title, as no matter who or what they are, death comes for all. Eventually. This title also grants the bearer true ownership of the items known as the Deathly Hallows, and as such they can never be used against the bearer of this title. The title also grants the bearer of this title immunity to instant death spells and one-shot kill skills, spells, and techniques. Note, Ereshkigal is the best death goddess. Title, Keyblade Wielder. This title is given to those chosen to wield a keyblade, or two. This title allows the bearer to call their keyblade to their sides at will and allows travel between worlds. Note, I see a red door and I want it painted black. As you can see, the Master of Death title will protect you from those meddling beings in other worlds. Death itself will come and end them if they try, so you're protected, and the Keyblade Wielder title will help you move around to new worlds or old worlds you've already visited. She smiles as Harry nods and continues. Level, LVL. This shows your current level. Every level up you gain 5 to all stat increases and may learn new spells, techniques, and slash or skills. Hit points, HP. If they reach 0, it's game over, man. Energy points, EP. The source of power of all spells, skills, and techniques. Strength, STR. This stat affects the damage of all physical type skills. It also increases carrying capacity. Vitality, VIT. This stat affects the damage taken by physical attacks and max HP growth. It also increases endurance. Dexterity, Dex. This stat affects all speed and agility based skills, spells, and techniques. It also affects reaction time and body flexibility. Intelligence, INT. This stat affects spell damage and resistance. It also increases the user's ability to understand complex issues easier. Wisdom, WIS. This stat affects max EP growth and the effects of healing skills, spells, and techniques. It also grants the user better resistance to mental attacks. Luck, This stat is peculiar as it affects item/mob drop rates and critical hits rates. It also subtly affects the world around you, causing all kinds of weird, wacky, and wonderful events to occur to or around the gamer, you. As Harry finishes reading the box contents, he takes a minute to digest what he has learned and then looks at Ereshkigal. Are you done reading, Harry? He nods with a smile. Okay then, I guess you're ready to start your new journey, Harry. We won't see each other until you're back, but when you arrive I'll stand by your side and together we'll put this right. Ereshkigal says with conviction. Knowing his time with Ereshkigal was running out, he looks at her sadly and on impulse rushes up and hugs her for all he's worth, causing the surprisingly shy goddess to blush. Thank you, Eris. I will never forget this gift, it has to be one of the nicest things anyone has ever done for me that I can remember. She looks briefly surprised by the nickname but smiles happily. You're welcome, Harry. Now get ready, you're going to a world with an easy difficulty to start with, so you'll be able to grow up safely until you're ready to go to another world. Okay. He says excitedly. With a wave of her hand, Eris summons a gateway that looks like a large black marble door that slowly opens up. Go, Harry. Go and have a grand adventure. Eris says while waving him on. Before passing through the gateway threshold, Harry pauses, then turns back towards her and takes one long last look at her, and much to her surprise, there was a look of fiery determination that had appeared on his face. She couldn't help the smile spread on her face at the sight. I'll be waiting here for you, Harry, my little master. She smiles softly at him. I look forward to it, Eris, I'll see you when I come back, and with one final look at her, he nods once, turns back, and then without pause or any hesitation, he walks on through the portal and was gone in an instant. Eris, now alone once more, sadly smiles. Safe travels, little master. Then she vanishes in a shroud of darkness and shadows. Flashback end. We see Harry looking at his hand with a gentle smile on his face when a new window opens in front of him. Ding, ding. Congratulations user on finishing your journey. As of now, you'll be able to revisit any world you've previously visited. In addition, since this world counts as the end of your journey, you're now eligible for the new game mode. So everything gained during your journey becomes available and all restrictions are lifted. Note, please check your status/notification page for further information. His smile grows wider and wider as he continues to read all the notifications he received when he returned back to his home world. He was very happy to learn that he would be able to summon any of his friends and girlfriend so they can be with him in this world, not to mention all of his powers still being available to him. For a brief moment he closes his eyes to reminisce on all the adventures he's had since that fateful night so long ago. The lives he's lived, the victory and sometimes the losses. It truly was a grand adventure. Images of the worlds he's been to flash through his mind. Worlds filled with monsters and demon lords, kings, queens, and all the different people in between, the origins of his race of Dragovian, a ninja world and an orange-wearing shinobi who would teach him the meaning of never giving up, a world of spirits and Shinigami, worlds of fantasies, a world of giant metal knights, and a school with a lion in its banner and so many more. Alright, status. And thus Harry's new game plus begins. Chapter 2. Alright, status, ... A familiar box appears in front of Harry and as he reads, a grin begins to form on his face. Days of grinding and fighting horribly powerful beings have made him an experienced and powerful fighter. He closes his eyes and chuckles as he reminisces about the peculiar world of Disgaea, one of the many worlds and the last he visited that helped him break all kinds of limits, but most of all the crazy adventures of his friends Mao, Beryl, Sapphire and Almaz dragged him on. He opens his eyes and stares at his races. Race. Dragon God. Sorcerer. Devil. Seraph. Otsutsuki. Shinigami. Hollow. Scion God. Click to expand. These were so hard to obtain, either they evolved or were combined with others and became something new, like Harry's Dragovian race for example, which evolved into Dragon God. Most of his titles evolved once Harry gained access to divinity by slaying a god or fighting a powerful enemy considered a boss by the game, or worst case scenario a reward for saving a world from destruction. The interesting thing about them was that some of them just gave Harry access to the skills of that specific race or allowed him to damage intangible things like the soul. The Shinigami and Hollow race allowed Harry to use Shinigami and Hollow techniques, but it didn't grant him a Zanpakuto spirit. It was later that Harry found out the cause for this. It turned out that it was because of his Keyblades. His weapons were already sentient, so they couldn't become Zanpakutos nor give him a Bankai. Not that Harry needed them to do so, his Keyblades were more than enough, but the ability to cause damage to an enemy's soul that he gained from the races instead would be useful to him throughout his journey. This had also affected his Scion race. Harry got Zenkais but was unable to become a Super Scion, nor does he have a monkey's tail. However, once Harry became a Dragon God he gained a Super Scion God form and the race itself evolved into Scion God. He nodded to himself and moved on to his titles. Titles. Master of Death. Keyblade Master. A Demon Lord's best friend. Boyfriend. Best Cook. Devil Hunter. Heaven's Savior. Harem King. Demon Lord of Rebellion. Dragon Slayer. God Slayer. Master of the Elements. Sage. Cage level shinobi. Hero. Army killer. Administrator of the Akashic Record. Horcrux. Devourer of Souls. Grand Healer. Turtle School Style Master. Demon Clan Style Master. Alchemist. Click to expand. Yet. I'm never showing this to anyone. He rubbed his eyes tiredly as he sweat dropped at some of the ridiculous titles that he has gained during his long adventure. Yet. I'm never showing this to anyone. He rubbed his eyes tiredly as he sweat dropped at some of the ridiculous titles that he has gained during his long adventure. Surprisingly, these were very easy to obtain. Some changed over time and others appeared by reaching a milestone, for example when my Keyblades reached their ultimate forms. The Keyblade Wielder title evolved to Keyblade Master. Others like the God Slayer and Dragon Slayer were rewarded to me when I managed to kill a god and dragon of a very high level. Others like Sage or Master of the Elements were given to me by the game when I mastered the skills connected to the title. Still, some of these are very embarrassing. Harry chuckled awkwardly while scratching the back of his head. Though he glared at a particular title on his list. Horcrux. Harry growled as he remembers the moment he both obtained this title and the next one. Flashback. We see Harry meditating as he trains to master Senjutsu from the Toads along with his orange-wearing friend Naruto. As Harry meditates, he feels a pull from his soul. This of course confuses him, so he decides to allow himself to be pulled into his soulscape. He opens his eyes only to see nothing but a white expanse spreading as far as his eyes can see. He looked around until a sound alerted him that he wasn't alone and quickly jumped back and prepares to attack, only to relax when he sees a deformed baby-like being moaning and writhing on the floor. What? Harry stares in disgust at the being and approached it carefully. Once close, he notices the pale skin, the noseless face, and red eyes full of hate and malice. He closed his eyes to get a feel of this being's energy and begins to feel out the creature in front of him, only to open his eyes in shock. You're a soul. A piece of one. Harry growled in both anger and disgust. Who are you? And how are you inside of my soulscape? The being wheezes and chuckles darkly but doesn't answer. It just lies there as it glares at Harry with his red and hateful eyes. Fine, don't answer. But I won't have you in here any longer. He glared at the deformed being and placed his hand in front of his face and claws down, gathering energy and forming a reptilian-like white mask with two long horns growing out of it towards the back of his head. Harry growled and then let out a terrifying howl that makes the deformed being widen his eyes in fear and shock as an unearthly pressure begins to push down on the deformed baby harshly. The being began to panic as Harry approached it and lifted him with one hand. The last thing this small shard of the soul of Voldemort would ever see is Harry opening his fang-filled jaws in a dark void before it ceases to exist. Once Harry was done devouring the deformed soul shard, he lifted his hollow mask off his face and let it rest on top of his head. He closed his eyes as he begins to obtain the memories of the soul shard belonging to the Dark Lord Voldemort, all of the spells he has mastered, all the rituals he has performed in his sick quest for power, and the identity of all his followers, but to him that's not important. No, what has his full attention is the final moments of James Andrew Potter and Lily Ann Potter, his mother and father. He watched as his father fought Voldemort valiantly, how his mother tried to protect him and sacrificed herself for him, her dying scream, and Voldemort's cold and cruel laughter. Tears fall down his face as he witnessed the final moments of his parents, the love they have for him, the injustice done to his family by Voldemort, the piece of shit who told the Dark Lord about the prophecy, and the traitorous rat who betrayed his parents. An enormous storm of energy begins to spread around Harry as the information overwhelms him, unleashing his power in a roar of rage. I'll make all of you pay. I vow to make each and every one of you pay for what happened to me and my parents. Flashback end. He closed his eyes and swipes the window to close it, deciding to skip checking his current level and already knowing there was no need to check. He already maxed them out. Besides, he wouldn't have been able to come back to his world unless he became strong enough to destroy anything that gets in his way. I should get out of this place. He took a look around the small room and frowned. I really hate this room. Harry walked towards the door and punches it, destroying it and the wall in front of it. Of course, this wakes up the other residents of the house, but he doesn't care and continues to head towards the front door. Vernon and Petunia Disley awoke in a jolt as a loud crash is heard throughout the house. What in the bloody hell was that? Vernon gets up in a hurry and begins to walk to check what the noise was when a second crash is heard, this time by the front door. He quickly heads down, being followed by both Petunia and Dudley, who were also awakened by the loud noise, and being curious about it, he followed his father downstairs to check. Surrey in front of the Disley home. Harry reached the front door and punches it, destroying it completely and sending wood pieces and shrapnel onto the front yard. he stepped out only to stop and smile brightly as he catches sight of Ereshkigal standing quietly in the middle of the street, the moonlight shining down on her making her golden hair glow and her rube-red eyes shine. She turned towards Harry and smiles softly. She stretched her arm and reaches a hand out to him. Not even thinking about it twice, he began to walk towards his goddess and lift his hand to reach for hers. He grabs her hand and holds it tightly while stepping up to her until he was in front of her and gently hugs her. Ereshkigal hugs him back tightly and whispers, "Welcome back, Harry." Harry tightened his hug. "It's good to be back, Eris." They let go and smile at each other, and Ereshkigal can't help but notice how much he has changed. He seemed older, wiser, and taller, not at all the 10 years old he's supposed to be. He has changed so much, and he has become so strong, I can feel it. She looks into his eyes and proudly smiles. "Boy." Both turn their heads only to see an overweight purple-faced Vernon standing at the front door glaring at his nephew in both rage and surprise when he noticed him hugging some tramp, but what enraged him the most is how different the boy looked, standing there tall and proud with those fancy clothes which he was sure he nor Petunia got for him. Petunia stared at his nephew and can't help but notice his clothes too. Fancy black cargo pants and an expensive-looking black with emerald tones jacket with one of those hoodies that are popular with the hoodlums. He seems taller, his black hair longer, and she noticed that he's not wearing his glasses anymore, allowing those green eyes of his to shine. Dudley just stared in confusion. Vernon was about to step toward Harry. "You shouldn't do that, Uncle." Harry glared at his so-called family and his eyes begin to glow in the dark of the night, causing Vernon to suddenly stop, Petunia and Dudley, to flinch back only for them to widen their eyes in fear when a black silhouette in the shape of an enormous dragon appears behind their nephew and the girl. The silhouette opened its eyes and all they can see is two deep green reptilian eyes glaring at them. Harry grins at his relatives, allowing his fangs to be seen by them as he watches his tormentors begin to shake in fear. "I'm leaving and never coming back. I hope for your well-being that I never see you again." Harry spread his enormous dragon wings and lifts Ereshkigal in his arms, making her squeak and blush in surprise. He then flapped his wings hard and takes off into the night sky, leaving 3 shocked and terrified humans. As Harry flies in the night sky, he started to chuckle at the faces of his so-called family. "So, what's next, Eris?" "We go to Kyoto, Japan. A good friend of mine lives there and she can help us. Last time I visited her she was complaining and crying about how no one takes her faction seriously, and how they always ignore them, so I thought why not go there and have you join her faction." She grins excitedly while Harry deadpans at her. "Okay? Well, as long as they don't expect me to bend a knee, I will join her faction and help them as best as I can. Now hold on tight." A dark corridor formed ahead of them, and as they go through it, it quickly vanishes. Kyoto, Japan. Yasaka's palace. Yasaka and her young daughter Kunu are both beautiful kitsuns, Kyubas to be exact, as the 9 tails swaying lazily behind them is proof of their status. They have blonde hair and bright beast-like yellow eyes. They seem to be relaxing after a tough day of work and study when they perceive an enormous energy signature appear suddenly above them. Yasaka jumps up in a panic. "Kunu! Go with the guards." The young kitsune stands up in a hurry and runs towards the guards, who spread around her protectively as Yasaka heads outside to confront whoever or whatever is the owner of such an enormous amount of energy. Meanwhile, Harry can be seen hovering above the palace looking around the city. "Wow! It looks like a modern Konoha." Ereshkigal giggled as she watches Harry excitedly look around. "Konoha? Was that in a world you visited?" Harry grins at her as he begins to float down. "Yup. Konoha is the village hidden in the leaves, a shinobi village. There I learned the way of the ninja and many chakra techniques." Harry smiled softly. "I made some awesome friends there too and they taught me a lot." He softly lands in front of the palace and puts Ereshkigal down gently while his wings go back into his back. "Ooh! Ninjas, that sounds interesting, Harry. You have to show me what you've learned sometime." She claps excitedly but then notices Yasaka come out of the palace in a panic. "Hello. Ya-chan," she waved happily at her friend. Yasaka stopped suddenly when she heard her friend's voice. "Ereshkigal? Good kami woman. You nearly gave me a heart attack." Ereshkigal tilts her head in confusion. "Hey? How? I visit you often enough for you to sense it was me arriving." Yasaka deadpans and sweat drops at her friend. "Of course. You can practically feel the sarcasm dripping off of her, but how am I supposed to sense you? When you arrive with someone unknown whose energy dwarfs anything I have felt before." She points at Harry, who jumps a bit in surprise at being pointed at. "Oh, I see. Sorry about that, Ya-chan. He. Don't you he me." The poor Kyuubi kitsune glared at Ereshkigal, who waved her hands in front of her in surrender. "Sigh, well? Who is this young man, Ereshkigal, and why did you bring him here?" Ereshkigal looks at Yasaka and her eyes turn serious, surprising the kitsune. This is Harry Potter, the master of death, Yachan. Yasaka's eyes widen in surprise and turn to look at the young man who only waved and smiled at her. Can we go in, Yachan? It's a bit of a long story, but it will be worth your time, I promise. Yasaka stared into the eyes of her friend and lightly nods. Okay, let's head in, I just know this is going to be big. The kitsune turned around and began to lead them inside Yasaka's palace. In Yasaka's office, Ereshkigal spent some time explaining their situation to Yasaka while enjoying some delicious tea. Kunu decided to join the discussion since Ereshkigal is one of her favorite people. Kunu listens with her mother as the young goddess tells them the tale of what has been done to Harry and the power she bestowed on him. Yasaka turned to look sadly at Harry after Ereshkigal finished telling them about his life and the hardships he has faced. Being a mother, she can't believe someone's family could be so cruel to one of their own. I see, and now that Harry is back, that means he's become the most powerful being in this world. But Ereshkigal, for you to create such an ability must have weakened you severely. She turned towards her friend, worry evident in her eyes. Meanwhile, Harry turned toward his goddess and looks at her with concern showing in his eyes. Ereshkigal smiled at her friends. Yes, but I needed to help my master Yachan, so I don't regret doing it. She turned to look at Harry and she pats his hand gently. I'm fine, really, it might take me a while to recover, but I'm fine, I promise. Yasaka stared at her for a bit but nodded after some time. Okay, I'll trust you to be honest about this, Ereshkigal. The goddess just gave her old friend another smile and nods. Meanwhile, Kunu slowly approached Harry, trying not to draw any attention to her. Harry however turned towards her and smiled. Yes? Can I help you? Kunu jumped a bit in surprise and blushed cutely as Yasaka giggled at her daughter's embarrassment, causing Kunu to pout at her mother. I just wanted to see where you kept your keyblades. She begins to fidget with her fingers. I like the games, so I wanted to see them. She looks down sadly, but then she hears a sound and two bright lights flash. For a second, she looked up and widened her eyes in awe as she looked at two very recognizable keyblades. Those are Oathkeeper and Oblivion. Her eyes sparkled in excitement as her tails sway happily. Meanwhile, Yasaka stared intently at the weapons in Harry's hands. The white one is letting off some very powerful holy light energy. It is far above any holy blade I've known, and the black one, such darkness it's like it wants to devour everything. Kunu looked at Harry expectantly. Can I hold them? Please. Harry chuckled and handed her the keyblades. Kunu holds them and lifts them above her head excitedly. They're so light. Yasaka smiled while she watched her daughter happily begin to pose with the keyblades. Is that okay? Harry looks at her and smiles. Yeah, I changed them into weaker forms so she won't hurt herself, and besides my keyblades don't do anything unless I'm the one wielding them. Yasaka widens her eyes in shock. Those are weaker forms. I wonder how powerful they really are? She turned to look at Ereshkigal, who smiles at her and winks. So Ereshkigal, tell me, why come here? What's your plan? Ereshkigal nods and looks directly into Yasaka's eyes, and the kitsune gulps in anticipation. We want to join the yokai faction, Yachan. Yasaka looked utterly surprised. What? But why? You both could join any faction you wanted, why join the yokai? Well, first because you're my friend, secondly Harry needs to get away from Britain and the wizarding world for a while, and thirdly you mentioned to me that your faction needs more powerhouses, that you're tired of the yokai being pushed around, so I decided why not. Yasaka looked incredulously at her friend and then turned towards Harry. And you, Harry-kun? What's your opinion about all of this? Harry looked up and thought, I don't mind joining, you seem like a good leader, and Eris trusts you, so as long as you don't try to force me to do anything I don't want to do, then I'm willing to follow you. The kitsune leans back and closed her eyes to think about the situation. Sure, we need a deterrent for the other factions, especially the Devils and Fallen. Lately they've been walking around and doing whatever they want on our territory, and quite honestly I'm tired of that. She opens her eyes and looks at her friend. What about your faction, Ereshkigal? The Mesopotamian faction is almost dead, only I and my niece Ishtar remain, so I don't mind joining the yokai. Yasaka stared at both of them and nods. Very well, then I welcome you to the yokai faction, Harry and Ereshkigal. Harry and Ereshkigal smile and nod happily when out of nowhere they hear Kunu yell. Fire! Oathkeeper then spits out a small fireball, hitting the wall and scorching it a bit. Chapter 3. Harry and Ereshkigal smile and nod happily when out of nowhere they hear Kunu yell. Fire! And out of Oathkeeper, a small fireball shoots out, hitting a wall and scorching it a bit. All three turn in shock to look at Kunu, who's doing a little victory dance. Ha ha ha! Ereshkigal and Yasaka jump as Harry suddenly laughs, snapping them out of their shocked trance. Yasaka looks toward Harry and asks. But you said that your keyblades wouldn't do anything unless you were the one wielding them. Harry gets up and approaches Kunu and gently grabs hold of the hand she's using to hold Oathkeeper. Yes, but there is an exception. He looks into Kunu's eyes. To think that out of all the worlds I've been to, it would be mine where I would find someone compatible. Harry lifts Kunu's hand above her head and holds the keyblade up there. Kunu, would you like to become a keyblade wielder and for me to be your teacher? Ereshkigal gasps and Yasaka looks confused. Kunu looks into Harry's bright green eyes as her eyes widen in realization. Yes. Please. Be my sensei. Harry smiles and his eyes shine joyfully. He looks at Oathkeeper and closes his eyes. In response, the keyblade begins to glow in a beautiful white light. Light energy begins to gather at the tip of the weapon and forms a glowing pure white orb that suddenly begins to fly around the room before it stops and shoots down towards Kunu, and merges with her, filling her with warmth as both Oathkeeper and Oblivion vanish from her hands in flashes of light. Congratulations! You have obtained a student and have received the title, Sensei. This title grants a bonus on your student's growth, allowing them to learn from you faster. It is possible to pass down skills and spells to your student. Harry swipes the window close and turns to Yasaka. It seems Oathkeeper deemed Kunu's heart strong enough to wield a keyblade of her own. In time it will take form and she will be able to call it at will. Ereshkigal claps excitedly while Yasaka stares at Kunu in shock. How is this possible? Asks Yasaka. My title of Keyblade Master grants me a perk that allows me to gain a student as long as one of my keyblades deems them compatible, and it seems that Kunu is compatible with light-based keyblades. That's how she was able to cast magic with the Oathkeeper. Kunu stares at her mother with a happy look on her face, her tails wagging back and forth excitedly. Mom! This is so cool! I'm going to have my own keyblade. I wonder which one will I get? Harry chuckles at Kunu. Most likely a basic one, but don't worry. Like mine, it will grow and change form as you grow stronger. Yasaka meanwhile just stares at both Harry and Kunu. She's going to have a keyblade. Just by the amount of energy his Oathkeeper unleashed just now, I can tell hers is going to be a powerhouse like Harry's, but she'll attract the attention of the other factions. Some of those pompous devils might try to force her into their peerage. Yasaka bites her lower lips in worry, something Harry notices. Lady Yasaka. Yasaka looks towards Harry only to jump a bit at the serious look in his eyes. Please don't worry, I'll protect Kunu with all of my power. As her teacher I vow this to you. The air grows heavy and Yasaka can't help to gape at his words. The only thing she can do is slightly nod. Harry nods at her and Ereshkigal reaches over to where Yasaka is sitting and gently pats her knee. You can relax, Ya-chan. Once the other factions hear about Harry they'll be pretty distracted trying to find information about him. Luckily his relatives' cruelty worked on our favor. The goddess shrugs. Those fools never bothered to register Harry anywhere. No school or medical records and no birth certificate. Technically he doesn't exist. Yasaka shakes her head sadly. What horrid humans, sigh. At least we can control his information, so don't worry, Harry will make those records for you. Thank you, Lady Yasaka. Kunu jumps onto Harry's back, surprising him a bit. Whoa. Sensei. When are we going to start our lessons? I can't wait to get started. Harry chuckles lightly. We have to wait for your keyblade to manifest first, which might take a few days, but I can start teaching you magic and martial arts. Yasaka cuts in, and don't forget that you still have your lessons to attend to. Kunu groans, but she pouts at her mother. No buts, young lady. You still need an education, and besides you won't be adventuring until you're older. But Sensei went on many adventures and he's my age. Harry puts her down and pats her head. I might not look at Kunu, but I'm actually older than I look. Usually I spent decades in a world before de-aging and going to a new one. I've been to school all the way to college in some worlds, so I agree with your mother. You need an education, but don't worry, we'll make time for me to teach you, and in a few years you'll be above almost anyone in this world. Kunu doesn't look happy, but she understands. Besides, she wants to make her new sensei proud, so she reluctantly nods. Okay, sensei. Yasaka hides her smile behind her kimono sleeve. Phew, how cute. She's already trying to make Harry proud, but I'm glad she has a friend. Sometimes I worry that she might be feeling lonely with how busy I usually am. Meanwhile, Ereshkigal approaches Harry. Come on, Harry, we have to find a place to stay. Yasaka gets up and walks towards Ereshkigal. Once in front of her, she flicks her on the nose, causing the goddess to flinch back and hold her abused nose. Don't be silly, Ereshkigal, you both will be staying here at the palace. Kunu needs her new sensei to be close if he intends to teach her correctly. and Kami knows I need a female friend around here. Ereshkigal rubs her nose and glares at Yasaka. Ow, are you sure Ya-chan? The kitsune smiles and nods at her friend. Ereshkigal beams at her. Okay. Thanks, Ya-chan. Yes. Kunu fist pumps. The godly trio smiles at Kunu, unaware of the events happening in a magical castle located on Scottish land. Highlands of Scotland, Hogwarts. In the Highlands of Scotland, across a giant lake and by a dark and sinister forest we find a majestic castle, and inside, in the headmaster's office, we see an old man. His white hair and long white beard are his most eye-catching feature if you ignore the garish and ridiculous deep purple with pink stars robes he seems to be wearing. Dumbledore stands there staring at the destroyed magical artifacts slowly burning in both fear and awe as he thinks back on the events of a few hours ago. Flashback. A horrible pressure started to flow from the magical artifacts that were monitoring the location, health, and wards of the home of Harry Potter. It was so powerful that it overwhelmed the artifacts, causing them to catch fire and explode, waking the old man and his phoenix fox in a panic. He quickly puts out the flames with a swish of his wand that for some reason feels heavy to his hold and quickly asks Fox to flame him to the Dursley's home, which the phoenix agrees to with a soft thrill. Once he arrived he found the Dursleys at the front of their home looking like they just saw a dragon. He looks around and notices the destroyed pieces of what he assumes is the front door all over the front lawn. He approaches the terrified family. Of course, Vernon began to curse and roar at him about his nephew, but he could hardly understand the oath, so with a wave of his wand he silenced him. He turns to question Petunia, and what she tells him causes him dread and fear. According to Petunia, they were awakened by a loud crash and headed down only to hear another one by the front door. Rushing out they see young Harry hugging a strange and unknown woman, but before they could do anything he turned towards them, and what happened next is what concerns him. What the woman describes to him seems impossible, that enormous draconic silhouette and green reptilian eyes, but at the mention of the unholy pressure, he tenses up. The description of that pressure seems like the same feeling he got from the pressure that destroyed his artifacts. The fact Harry apparently flew into the sky with an unknown woman by spreading from his back and using what they described sounds like dragon wings is the most worrying fact. Where did he go? Who was that mysterious woman and how was Harry able to release such pressure? Flashback end. After obliviating the Dursleys he came back to his office with Fox's help, but could only stare at what remains of the magical artifacts in silent worry, not knowing that the next day his worries would only increase. Harry and Ereshkigal spend some time chatting with Yasaka while having gone back to their seats, while Kunu is close by listening as Harry tells them of his adventures in one of the most difficult worlds he visited. And so, Gaku-sensei and I tried to push Jiren back, but the tough bastard blasted us off with a ki blast and grabbed my leg to throw me out of bounds. I was too wounded and tired, so I was taken out. I found myself back in the stands and could only watch Sensei keep fighting with everything he had. It was one of the most intense battles I have ever witnessed, but it also showed me that I was still not strong enough. So after Gaku-sensei and Frisia managed to defeat Jiren by double-teaming him and pushing him out of bounds, leaving Android 17 the winner of the tournament, I decided it was time to move to the next world. The three women couldn't help but stare in awe at Harry's story in this world, but then Kunu jumps up onto Harry's lap. But Sensei, what about the other universes, were they really erased? Kunu asks sadly at her sensei. She found some of those fighters funny and cool, so she didn't like the idea of them being gone. Harry pats her head gently and smiles. Well, 17 surprised everyone by wishing for all the universes to be restored, so the super dragon brought back all the universes that were erased. Kunu cheered happily. Yay, do you think I could ever meet your friends, Sensei? Harry nodded. Of course, once you master your Keyblade you'll be able to travel between worlds and then we can both go and visit them. Kunu fist pumps while smiling cheerfully. Yasaka and Ereshkigal can't help but smile at Kunu's excitement. So Harry, have you decided what to do with Voldemort and the Wizarding World? Ereshkigal suddenly asks. Yasaka gives her a serious look. Voldemort? I thought he was dead. Didn't Harry kill him when he was a toddler? Ereshkigal shakes her head negatively. No, he was defeated, but no one knows how he survived. Harry cuts in. He made Horcruxes. Both women turn to him in alarm. He made what? Both women ask at the same time. He had made 5 Horcruxes by the time I defeated him and accidentally made me into one when his killing curse bounced off of me. Both women gape at him in horror. It's okay, when I gained the races of Hollow and Shinigami I gained the ability to interact with souls, though I didn't find out about being a Horcrux until I came upon it during my training in the Sage Arts. Yasaka looks at Harry in shock at the mention of him being a sage but shakes her head to focus. We'll be talking later about you being a sage, but first, what did you do once you found the soul shard? Harry coughs into his fist. I ate it. Yasaka and Ereshkigal deadpan at him. You ate it? Both ask at the same time. Harry begins to nervously sweat. Sigh, it's a quirk of my hollow race. Hollows are dark beings that eat souls to sustain themselves and grow stronger. The good thing about that particular quirk is that I can look into the memories of any soul I consume. Both women continue to deadpan at him while Kunu looks a bit confused and thinking hard about something. Sensei. Yes, Kunu. What did his soul taste like? Harry can only look at Kunu with a serious look. Like spicy chicken. Both Ereshkigal and Yasaka sweat drop. Haha, ignoring that disturbing detail. Ereshkigal nervously smiles. I'm guessing that's how you know how many Horcruxes he made and where he hid them. Harry nods. That's right. So to answer your questions, I plan to ignore the wizarding world for now and only take care of the vaults that Gringotts has for both the Potter and Peverell families and claim the lordships. As for Voldemort, I'll be taking his Horcruxes and destroying them, so when he shows his ugly noseless mug, I'll make him pay for what he did to my parents. Also I'll be dealing with some of his followers. Harry gets up, holding Kunu up with him, and then sits her on his now empty chair. He pats her head and walks a bit away from the girls. Realize. Lilithman. Beelzeman. Two black pillars of light appear in front of Harry, and Ereshkigal looks both excited and in anticipation. From the pillars of light, two tall demonic-like figures emerge. One was dressed in black leather biker clothes and wearing a purple helmet. He grins at Harry while his three green eyes glow with power. His black feathered wings seem to eat at the light in the room. The other one is a beautiful black-haired woman wearing a black and deep purple kimono-like robe. Her most distinctive feature is the golden-colored claw she holds under her breasts, and her black bat-like wings. She seems to seductively smile at Harry. Yasaka's eyes widen at the amount of power these two beings are letting off. The energy seems to be even darker than a devil's. Dear Kami. Their energy is like staring into a void, and that power, they seem to be almost as powerful as Harry. Ereshkigal grins. Wow, you got two of the Demon Lord Digimon. Harry grins back at her. Both Digimon turns to the three women in the room and stare. Lilithman smiles. Phew, Master Harry, would you introduce us to your new friends? Harry smiles, but before he can say anything, Kunu runs toward Beelzeman and looks at him with sparkles coming out of her eyes. You look so cool, mister. Beelzeman looks a bit surprised but grins at her. Ha ha ha. Thanks, little missy. He ruffles her hair, receiving a big smile from her, while Lilithman smiles softly at Kunu, who seems happy at meeting new people. Harry chuckles and responds to Lilithman's request. The little one there is Kunu. We're the same size, sensei. And as you heard, my new student. Harry chuckles again. The two beautiful ladies are Yasaka, the leader of the yokai faction, and Ereshkigal, the goddess of death and queen of the underworld. Both Digimon bows slightly at the influential ladies. Beelzeman then looks at Harry. So what are our orders, boss? Harry responds, I'm sure you remember when I told you about the information I obtained from the soul shard I consumed back in the elemental nations. They both nod. Well, it's time to do something with that information. He grins fearfully, showing his fangs, and that makes both Digimon grin in malicious excitement. Lilithman places a hand on her lips to hide her grin. What's the plan, master? You guys and I will be going to get his Horcruxes. He turns to Beelzeman. You will go to the Malfoy's home and get the diary, then kidnap Lucius Malfoy and take him to the Horcrux located in the Crystal Cave on the shores of England. Once in there, make Lucius drink the potion in the cup you'll find there, and then take the locket you'll find inside the cup. Kill Lucius and then come back here. He then turns to Lilithman. You will go to Gringotts and take the cup in Bellatrix's vault. To make sure you're not found, use a dark corridor to get in and out quickly. Afterward, go to Hogwarts. Once there, go to the 7th floor and follow the game's map, which will highlight the way to a painting of a man trying to teach some trolls how to dance ballet and walk back and forth 3 times while thinking, I want a room of hidden things. Take the diadem you'll find inside the room, that'll appear in front of the painting. Harry then looks at both Digimon. Don't forget to use the game's map and objective list to help you. He turns to Ereshkigal. Eris, did they ever catch Peter Pettigrew? Ereshkigal tilts her head in confusion. Peter Pettigrew? Think he was killed by Sirius Black. Harry narrowed his eyes. Who's Sirius Black? He asks with a frown. For some reason that name sounds familiar. Ereshkigal stares into Harry's eyes. You should know Harry, you must have seen him in Voldemort's memories. He was a Death Eater and was imprisoned for betraying your parents by giving the location of their hideaway to Voldemort. Harry's eyes widen. What? He wasn't a Death Eater, and the one who betrayed my parents was Peter. I saw the moment he told Voldemort my parents' location. Ereshkigal stands in alarm. What? But then why was Sirius Black arrested? He was known as your father's best friend, it's why his imprisonment for the Potter's deaths shook the wizarding world. Harry closed his eyes. I don't know, but I plan to find out. Where is he imprisoned? Ereshkigal sits back down. Sigh. He and most of Voldemort's inner circle of Death Eaters were sent to Azkaban. If he really is innocent, then that poor man has been going through some horrible experiences. Harry opens his eyes. Azkaban. Yet I know about that god-forsaken prison and those monsters called Dementors. Voldemort was able to get them to his side during the war with him according to his memories. The fact that most of Voldemort's inner circle is there is just the icing on the cake. Harry grins. Yes, let's deal a massive blow to the noseless bastard. Looks like I'll be going to Azkaban and kill any Death Eaters I find in there and those Dementors I saw in Voldemort's memories. Also, I'll break Sirius out and ask him about what happened that night. We don't have to worry about the ring for now since it's a Peverell family heirloom, so once I claim my lordships I'll call it to me along with the other two. Both Ereshkigal and Yasaka could only stare as Harry grins and chuckles darkly. Harry turns to look at both Digimon. Well then, we all have our objectives, let's get them done. Both Digimon nod and respond right. They both open a dark corridor and walk through. Meanwhile, in front of Harry, a window opens. New quest. Time to hand out some payback on the monster who murdered your parents and take away some of his toys. Objectives. 1. Kill all Death Eaters imprisoned in Azkaban. 2. Kill all Dementors. Bonus. Break out Sirius Black from his unjust imprisonment and find out what happened that night 5 years ago. Rewards. 1. Random skill box. 2. Random skill box. Bonus. Title, Air Black. Harry looks at the quest prompt and as he reads the reward for the bonus objective a confused look appears on his face. Air Black. Interesting, I guess I'll find out once I'm done with all of this. He closes the window and turns to look at the 3 women in the room. Okay, I'll be back soon. All 3 women nod at him and watch him open a dark corridor and walk through. Diagon Alley, Gringotts Bank, Bellatrix's vault. A dark corridor materializes inside the vault of the Dark Witch, Bellatrix Lestrange, and out of it walks out Lilithman. She looks around and notices the cup sitting on a pedestal in the middle of the vault. There it is. She walks towards it and looks at it. Yes, I can sense a soul within it. She grabs it and puts it inside her inventory. An alarm goes off from the rune surrounding the pedestal, but she pays it no mind and opens another dark corridor and walks through it. By the time the goblins go there to investigate, she was long gone. Malfoy Manor, Wiltshire, England. Beelzebub walks out of dark corridor right in front of Malfoy's manor and looks around. His eyes are able to see the wards around the mansion. With those wards, I can kiss stealth away. He shrugs. It's not my style anyways, but let's make sure they can't get away. He snaps his red claws and a dark dome appears on top of the manor, completely covering it. Inside the manor, Lucius Malfoy awakes in a panic, having felt his connection to the manor's wards abruptly being cut off. He gets up and reaches for his cane and unsheaths his wand from it. Wake up, Narcissa. The lady sleeping beside him jumps awake. Lucius, what's going on? She gets up in a hurry and grabs her wand. Lucius looks at her with a worried and nervous look. My connection to the wards was cut off. Someone must have gotten in. Go to Draco's room and lock the door. Narcissa nods and quickly runs towards her son's room. Meanwhile, Beelzebub is already in Lucius's office, and a few house elves can be seen on the ground unconscious and spread around the office. Let's see, the map highlights this office, so the diary must be around here. His eyes shine as he looks around the office when he sees a dark glow come from the desk. He walks towards it and raises a fist only to bring it down, harshly hitting and destroying the desk. He bends down and reaches between the destroyed pieces and pulls out the diary. There it is. He grins only to frown immediately when he hears Avada Kedavra. A bright green orb of light flies off Lucius's wand, but once it hits the creature's back it splashes off harmlessly, causing Lucius to gape in shock for a second, but he begins to step back in fear when the creature begins to stand up. That kinda tickled. Beelzebub turns to look at the person who dares attack him only to grin when the game points him out to be his second objective. Well, looks like it's my lucky day. He begins to walk towards Lucius, who in a panic begins to sling all kinds of spells at the creature only to see them splash off it harmlessly again. Seeing his spells fail him, he tries to apparate only to find himself unable to do so. He then was about to turn and run when the creature grabs him by the hand, wielding his wand, and be lifted off the ground. Beelzebub squeezes his hand and crushes both Lucius's hand and wand, making him scream in agony. There, now you and I are going to take a little trip. He opens a dark corridor and walks through while dragging a screaming and kicking Lucius Malfoy. By the time Narcissa and Draco came to check what happened, Lucius Malfoy would be long dead. Highlands of Scotland, Hogwarts. A dark corridor appears on one of the first floors of Hogwarts and Lilithman walks out of it. So this is Hogwarts. The magic around here is so thick, it seems they built this castle on top of ley lines. Impressive, for humans at least. Lilithman begins to walk and by following the game's map arrives quickly on the 7th floor. Following Harry's instructions, she finds the room of requirement and goes in. She quickly finds the diadem by following the same dark signature of Voldemort's soul and takes it. All done, she opens a dark corridor and walks into it, completely unaware of the chaos she caused when her presence not only made the wards go off but shatters most of them with her presence alone. It seems like it is going to be a long night for the foolish headmaster. Crystal Cave, British Shores. Beelzebub appears by the entrance of the cave and begins to walk in while still dragging a screaming and scared Lucius Malfoy. Once inside, after walking for a while, he reaches a giant lake that seems to be filled with corpses. Of course this doesn't stop him, and so he spreads his wings and takes off, flying over the lake, not caring about the screams of pain coming from his prisoner. He lands in a small inland in the middle of the lake and spots the cup Harry mentioned. He throws Lucius towards it and watches him bounce off the ground a couple of times, but he ignores that and walks towards the cup and lifts it up to his face to take a look inside it, only to see a shimmering liquid. He nods and walks towards Lucius with the cup in his hand. When he reaches him, he sits him up and then grabs him by the back of his head with one hand and begins to squeeze with his claws, causing Lucius to scream once again in pain, only for Beelzebub to force the cup into his mouth and pour the liquid mercilessly down his throat. Lucius struggles as hard as he can, but the monster's strength is too much and the only thing he can do is drink the liquid forced on him until there's no more. Beelzebub lets go of his prisoner and takes the locket out of the cup, only to frown when he senses that is lacking the soul shard. TCH. The boss won't be happy about this. Lucius struggles to breathe as an overwhelming sense of thirst begins to consume him. You wretched creature! Do you have any idea of who I am? Beelzebub grins at him and shrugs. Don't know, don't care. With a flap of his wings he takes off and hovers above the inland, and soon it won't matter because today is the day you die. Beelzebub points a hand at Lucius and his arm transforms into Death Slinger, a huge blaster capable of mass destruction, Corona Destroyer. Lucius could only lay there as the enormous orb of energy heads toward him. The last thing he sees is white as he's consumed by the orb. Meanwhile, Beelzebub opens a dark corridor and flies into it as the attack detonated, completely destroying the entire cave off the face of the planet. The explosion was so big that I lit the sky for a few seconds, luckily as it was in a far-off place and in the middle of the night no one saw it. Island in the middle of the North Sea, Azkaban. High above the island, we see Harry hovering, staring at the prison with a cold look in his eyes. Chapter 4. In the middle of the North Sea, Azkaban. High above the island, we see Harry hovering, staring at the prison with a cold look in his eyes. His eyes begin to glow green as he activates his Rinnegan, a perk he gained after helped Naruto and Sasuke defeat Kaguya, unlocking the Otsutsuki race. He looks around the prison and he can see the silhouettes of people highlighted in red, marking them by the game as hostile enemies. Those are the Death Eaters. Hey? And those? The Dementors. He notices some creatures highlighted in black flying around the prison. Some seem to be tormenting some of the criminals. He keeps looking around until he finds his target highlighted in blue. There's Sirius Black. Now how to do this? He rubs his chin with a finger as he thinks for a bit. I have to get rid of the Dementors first and then take out the guards. Luckily there's only 4 tonight. He turns to look towards the guardhouse where he sees 4 blue silhouettes that seem to be just sitting around on the first floor. He turns back to look at one of the Dementors. Scan. Dementor. A creature created through dark magic, classified as undead. It possesses an aura that absorbs positive emotions and causes its victims to relieve traumas. It also feeds on human souls. It is thought to be immune to everything except the Patronus Charm, which is a spell that uses positive emotions to create a guardian spirit to protect the caster. Weaknesses: light and fire. Harry closed the window. So they have the same weaknesses as any other undead, it's just the level of magic strength wizards can wield is not enough to go through their natural magic resistance. He closes his eyes and thinks about what to do. On his mind his orange-wearing friend with his cheerful smile appears, causing him to chuckle. When in doubt, do as that knucklehead would do. He grins and crosses his fingers to Juyokage Bunshin no Jutsu. Multiple explosions of smoke appear around Harry, and from them, many shadow clones emerge. Go and kill those monsters. Right. All the clones respond and begin to glow white as they disappear in blurs. Meanwhile, inside the prison the inmates are all either sleeping or sitting in a corner talking to themselves when they begin to hear horrible wails of pain from outside. They all look out of their cell's window only to be able to see flashes of light and Dementors explode in motes of white light. As all of this is happening, a dark corridor materializes on the ceiling of the guardhouse, alerting the Aurors into drawing their wands, but it's of no use as Harry emerges from it at high speed. The guards are unable to catch sight of him, could only gape when he appears behind one of the guards and chops him on the back of the neck, knocking him out. Before they can react, Harry jumps and spins towards another guard, kicking him in the head and sending him to the ground out cold. The other 2 guard point at Harry with their wands. Stupefy. Two red orbs fly at Harry but they just splash off him. Sorry but that level of magic has no effect on me. The two guards gape only to see Harry vanish in a blur and appear in front of one, punching him in the stomach, causing the guard fold in half on his fist and then sent flying off until he crashes against the wall unconscious. Harry wastes no time and jump knee the last guard on the chin, lifting him off the ground for a few seconds until he comes down and crashes onto the ground completely out. Harry looks around and then snaps his finger and the guards get shrouded in shadows and disappear. A clone appears in front of him and salutes. All Dementors have been eliminated, boss. Harry's sweat drops and nods. Okay, dispel yourself to let everyone else know to dispel too. The clone nods and dispels, and a few seconds later he can hear the other clones begin to dispel too. Well, that was easy enough. He punches a wall and gets out of the guardhouse. He takes off flying and goes around the prison until he stops in front of the barred window of Sirius's cell. He waves his hand and the wall where the window is located begins to melt. Meanwhile inside, Sirius is sleeping on his bed, or at least trying to, but a noise and soft glow forces him to open his eyes, only to see one of his walls heat up and melt as it softly glows red until a big opening forms. He notices a small body float in slowing and land on the middle of his cell. He sits up and was about to speak when he notices the unknown person's eyes slightly glowing green, making his eyes widen in recognition of that eye color. As for Harry, he could only raise an eyebrow as he watches Sirius gape at him. Take a picture, it'll last longer. He grins when he sees Sirius jump a bit and shakily stands up, walking towards what he now sees as a young boy, and his eyes regain some of its old shine when he notices the messy black hair. Harry. Harry smiles. That's my name. Sirius can't help but chuckle. Merlin, you have your mother's sarcastic sense of humor. Too bad you have your father's bird nest of hair. What? I got my hair from my father, god damn it, Dad. You gave me this curse. Sirius couldn't help it and begins to laugh hard, only for tears to begin to fall from his eyes as he falls to his knees laughing and crying. As Harry looks as the poor man breaks down, he kneels in front of Sirius and hugs. It's okay, Sirius. Sirius leans his face into Harry's shoulder. I'm so sorry, Harry. It was my fault. I was the one who told James to change secret keepers. Harry narrows his eyes. So that's how it happened. They used a Fidelius charm. Why were you arrested? Sirius pulls back and looks at Harry. I had a bad feeling. So I went to check on you and your parents, but I only found Hagrid standing there with you as his arms. He told me that Dumbledore ordered him to take you somewhere safe, so I gave him my flying motorcycle and took off to look for Peter. Harry closes his eyes. So the old fool was already ready. Bastard must have been monitoring the house so he would know when Voldemort would attack. Sirius continues. I went to Peter's apartment thinking he was hurt or was being tortured, but I found him leaving it in a hurry, and that's how I figured he betrayed us, so I yelled at him and chased him down, but the bloody coward blew up some gas lines with a bombarda. I was able to shield myself, but the explosion killed a few muggles and sent me flying. All I could see was Peter cutting off a finger, turn into a rat and get away. I was pretty hysterical and so out of it from the explosion, so all I remember was being arrested, and the next morning I woke up here. Harry nods and gets up, helping Sirius stand. I see. So the coward is still alive and hiding. He looks away in thought. Well, no matter, he'll get what's coming to him eventually. Anyways, let's go, Sirius. Harry and Sirius begin to float, making Sirius's eyes widen as they begin to fly out of the cell through the opening made by Harry. Poor Sirius chokes on his spit a bit as they fly up to the sky, only to stop and hover high above Azkaban. You're flying. I'm flying. Merlin's saggy balls. Harry chuckles a bit. You haven't seen anything yet. Harry points an open palm towards the island and his energy begins to flare as a blue orb begins to form. Sirius can only look in shock as he witnesses the power his godson seems to wield. What are you going to doing? Harry grins at him. I'm going to destroy this entire island along Azkaban and all those Death Eaters in there. Sirius's eyes take on a cold look. Good. Those bastards deserve it. The energy ball begins to grow enormously. Glad you agree. Big bang attack. The giant orb shoots out of Harry's open palm and hits Azkaban, detonating and causing a giant explosion that lights up the sky, erasing Azkaban, the island, and the Death Eaters from the face of the planet. Harry and Sirius stare at the big bright explosion as Sirius gulps. Holy shit, that was wicked. Harry turns to him and smile. Glad you like it, now let's go home. Sirius tearfully smiles and nods, and Harry opens a dark corridor and they both fly into it. Meanwhile, once the explosion subsides, on the water where the island used to be, we find a small boat floating, and inside we find the 4 guards laying there and occasionally groaning in pain. Kyoto, Japan, Yasaka's office. Both Yasaka and Ereshkigal are enjoying talking and catching up, while Kunu can be seen taking a nap on her mother's lap when 2 dark corridors materialize. Lilithman and Beelzeman walk out from them, and both ladies turn to look at them. Ereshkigal smiles. "Oh? You're back," she says as she turns to look at a clock on Yasaka's desk that was fast. "Only a few hours have passed." Beelzemon grins. "Well, dark corridors made the trip faster and the game helps by guiding us, besides the mission was easy enough." Lilithman nods. "Is Master Harry back yet?" As soon as she mentions Harry's name, another dark corridor appears and Harry walks out of it, helping someone else walk through it. Everyone looks at the gaunt man in pity, having noticed how skinny and weak he seems. Harry walks Sirius towards a couch and lays him down on it. "Rest, Sirius, we'll have time to catch up later." Sirius smiles and slowly falls asleep, and for the first time in years, he has happy and peaceful dreams. Harry smiles sadly and erects a barrier around him to prevent any noise from waking him. He then kneels down and places a hand on the floor healing circle. A magic circle appears below from where Sirius is sleeping and begins to let out a soft green light. A new window opens in front of Harry, but he closes it mentally, deciding to check it later. Harry gets up and walks back to everyone. Yasaka stares at Sirius for a bit before turning to look at Harry. "I take it that he really was innocent?" Harry nods. "Yes, and it seems like Dumbledore is involved somehow. I'll make sure to ask him when he wakes up and heals. Apparently he was just tossed into Azkaban, so I wouldn't be surprised if he didn't get a trial. Lady Yasaka, could you help us and find out?" Yasaka nods. "Of course, Harry, I'll get in contact with the Japanese branch of the ICW and ask for an investigation. Don't worry, we'll get justice for him." Harry smiles, recognizing that term from Voldemort's memories. He bows lightly. "Thank you so much." Yasaka nods happily. Harry then turns to his Digimon friends. "So how did it go, guys?" Both Digimon grin and salute, one of Harry's eyes twitching a bit while Yasaka and Ereshkigal try not to laugh at the face Harry was making. Lilithman covers her mouth with one of her sleeves and giggles. "Phew phew phew, everything went without a hitch, Master." She pulls out both the cup and diadem and places them on Yasaka's desk. Beelzemon frowns a bit. "Boss, it almost went according to plan and Lucius Malfoy is dead, but something is wrong with one of the Horcruxes." He takes both the diary and locket out and places them on the desk. Harry frowns and walks towards the desk, and his eyes glow green as he looks at the objects, only to see 3 of them glow black, but the locket is not being highlighted in any color. "That's because the locket isn't a Horcrux, it's just a plain locket. Did you find it in the cup?" Beelzemon nods. "Yes, after I forced Lucius to drink the liquid inside, I found it in the bottom of the cup. It didn't have the same glow as the dairy, but I took it anyways. I'm sorry, boss." Harry shakes his head negatively. "It isn't your fault, Beelzemon. Someone must have gotten to it before we did." He rubs his chin. "In any case, good job, guys. Thank you." Both Digimon smile and nod happily and vanish in pillars of dark light. Yasaka and Ereshkigal stare at the objects with disgust, but Kuna wakes up from both the noise and the black lights. She rubs her eyes and stares, still not fully awake, as she gets up from her mother's lap, but before she decides where to go, she catches sight of Harry and a bright smile appears on her face. "Sensei!" She runs towards Harry excitedly and jumps into his arms. "Oof! Hello, Kunu." Harry holds Kunu up as she holds him and smiles at him. Kunu lets go to stand beside her sensei proudly, causing both Yasaka and Ereshkigal to giggle. Ereshkigal then turns to look back at the Horcruxes. "What do you plan to do with these things?" She points at the corrupted objects. Harry looks at the Horcruxes for a moment, but then points a palm at them and Oathkeeper appears. He grabs hold of the handle and points the keyblade at the Horcruxes as a powerful beam of white light shoots out from the tip and hits them. A few seconds later, 3 pillars of black smoke begin to flow out of the objects, letting wails of agony as they're purified by the light until they disperse in motes of light. Harry lets the keyblade disappear once the Horcruxes are gone, leaving the 3 magical objects free of any dark magic. Kunu's eyes sparkle. "That light is so pretty." Harry chuckles and rubs Kunu's head gently. "It sure is. Now we only need to get the other 2. I wonder where the locket is." He closes his eyes for a bit and then opens them. "Humph. I'm sure we'll find it eventually." Sigh. Ereshkigal gets up and walks towards Harry. "What's the next plan then, Harry?" Harry smiles and looks at her. "For now we rest and let Sirius recuperate, then we work on getting him his freedom." He looks at Kunu and start training Kunu. "Afterwards, once Sirius is free, I'll go to Gringotts and claim my lordships." Ereshkigal nods while Kunu looks excited about starting her training. Yasaka smiles and gets up. "Well then, let's get you to a room." She turns to look at Sirius. "Is it safe to move him?" Harry nods and smiles. "Yes, the barrier and magic circle will move with him." Yasaka nods. "That's impressive. I'll have him moved to a room. Let's leave him here for now." Harry smiles at Yasaka and gives her a happy nod. Yasaka smiles and begins to walk with Ereshkigal and Harry following her as Kunu excitedly speaks to Harry about her day. All of them look forward to a good sleep with what's left of the night, unaware of the chaos and panic that the events of this night will bring about to the wizarding world, only adding to the worry and fears of a meddling old fool. Time skip, next morning 10 a.m. Hogwarts, Headmaster's office. We find a haggard and tired-looking Dumbledore sitting behind his desk. The eye bags under his eyes show the lack of sleep since last night the wards almost collapsed after a powerful intruder somehow was able to get into the castle, sending him and all the professors into panic. But by the time they were done looking through the castle, the intruder seemed to just vanish, which should be impossible, and for the rest of the night the headmaster spent it fixing and recharging the wards. Dumbledore sits there rubbing his brow with his hand tiredly and worried when his chimney lights up in green fire and the face of Cornelius Oswald Fudge appears. Albus. Are you in there? Can I come through? Dumbledore sighs and takes a big breath as he gets up from his desk and walks towards the green fire. Of course, Cornelius, come on in. The green flames flare, and the Minister of Magic steps in. Albus, just what's going? Lucius is kidnapped, Gringotts gets broken in, and what's worst, Azkaban is gone. Albus looks at the minister in complete confusion. He really doesn't care about Lucius, since he's been a pain on his bony arse for a long time, but someone broke into Gringotts, and Azkaban is gone? Cornelius slows down and explains slowly, I'm afraid I don't know what you're talking about. Cornelius stares at the headmaster. You haven't heard? Albus shakes his head negatively. No, we've been busy here. Someone broke in last night and almost shattered all the wards. I spent all night fixing and recharging them. Cornelius nods and sighs. Dear Merlin, just what is going? Last night someone also broke into Malfoy's manor and destroyed a desk in Lucius's office. It seems that he or they were looking for something, and then according to Narcissa and her young son, they heard Lucius screaming in pain and demanding someone or something to let him go. After the noise went down, they both went to check and couldn't find Lucius anywhere. Albus widened his eyes in shock. Cornelius continues, then a few hours later I get an owl with a letter from Gringotts telling me that someone broke into one of their vaults, one belonging to Bellatrix Lestrange, and managed to get away unseen. Albus could only continue to stare in shock at the minister. Someone broke into Gringotts and got away? That was supposed to be impossible. Cornelius goes on, and this morning I get Amelia Bones coming into my office in a panic and tells me that Azkaban is gone. Albus with a serious look in his eyes. What do you mean gone? Cornelius begins to rub his temples. Gone as there's no sight of it anywhere. The prison, the island, and even the Dementors have disappeared. There's also signs of a massive explosion, and we found the 4 Aurors posted on guard duty that night on a small boat, unconscious and severely injured. Albus just couldn't believe what he was hearing. Was it destroyed? What about the inmates? Cornelius takes off his hat and begins to fidget with it nervously. We believe so, and there were readings of massive amounts of unknown energy. As for the inmates, dead. Gringotts confirmed it. All the vaults belonging to them went inactive. All we could get from the guards was they were assaulted by small figure that moved so fast they couldn't see it, and 2 glowing green eyes. At the mention of the glowing green eyes, the old headmaster flinched a bit and begins to sweat nervously. He can't help to think about what Petunia told him about Harry, about that pressure and those glowing green eyes. Just what's going on? Is Harry involved in all this? Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts, can't help but feel dread fill his heart. The meddling old man has no idea of the monster that has begun to move, but by the time he finds out, will be when he already has his throat in its jaws. Chapter 5, Freedom for a Madog. Time skip, 1 week after returning to home dimension, Harry's POV. A week has passed since the night I'd come back from his journey, and a lot has happened in those 7 days. I'd gained a student, joined a supernatural faction, dealt a massive blow towards my enemies the Death Eaters, destroyed some of Voldemort's Horcruxes, and enacted a jailbreak for, who I now knew was my godfather, Sirius Black, and those were just the highlights of that week. Of course, in between those momentous occasions, I'd focused on training my protégé, Kunu, in various forms of magic and martial arts, something she thankfully found very enjoyable, and healing Sirius, which had taken a few days of intense effort on Eris and I's part. Thankfully, as of now, Sirius is once more a healthy, mostly sane, and can often be seen playing a prank, or 2, on a poor yokai, or dozen, usually with the help of either Kunu and / or I being accomplices, or flirting with some of the female Inugami who seemed to be oddly attracted to him. I thought with some mild amusement. Apparently, the dog father was strong in him, who knew? Of course, I'd spent a lot of my time talking with Sirius about my parents and their crazy adventures he'd had with my father and another friend, Remus Lupin, who also happened to be a werewolf. This led to me finding out about their little club, the Marauders, though I'd ended up chiding him at some of the pranks they'd, rightly calling them bullying. Sirius did agree with me that maybe they'd gone over the top with some of the pranks. But to be fair, they were young and children don't really think long-term nor their resulting repercussions to others around them. It wasn't until the day after I'd recused my dog father that I'd finally got around to checking my notification backlog from saving Sirius and the resulting rewards. One of which was interesting. Namely, getting a skill book for a skill I already had. Which had never happened before now. The skill in question was called Holy Fire Manipulation. Confused as to why this had happened, I'd pulled the skill book from my inventory and rechecked the description. With a quick glance at it, I quickly caught on to what was happening. Skill, Holy Fire. This skill allows the reader to learn the ability to produce and manipulate holy fire, which are white flames composed of light and fire. These flames can both be used to heal allies and burn away corruption and dark-aligned enemies, such as undead and demons. Note, this spell is unable to harm light-aligned creatures, such as angels or uncorrupted spirits. Addendum, this skill book can be given to / or used by users' fellow team members, or anyone categorized as his or her student. Rereading the description once more to make sure I hadn't misread the addendum, it did seem like the GMS was trying to help me with training Kunu, by allowing her, and others I might take on in the future, the ability to benefit from my blessing as well. Shaking my head ruefully even after all these years since Eris had blessed me with her gift, it can still do things that surprise me. With that mystery solved, I went back to check the other notifications. One of which stood out was informing me that I was now the proud owner of the title, Heir Black. Ding ding! New title gained, Heir Black. The holder of this title is the heir of the most ancient and most noble House of Black. The Blacks were once an influential and extremely wealthy house of magic users who were well known for their dark spells and cunning political maneuvering. Unfortunately, due to war, infighting, and an unhealthy level of inbreeding, the once politically powerful house's influence has been greatly diminished. It still however holds a significant amount of wealth in the form of land, loans owed, and galleons. Note, spells that are dark in nature gain a 5% extra damage and duration. This buff will evolve when / if the user becomes Lord Black. Addendum, the Blacks were well-known flirts and horn dogs. 10% to all rep gains opposite sex upon initial meeting. Wondering how it was possible for me to even claim this title, I went and asked Sirius about it. From his explanation, it basically came down to the fact that we're related through my grandmother, Doria Potter née Black, and as such I'm close enough to the main Black family line that I'm legally able to be offered this title. My position as heir could only be threatened if Sirius has a child, who would supersede me due to him being a direct descendant of the Lord Black. You being my legal heir, Harry, is probably the only reason that I'm still alive. Sirius admitted. If Lucius offed me, he would have lost whatever current level of access he has to the Black political power and vaults through his wife Narcissa, nor would their brat, Draco I think his name is, be able to claim heirship. That would have only been possible if you weren't alive to challenge the heirship, and since they couldn't find you, which is the only thing I'm grateful to Dumbledore for, they had to settle for second best. He explained before sighing. I honestly don't know what happened to Narcissa. We, the younger generation of Blacks, were close once when we were children. Sirius mumbles sadly while staring off into the distance. We had to be, the older generation of Blacks were truly awful parents to us, Harry, so us kids all did our best to stick together to survive their madness. He shakes his head from side to side as if trying to shake off a bad dream. Anyways, enough about my family, Harry, how about you talk about what happened to you after I let Hagrid take you to Dumbledore? He asked. I grimace, but he did need to know. My earliest memory was. I started telling Sirius what my life had been like after he'd allowed Hagrid to take me to Dumbledore and the resulting hell I'd had to experience after the old bastard had abandoned me with my relatives, Uncle Vernon, Aunt Petunia, and Cousin Dudley Dursley, on their doorstep some winter night, only to be starved and beaten to near inches of my life, repeatedly, almost caused Sirius to have an aneurysm on the spot. His eyes bulged and his face had gone this amazing shade of purple. It was just as I was getting seriously concerned for his health that he exploded in a string of cursing that would make sailors blush. The cursing was so intense and toxic that it caused both Eris and Yasaka to hurriedly rush to Kunu and I and plug our ears with their hands. I couldn't help but give Eris a deadpan look of "Are you serious?" which caused her to laugh nervously at her silliness. Sorry, Harry, I forget you're a lot older than your current body would suggest. Teehee, I just rolled my eyes at her as she played the dumb klutz card. After Sirius was done expanding my own vast repertoire of curse words, which again, was a rather impressive feat, all things considered, I went on to explain what had happened after I received my blessing from my goddess, which caused his eye to open wide and stare at her in shock and probably quite a bit of fear and awe. I mean, it's not every day you get to meet a goddess of death and live to tell the tale of it. I thought amusedly. Even though I gave Sirius the vastly condensed and watered down version of my life after leaving Earth, it still took most of that day. Merlin's balls, Harry. I expected your life to have been interesting, but this is beyond the pale. Sirius commented, then downed the rest of his whiskey. But I'm proud of you, Harry, and I know for a fact that if your mom and dad were still with us, they'd be damned proud of you too. Our talk continued well into the night, with each of us swapping tales of our exploits and cock-ups. The morning after my talk with Sirius, who was hungover, I found myself being dragged out into the massive palace gardens by my godfather in his dog form. It seems that my dog-father, for some odd reason, believed that being in his dog form could help him cope with his alcohol-induced migraine. What he seemed to have forgotten was that in his dog form, he was far more susceptible to its instincts, which I enjoyed toying with by placing a mild confusion charm on a few tennis balls I'd created and having him chase them. It was as I was playing ball with my dog-father that I spotted a rather excited Kunu running to and fro throughout palace halls as if she was looking for something or someone. It was during her 5th pass that I finally decided to call out to her and ask what she was doing, only for her to stop suddenly and trip over herself when she heard my yell. "Ah! Sensei! I've been looking all over for you!" She yelled as she charged over, only to jump behind me when she spotted Sirius in his dog form bounding up to me with a ball in his mouth. "Ah! Sensei! There's a huge dog charging right at us!" she yelped from behind me. Chuckling at her misunderstanding, I explained what, or more who, it was. "Ha ha ha, Kunu, that's my dog-father, Sirius." To Kunu this was an amazing discovery. She hadn't known that witches and wizards could transform into animals, which in her opinion was a rather awesome ability to have. "So what you're saying, Sensei, is that all witches and wizards can become this animagus thing and they can become any animal they want?" she questioned excitedly, hopping from one foot to another. Laughing at his protégé's silliness, he explained further. No, Kunu. Not any animal they want. A witch or wizard can only turn into one kind of animal, but that animal is random. Some may turn into a cat, others a dog, but once they transform into that animal, that's the only one they can use. Actually, I should say creature rather than animal, as I've read that some witches/wizards have been recorded transforming into bugs. My mention of the dreaded B-word had Kunu making the icky face all young girls could pull off flawlessly. Sirius explained it to me the other day, that becoming an animagus is rather difficult and time-consuming and that it technically falls under the transfiguration branch of magic. Luckily for you, as you can already turn into a cute little fox, so you won't need to learn this time-consuming magic. I noticed that Kuna's cheeks blushed a little at my calling her cute, but she shook her head and then looked at Sirius as he sat at our feet chewing on a tennis ball before asking. "Ah, Sensei! Why is Mr. Sirius actually acting like a dog?" Kunu asked. I laughed for a few moments. Well, this is my revenge for his prank yesterday. You see, I placed a few spells on those tennis balls that makes him want to chase and chew on them like an actual dog. I explained. Causing Kunu to giggle at our mischief, which has caused her poor mother no end of headaches over the last few days. "That's so mean, Sensei," she said between giggles. I shrugged while unsummoning the tennis balls Sirius was playing with. "Anyways, Kunu, what has you so excitable this early in the morning?" I asked her. But before she could answer, Sirius transformed back into his human form and gave Kunu a wave before rounding on me with a growl. "You!" he barked. "You sneaky little blighter! I couldn't stop chasing those Merlin Batum Ned balls, and what did you apply to them that made me want to eat the damn things?" he asked while shaking me back and forth. Now, Sirius!" I managed to gasp out, "You know the rules about pranking." I replied cheekily, only to be growled at again. Thankfully, my protégé jumped to my rescue. "Good morning, Mr. Sirius," she chirped happily as she waved at Sirius, then turned to smile at me. "Oh, that's right, Sensei. Look," she said while reaching out in front of her with an open palm. After a moment there was a small flash of light and gripped with her hand a keyblade. "I finally got my keyblade, Sensei," she gushes excitedly, causing him and Sirius to smile and clap. Smiling, I reach out a hand and Kunu hands me her keyblade so that I could inspect it. As I'm checking it, Sirius leans over my shoulder to take a better look at it before commenting. "So this is a keyblade, hey? I thought it would be more impressive, but it kinda looks like a toy." Kunu pouts at his comment, which only causes him to chuckle. Meanwhile, I decided to use the skill, Observe on the Keyblade. Observe. Keyblade, Starlight. Another iconic weapon from the Kingdom Hearts series and was wielded by one of Disney's most famous mascots. Keyblade Starlight is a blade that has survived since antiquity. This Keyblade is a perfect blend of both offense and defensive magic. Its current form is a little basic, but like almost all Keyblade, it has massive potential to continue to grow and evolve. This Keyblade is also slightly different from its original Disney version, in the fact that it evolves and changes form as the gamer, grows and evolves, growing ever stronger, thus completely getting rid of ever needing to get new weapons. Note, this blade grants its user the ability to manipulate fire in all its forms. Addendum, 10% to all rep gains with astronauts. Soulbound, Kunu. After confirming what I had suspected, I handed back the blade to Kunu while turning toward Sirius and slyly kicking his ankle for his rude comment about Kunu's weapon, causing him to yelp and jump in the air in pain. Smirking at a job well done, I turned back to my protege before saying, "Congratulations Kunu. Now we can begin your training in swordsmanship." Kunu's small head nods rapidly before jumping up and down while throwing a few fist pumps happily. "Yay! I've been waiting for this." I grin at her enthusiasm. I wonder how long that will last when she realizes it's going to be seriously hard work. I thought before turning towards Sirius. "And you? What are your plans for today?" I asked him. Glaring up at me while rubbing his sore ankle, he answered, "Well, today Lady Yasaka is taking me to the ICW office, as I've finally gotten that trial I deserved in one of their courts. She has informed me that since I am innocent, all I'll have to do is allow them to use Verita serum on me and then give them my memory of the events of that night, while answering all of their questions. Hopefully, all things go well, and I should be cleared of all false charges by as early as this afternoon." Pausing for a moment to catch his breath before a wicked smile crosses his face, he, "I really wish I could be a fly on the wall when Dumbledore and that utter waste of perfectly good air, Cornelius Fudge, find out I'm a free man later this evening." Smirking along with my godfather, I nod in agreement. "Just be cautious when you're out there, Sirius. Dumbledore and his cronies will be on the lookout for you, especially that old fool. I have no doubt that he's always flipping every table looking for me, and he'll try to get close to you to get control over me." Sirius nods in agreement. "I'll do my best, Harry. I won't let him hurt you like that again. My godfather promises me. In any case, I am glad you're set to be free by tomorrow. We'll need to set a time to go to Gringotts, as I need to claim my lordships and get our respective house affairs in order." Sirius just nods with a grin. "Well, enough about that, I better make my way to Lady Yasaka's so we can set off in time." He gives Kura a pat on the head and then walks off to meet with Lady Yasaka. Finally alone with his protege, I turn to Kunu and ask, "So, are you ready to start training, Kunu? I again warn you, my training will be very hard and demanding." She looks at my face for a few moments before giving me a resolute nod as determination fills her eyes. "Yes, sensei. I want to learn, I want to be strong," she answers. I just smile. "Well then, I guess we better get started. Just remember, I'll be with you every step of the way, Kunu." She just smiles widely. I reach out and place my hand on top of her head and cast one of my more useful spells. As I close my eyes, a purple outline begins to shine around Kunu and she lets out a grunt as her body suddenly feels heavier. "I've casted a special gravity spell on you. It'll continually increase the gravity of your body as you grow stronger and adapt to the increased weight. Once your training is done for the day, I'll remove the spell, but for now, just hang in there." Kunu nods and begins to slowly move around the garden, trying to get used to her new weight while trying to swing Starlight around. Once she'd found her new sense of balance, she turned toward me and nodded. "I think I'm ready, sensei." I'm honestly a little impressed by how quickly she got used to the extra weight. I wonder if it has something to do with her biology. I wondered. Or maybe it's because of one of my titles, or is she just naturally talented? Maybe all three? Probably all three, I concluded. "For now, Kunu, I want you to swing your Keyblade diagonally and horizontally 100 times each way," I ordered. Kunu nods with a determined look and begins to do so while I keep watching to make sure she doesn't hurt herself by overdoing it. An hour later, Eris walks by and briefly watches Kunu as she continues her exercise. Kunu, who is now sweating profusely, has been swinging her Keyblade, Starlight, with its ever-increasing weight for a while now, suddenly overswings, which unbalanced her, causing her to trip and land headfirst onto the pacing below her with such force that it actually cracked a bit. Wincing a bit at the sound, I moved to help her get up only for Kunu to jump up quickly and wipe away the small trickle of blood coming from her nose. "I'm a-okay," she yells out while doing a few fist pumps while picking up her keyblade to finish off the last few reps she has left to do. Watching this scene, Ereshkigal can't help but release a few sweat drops. What even am I watching? Eris turns to ask me, to which I just wryly smile back at her. Time skip, that evening. Scottish Highlands, Hogwarts, Headmaster's office, Dumbledore's POV. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore was not having a good day at all. Not at all. He thought morosely. Not even his favorite lemon drops were helping him today. It had all started to go wrong 3 days ago. Somehow that despicable Rita Skeeter woman had been able to find out about the wards almost totally failing that had left Hogwarts defenseless the other night, and as she wrote a vicious piece about that event in that rag they called, the Daily Prophet, which has caused every parent and their pet house elf to be on my arse. He thought irritably. If I could get my hands on that woman I'd, sighing and shaking his head. Now wasn't the time to deal with what-ifs. Now was the time to deal with all of the powerful parents who had their children studying here all threatening to pull their children out of Hogwarts. I can't have that. I'd lose all my extra benefits from scheming funds off the top of the school budgets. It also didn't help that many of the school's board now had him by the short and curlies and were demanding answers. Answers he couldn't actually give them, because he was just as clueless as they were. And if that hadn't been headache-inducing enough, I've had that fool of a minister, Cornelius Fudge, come barging into my office late last night. I groaned. The minister had shoved his head into the flue, sweating like a pig and looking as pale as a ghost, demanding I help him sort out the political shitstorm he was already facing because of Azkaban's complete and total disappearance. Of course, by the end of that discussion, I wasn't feeling much better. I thought ruefully, as my mind drifted back to yesterday morning's early and very rude wake-up call. Flashback start, the morning after Azkaban disappearance. Dumbledore. Dumbledore, you've got to help me. Cornelius' voice bellowed out from my office's fireplace. Being startled awake from my nap on my desk was a very unpleasant wake-up call. I thought angrily. What is it, Minister? I said shortly, what is so important that it couldn't wait till much later today? I growled at him. Doesn't this man know what kind of stress I'm under currently? First, it's young Harry going missing with no one having a Merlin damned clue where he could possibly be, then it's last night's intruder almost destroying Hogwarts wards, and now this. Grinding my teeth in frustration, I wait for the oaf to answer. I'll just let him sit there kneeling on the ground with his head poking through the fireplace at an awkward angle. It's black. Cornelius yells, spittle flying from his mouth. I tilt my head. Black? What black? I ask, hoping to prod the fool into talking faster. Sirius Black. He's not dead. Cornelius bellows. He's escaped. I found myself jumping to my feet in alarm before even I knew I'd done it and bellowed back at Cornelius, what? What do you mean Sirius Black has escaped? Flashback end. Ah. I sighed as I rubbed my aching temples. Finding out that Sirius was still alive due to the goblins and had been effectively named Lord Black, was going to make gaining control over young Harry all the more difficult if Sirius can clear his name, I groaned internally. I knew this to be a fact because he was one of the only witnesses still alive, not in jail or clinically insane still to have seen the creation of the Potter's will. The will where they'd named Sirius as young Harry guardian and godfather. I ground my teeth in frustration. So now that the rogue was now free and was, technically, young Harry's legal guardian meant that he'd. I need to find young Harry first and then convince Sirius that I know what's best for him and that he should take time to recover from his stint in Azkaban. I said aloud but I had really meant was, with the help of a few compulsion charms, loyalty potions, and maybe a curse or two. But where is that Morgana blasted boy? I growled. I've had every member of the Order trying to track him down, called in countless favors and still, no one has a Merlin damned clue where that brat has gone. I yelled while slamming my fists on my desk in front of me. Leaning back into my chair I continued to think about what had been happening and how they'd all probably backtracked to young Harry. At this point, he was almost positive that young Harry has something to do with poor Lucius's kidnapping and the destruction of Azkaban, which is highly alarming news without the fact that the brat might have also been involved with the break-in at Gringotts as well. There were simply too many coincidences happening all at once for them not to be linked to Harry in some fashion. He was starting to feel a strange and unwanted feeling that he wasn't fully in control any longer and it was slowly overwhelming him. He hasn't been this unprepared or lacking in information for decades. He'd just reached over and popped his favorite sweet, lemon drops, into his mouth when out of nowhere his office door slammed open, which not only made him jump in his seat but also caused him to start choking on his sweet. Coughing and almost hacking up a lung, I turned angrily toward the newcomer, ready to verbally eviscerate the invader with my righteous fury and make the interloper regret he'd ever had the gall to barge into his domain without informing me. Only to stop suddenly and take in the man. Standing before in the flesh this time was one Cornelius Fudge, who was once again sweating like a stuffed pig and as pale as a hospital bed sheet. Albus. Why you have tea to read this? The incompetent man stammered while forcing a mostly crumbled and damp piece of paper into his hands. Taking the now damp, from the minister's sweat, piece of paper from the almost hyperventilating Minister of Magic, he made his way back toward his desk to read its contents. To the British Minister of Magic, Cornelius Oswald Fudge. Minister, this letter is in regard to the outcome of a court case for one Lord Sirius Black, third of his name. We, the judges from the Court of High Justice of the International Confederation of Wizards, write this letter to inform you, the British Minister of Magic, that one Lord Sirius Black, third of his name, has been found not guilty of all charges that had been laid against him on 1st of November 1981, during a trial that had been held late this afternoon. Early this afternoon, Lord Sirius Black, third of his name, appeared at ICW High Justice Courts and demanded, loudly, that he actually be tried for the supposed massacre he'd been blamed for, but had never had an actual trial for. After Lord Sirius Black had been taken into our custody, which he did not resist, he was then thoroughly questioned under veritaserum, which he had willingly offered to be placed under. Once our investigators had gathered all the answers they thought were relevant to Lord Black's case, they asked him to provide unaltered, under oath of magic no less, which was again given willingly, memories of the night of the Potter's murder and of the subsequent massacre he was accused of. All evidence was then thoroughly cross-examined by our experts and was found to be free of any form of outside tampering or corruption. Once all evidence was deemed to be irrefutable, the court, in its infinite wisdom, then declared that Lord Sirius Black, third of his name, innocent of all charges laid against him. As such, we at the ICW now demand that the British Ministry of Magic announce Lord Black's innocence and provide recompense for unwarranted and highly unlawful imprisonment. It should go without say, but again to be thorough, that the kiss on sight designation that was placed on Lord Black be immediately cancelled. In addition, Lord Black has asked to be reinstated as guardian and given custody of his godson, Harry James Potter. This request was accepted as Lord Black gave his memories of taking the Godfather oath. The British Ministry of Magic has 5 days to comply with the above-mentioned requirements. Failure to do so may result in sanctions and heavy fines. We here at the ICW Courts of High Justice thank you for your time. He had needed to reread the letter 3 times before its contents fully sunk in, but with each reread he could feel his blood pressure rising and a vein on his temple throb painfully each time his heart beat. When was the last time I'd been so blindsided like this? He thought with growing shock. Meanwhile, as he stood there trying to regain control of his emotions, Cornelius was fidgeting nervously, and when the oppressing silence became too much for the minister, he asked, "Well, Dumbledore? What are we going to do about this?" Yasaka's Palace, Kyoto, Japan, Harry's POV. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, we can see a hugely grinning Sirius Black poking a very tired and sore Kunu, who was currently laying spread eagle on the living room floor of the palace. "You okay down there, princess?" Sirius asked amusedly. Kunu weakly groans. "Ugh, everything hurts. Including my poor tails." She whined pitifully. Sirius chuckles a bit at her misfortune, only to receive a wallop on the back of his head that had ended up making him eat the floorboard from Kunu's mother, Yasaka. This caused both Ereshkigal and himself to laugh out loud at his misfortune. Taking pity on his poor protégé, he walks over to Kunu and pats her on the head. "You've done great today, Kunu," I say encouragingly. "You were able to adapt quickly and learn how to use Starlight quite effectively. I'm very proud of you." This earned me a huge smile from Kunu, only for the moment to be broken due to the glutton's stomach growling loudly in protest, making her sweat drop and causing everyone to grin in amusement at her. Lady Yasaka giggles at her daughter's situation. "All right, let's go eat, everyone. Today we're going to celebrate Sirius's freedom and Kunu obtaining her Keyblade," she announces. Laughing, everyone gets up and walks out, leaving only him to pick up Kunu. Shrugging, he does so and drops her onto his shoulder like a sack of potatoes. Sensei. That's not how you carry a princess." Kunu whines. Grinning at her roguishly, I know. I replied and ran to catch up with the others as she screamed in protest all the way. An hour after they were done eating, a recharged Kuno quickly runs upstairs to take a bath. Yasaka then turns towards him and asks, "So Harry, I hear that tomorrow you are planning on going to Diagon Alley to claim your lordship's right." I nod before replying, "That's the plan, lady." Sirius and I have to meet with our respective vault managers, him for fully reactivating the Black family vaults and actually claim his lord ring, and I need to go claim both the Potters and Peveril's lord rings and ask the goblins if they have a copy my parents' will. Eris frowned for a moment before saying, "I'm pretty sure they will have a copy of the will, little master, but the real million-galleon question is why it was never activated after their deaths." I felt my eyes narrow and thought, "Honestly, Eris," I answered slowly, "I'm pretty sure it has something to do with Dumbledore and his machinations for me. Or at the very least he was the driving force involved with the will being blocked, as he's the only one with enough political clout to pull something like that off without too many people kicking up a fuss." While almost everyone was frowning in thought, Sirius decided to speak up, "Harry, I also want to contact Moony." I turned to look fully at my godfather before answering him, "You mean Remus Lupin, right? Yours and my father's werewolf friend?" Sirius nods before replying, "That's right, I want to find out why he never looked into your living conditions." Sirius narrows his eyes in annoyance. "I might be your legal godfather, Harry, but we both promised your parents to care and look out for you if the worst should happen to them. So far, we've both been piss poor at keeping that promise, but I was locked away and I'm not sure what kept Remus away." Closing my eyes, I sigh softly, "If I had to guess, I suspect it has again something to do with our white-whiskered wanker, Dumbledore. That old fool seems intent on ensuring my life is as miserable as is humanly possible." I muttered darkly before continuing, "Just make sure you don't tell him anything about me yet, Sirius, not until we know for sure he isn't in Dumbledore's pocket." I turned back to Lady Yasaka, "Anyways, sorry Lady Yasaka, you were in the process of asking me something, yes?" Lady Yasaka smiles and nods her head in agreement, "That's all right, Harry, and yes, I have a request for you if possible. You see, some of the vampire clans want to create an alliance with us, but as I'm tied to Kyoto's ley lines, I'm unable to go personally. So I would be extremely grateful if you could go to Romania as my representative and meet with my opposite representative of the House of Carmilla. From what I've been able to gather, one of the main reasons they're asking for this alliance is because they've apparently been having escalating conflicts with another vampire house, Teeps." I felt my eyebrows raise in surprise. "Vampires? I ask, I would have thought they'd be too prideful to actually ask for help, especially from another faction." Eris decided to speak up, "That's usually how it would go, but because they're undead they might have instinctively sensed you, Harry. Your title as the Master of Death makes them keenly aware of you, not that they know who you are exactly, but they do know you are in Kyoto and most likely a part of the yokai faction, otherwise they wouldn't have reached out," she explains. Lady Yasaka smiled at me, "Besides, this is a great opportunity to spread your name to the other major factions, and that you are a member of my yokai faction." She chitters excitedly, "It's really a win-win. It's also a good idea to make alliances with some of the other minor factions, as there are many that have become more and more unhappy with the biblical god factions. The devils keep reincarnating humans from other factions, the fallen keep arrogantly doing whatever it is they're doing, and heaven's exorcists keep defecting and attacking all other supernatural beings in the name of the church." Yasaka shakes her head sadly before continuing. "Although the leaders of those factions try their best to contain their issues, each of them struggles with the devil's faction. The Moos keep having their progressive policies stonewalled by their elders who are mostly hardcore traditionalists called the Old Satan faction. In the case of the Fallen Angel faction, their leadership is too lazy to truly get their followers to listen, and many of their stronger members are battle addicts, and last, but not least, the Seraph faction are probably in the most precarious position out of all the other biblical factions, as they are not only unable really control or keep an eye on the church, but they have no safe way to replenish their numbers, as for reasons beyond me, God decided that his children can't indulge in a little fun." Yasaka comments cause Sirius's eyes to bug out of his head at the very idea of not ever getting laid, so each time an angel falls, either in battle or become a fallen, they become that much weaker. She finished explaining. I nod in understanding, sigh. What a fine mess everyone is in. Anyway, I would be very happy to go and meet the Carmilla House representative in your place, Lady Yasaka. I then turned to Sirius and asked him, "So Sirius, what do you say, you old dog? Want to come with?" Sirius grins widely, happy to be included in whatever shenanigans his godson will inevitably get into, and since he decided to join the yokai faction himself, adding the House Black into their ranks, sure. Besides, I've heard that this kind of vampires are supposed to be very different from our wizarding kind, and more importantly, the women are supposed to be extremely beautiful. I only rolled my eyes at Sirius being a horn dog, and don't forget they're also extremely strong and deadly, you perverted mutt. I grumble as Sirius only chuckles, causing me to shake my head in exasperation. Time skip, the next morning. Yokai headquarters, Yasaka's palace, Kyoto, Japan, Kunu's POV. The next morning, found both me and Sensei back in the palace gardens, as Sensei patiently tried to teach me how to call my keyblade, Starlight. Sensei was currently wielding his own evolved keyblade, Oathkeeper, in his main hand, while trying to demonstrate to me how to hold my blade properly. Okay Kunu, Sensei said after he was sure I wasn't going to stab myself with my sword, a keyblade's true strength comes from your heart and your willpower. He explained, but before that, you need to be able to summon Starlight whenever you need it. To that end I want you to close your eyes and focus on the constant warmth you can feel coming from your chest area, which I'm sure you've already experienced yesterday when you first called Starlight to yourself. I nodded, he was right, after all, I do remember. So I immediately closed my eyes while trying to concentrate on that feeling again. It felt like I'd been searching for hours now, searching for that elusive warmth I felt yesterday. But every time I think I can feel it, it seems to slip away. Stupid warmth. I growled. Why doesn't it just sit there and wait for me to grab it? It was like a slippery eel. Always slipping and sliding from my grasp. It was just as I was about to give up in frustration when I felt it. I instantly reacted by reaching out and grabbing that elusive warmth toward me. Without even opening my eyes I knew I had succeeded. But when I did open them, I noticed instantly that the keyblade had begun to glow softly with a soft white light. From the corner of my eye, I could see Sensei smiling gently as watched me. As I continued to hold the warmth, I could feel the light spread toward my body as it too began to softly glow in the same soft light as my blade. I don't know where Sensei got it, but he pulled out a large mirror and placed it in front of me. Looking at myself, I couldn't help but widen my eyes in shock. As I stared in awe of my body, I couldn't help but feel ecstatic and unbelievably powerful. And that was when reality hit me. Slowly at first, the glow faded from my body, and within a few seconds, it dissipated fully and I found myself falling to my knees, my lungs greedily sucking in lungfuls of air as quickly as they could manage. I didn't even notice that Sensei had taken to kneeling next to me as he gently rubbed my head. Sensei's head pats are the best. I thought dreamily. Are you okay? He asked me softly. I know from personal experience that first intentional summoning can really take a lot out of you, just be grateful it didn't happen to you in mid-battle like it did for me, ha ha ha. Sensei laughed ruefully at himself. I could feel a couple of sweat drops, but I politely decided to ignore his awkward and silly comment and nod with a tired smile. Why yes Sensei, I said between breaths, it felt amazing. It felt so warm and caring. I gushed. Sensei just snorted, of course it did Kunu. That light comes from you. That's because that's your heart Kunu. I smiled up at him while only slightly blushing at his praise. Out of nowhere Sensei and I heard clapping coming from behind us, so we both turned to look towards whoever it was, only to find out that it was my mother and Lady Ereshkigal, who were both smirking at us. My slight blush explodes into a full one while Sensei simply chuckles amusingly at their situation. After a moment more of laughing at me, my mother walked toward me and picked me up for one of her bone-crushing hugs. Well done Kunu. Now let's go get some food and then you can take a bath. She tells me. I pouted a bit at her instructions. Mom. I'm not tired. I can keep going. I wheedled. Mom just smiles at me. Not for today, Harry has to leave with Sirius, and besides, you still have lessons later on. She chitters. No. Save me Sensei. I beg him. But all Sensei does is smirk at me while waving my mother on. I quickly turn to give my best puppy eyes to Lady Ereshkigal, but alas, she only giggles at my pending misfortune and turns towards Sensei. You ready Harry? Lady Ereshkigal asks Sensei. Sensei grins and winks at her. Of course Eris. Hopefully, a lot of things will come to light after this visit. I just hope that we aren't seen by any of the old man's followers. I honestly don't feel like being harassed today. Sensei frowned. Lady Ereshkigal simply gently pats his head and smiles at him. I almost feel bad for anyone who was stupid enough to annoy Sensei. Almost. I thought, but then shrugged it off. Anyone stupid enough to pick on Sensei really wasn't worth keeping around anyway. Mr. Sirius steps out onto the garden and saddles up to Sensei's side. Well, I guess it's time to go, Harry, as we're already burning daylight. Sensei simply nods at Sirius and with a hand wave, he opens a dark corridor for both himself and Mr. Sirius, who runs and jumps in with a manic grin on his face. Sensei simply shakes his head in amusement before giving me and Mother a farewell wave and walks in. A second later the corridor vanishes. Lady Ereshkigal smiles at me then cheekily whispers to me, "Let go, bug your mother. She needs to stop working so much and relax, right Kunu?" She giggles as she pulls me toward the mom's throne room. Diagon Alley, Gringotts Bank, London, England, Harry's POV. A dark corridor suddenly appeared right in front of the only wizard bank in England, making a few wizards and witches jump in fright at the spectacle, only to gape stupidly as they watched Lord Sirius Black fall out of what they can only describe as a solid wall of shadow. "Woo, that's always fun," Sirius says to himself aloud. The next moment the nearby witches and wizards see a young boy calmly walk out of the same wall of shadow and grin in amusement at his godfather's antics. "Ha ha ha, it is fun, right?" I laugh. "Anyways, let's go," I say to Sirius, and with a bright smile on our faces we make our way towards Gringotts, not noticing a short man with long, straggly, ginger hair known to many of the locals, as Mundungus Fletcher, who just happened to have witnessed their entrance. "That's dem all right. I gotta go and contact Dumbledore." As soon as both Sirius and I walked into the main lobby proper, all of the goblins froze as they felt an abnormal amount of both fear and dread crawl up their spines. Not noticing the goblins collectively shitting bricks in their pants, I made my way towards the nearest free goblin teller, completely oblivious to the fact that with each step I take toward the poor old goblin teller who has started to tremble in abstract terror of the little demons making his way toward him. "So Sirius, what's this about you going on a date with one of Lady Yasaka Inugami?" I smirked cheekily at my godfather. Sirius coughs and splutters for a moment before answering, "How did you know? That was supposed to be a secret." He sputters. I just laugh. "Sirius, everyone knows," I replied. He sighs dramatically, before going on to brag about his date night with the Inugami named Ui. "And then we went to the nearby forest to run, it was rather fun." I chuckle, "That sounds more like you took each other for a walk, hee." I cackled loudly. Sirius' eyes twitch a bit, probably remembering my prank from yesterday. "Quiet you!" he ordered me just as we reached the teller. "Hello Master Te." I pause and look confusedly toward the old goblin teller, who was clutching at his chest, while his eyes were bugging out of his head while staring fearfully at me before finally gasping and falling flat onto the teller's desk in front of him. The silence was deafening. Both Sirius and I stare in disbelief. "So, Sirius, I think you might just be the first wizard to have killed a goblin with your face alone." Sirius, still in shock, sends me a sidelong look, before replying, "I call bullshit, you know all the ladies love me, Harry." While they were trash-talking to each other as their own form of dealing with shock, everyone else within the bank could only look on in shock at the seemingly nonchalant conversation that they were having. This calm was suddenly shattered when the huge solid main doors near the far wall of the bank were suddenly slammed open and an even louder cacophony of noise echoed throughout the main lobby. Within the blink of an eye, both Sirius and I found ourselves surrounded by almost an entire legion's worth of very sharp weapons pointed at us. I take a moment to look toward my godfather and say, "See, I told you it was your face that scared them." I snarked at godfather, who just sent me a withering stare in reply. Once the legion of annoyed goblins settles into defensive positions, a much better armor goblin walks in. There was even a convenient tag on his chest clearly telling all that he was the manager. The larger goblin stops in front of me, stares for a moment, then looks toward the now clearly very dead goblin laying face down at the teller. The awkward silence drags on, and just when I thought he was about to say something, the silhouette of a giant black dragon appeared behind me and seemed to snarl and open its huge glowing green eyes at the now clearly terrified goblin manager. I couldn't hear the poor goblin's mind, but I could guess that his current thought process probably amounted to something like, "I am going to die. I am going to die. I am going to die." I continued to lightly smile as I patiently waited for the goblin manager to stop having his mental breakdown so we could actually talk. Sirius, bless him, was totally clueless about the current hardships the goblin manager, and every other goblin in the building for that matter, was currently under, and had decided to speak up, which to my amazement, actually caused the goblin manager out of his nightmare-induced hallucination. Goblin manager, sir, in our defense we hadn't even had the chance to say anything before this goblin seemed to simply kick the bucket. Poor work ethics, I say, seeing as he couldn't wait until we were finished with our business. He callously says while shrugging. I couldn't help giving my godfather my most impressive deadpan to date. But he only shrugged again in response. While Sirius and I had our little banter, the goblin manager finally managed to regain some type of composure. Cough cough. He started by clearing his throat before asking, right, how can G Gringotts help you G gentlemen today? Before noticing my stare at the still probably semi-warm dead goblin next to us. Don't worry about him G gentlemen. He points rudely at the very dead goblin. He was old. It was bound to happen at some point, we're just very sorry you were the ones to experience his clearly total lack of good service. I just nod patiently toward the goblin, while Sirius was still a bit confused at why the goblins seem so nervous at the moment. I wonder if they're simply all down with something? Can goblins even get sick? Sirius' thoughts were clearly visible on his face. In an attempt to move this mess along, and to hopefully move away from the dead goblin laying next to him, I ask, well, my godfather and I are here to talk to our respective vault managers, if you could send us to them or call them here, we would both be very grateful. The goblin manager nods, yes. Yes. We can certainly do that for you G gentlemen, if you would simply tell me your names I can take you to your vault managers. Sirius still looks toward the goblin in confusion and suspicion. Goblins are never nice to wizards. I know I've been locked away for a long time, but this is just disturbing. They're acting so politely, it's like he's terrified of something. Oh well, not my problem. While Sirius was having deep thoughts, I decided to speak for the both of us. I'm Harry James Potter and my companion is Lord Sirius Black. The goblin manager rapidly nods and waves at the both of them to follow him. As soon as they've both left the room, the entire legion of security goblins drop to their knees, some even begin to vomit right then and there. Common thoughts between the remaining goblins ranged from, that child was not normal, to I will die a happy goblin if I never see that little monster again. Harry's sheer presence was enough to make hardened goblins warriors want to run for their lives. Some actually looked at the still very dead goblin and cursed the lucky bastard for actually dying so quickly while they had been stuck within spitting distance of that little monster. Chapter 6, What's yours is mine and what's mine is still mine. E/N. Gringotts, management level, Harry's POV. As Sirius and I are led through long hallways, I examined the many doors found on each side of the hall. Through the small windows on some of the doors, I can see numerous goblins hard at work, but as I neared the doors the goblins all seemed to tense and seem on edge. I wonder what's wrong? Maybe they're working too hard, I thought idly as I walked past, not noticing that some of the goblins I'd already passed from the view of, fainting on top of their desks while others shuddered as if they'd been exposed to something arctic. In any case, it's not my problem, I thought as I turned my gaze back towards the goblin that was guiding us. Not long after walking through a pair of large solid steel sets of gates, we were led into a rather large chamber whose roof was supported by a number of huge pillars that rose so high that they faded into the darkness above our heads. At the end of this chamber, like all good chambers seemed to do, was a throne that was currently occupied by what he had to assume was the king, or head manager, of the British Gringotts. Welcome, the King Goblin started, Lord Black and Heir Peveril Potter Black to my halls. I am Ragnok, 6th of the name, King of Goblins of Britain, and I ask you, why have you come to my home? I watched from the corner of my eye as my godfather bowed from the waist with his hands held straight at his sides, which I copied immediately, not because I felt any respect for the goblin, but because my godfather did, and one does not show up your father in such situations. Please your grace, feel free to address my godson and I by our given names, otherwise we will be here all day saying heir this and lord that. Sirius offers graciously. Ragnok only nods in acceptance, not offering the same in exchange, but that's to be expected from a king. Your grace, my godson and heir, and I have only come to claim what is rightfully ours by blood and magic. We were not expecting to meet with you, your grace, simply our account managers, nor had we expected to arrive at such an awkward moment. Sirius stated calmly. But I could see the strain tighten around his eyes. Ah, yes. That was a rather poor example of our usual services, Lord Black. Our people do love to work after all, but sometimes they do push themselves a little too far. Please accept our apologies for such a showing. As compensation, all services for today will be free of charge. Ragnok said amicably. Now, other than meeting your account managers, is there anything else you might need from the people? Your Grace, my godfather and I are currently living in Kyoto. Are there any Gringotts branches within Japan, and if so, where would we be able to find them so we can avail ourselves of their services? I asked politely. Because being polite never hurts. Ragnok slowly shook his head before answering, no, I'm afraid not, Harry. We haven't been able to open a bank on Japanese soil due to the faction or factions that are in charge of that region, as they're even more reclusive than your fellow wizards, and we haven't been able to contact their leadership. I was slightly surprised to find out that the goblins were even aware of other factions. Which I commented on. While it's true we're now a reclusive people, we still keep an eye out of the going-on of the world above. It is the height of folly to ignore potential danger, and we goblins are no fools. He answered with a rather cruel sharp-toothed smile. We goblins have been aware of the three main factions since ancient times and have on numerous occasions in our history even been dragged into their many reckless wars. Ragnok shook his head. So have your fellow witches and wizards, and while it isn't taught in your schools, Ragnok scoffed when he said school, I do know that the unspeakables are fully aware of the three factions, but I am unsure if the higher up within your government take the three factions seriously or not, as many either refuse to believe that there are things out there with that much power or are generally too afraid to let this information spread out to common populace out fear that the Muggleborns would leave and join these factions. Not that I would blame them, of course, ancestors know they'd probably do better there than with their own people. Ragnok finished snidely. I had to agree with Ragnok's theory. Say what you will about the pure blood agenda, I thought, but they're not totally stupid. Because while they might hate Muggleborns, they also know that their economy, workforce, and population would collapse without them. Now, Ragnok started to say as he got up off his throne, now that we've gotten the questions out of the way, I do believe it's time to settle what you've come here for. If you would follow me, I will lead you to where you need to go. Falling into step behind the Goblin King, while keeping a respectable distance, we were led back out into the maze of hallways, and before long were guided toward a group of offices with large golden plaques with various names printed in black bold texts on them. Stopping in front of one of the doors with the simple word black emblazoned on it, Ragnok signaled toward the door. Ah! Here is the House of Black office. Sirius nods before turning to look at me. All right, Harry, it shouldn't take too long to finish what I've come to do. I'll wait for you in the lobby, as I'm sure you'll be busy catching up with your manager for a while. I sigh resignedly before smiling and nodding in agreement at my godfather before he walks into the office with a grin on his face, leaving Ragnok and I to resume our walk. Oddly enough, this time he decides to walk at my side while occasionally giving me sidelong looks. We walk for maybe 5 more minutes before he comes to a stop, causing me to do the same. He doesn't say anything for a long moment, causing me to tilt my head in confusion as I wait for him to spit out whatever he has on his mind. Whatever it is, it's causing him to look mighty nervous. I thought puzzledly. Coughing quietly to clear his throat, Ragnok asks politely, I've been meaning to ask Harrypotter, but why haven't you responded to any of our correspondence attempts over the years? I only looked at him confusedly before answering, Your Grace, I am sorry to inform you, but I have never, not once, received any mail from you, or for that matter anyone from the wizarding world, in my life. For a brief moment, the Goblin Lord's face went eerily still before he asked again, Not even the summons letter we sent when you reached the age of 6. The look of confusion on my face must have been clearly visible because he quickly explained. So you were unaware of it then? I of course nod before explaining, I've never received any mail during my imprisonment with Dursleys. I know this for a fact because my relatives, and I use that term very loosely, Uncle Vernon and Cousin Dudley would have taken great joy in forcing me to watch them burn any and all letters addressed to me while laughing in my face as they did so. So again, no, I've never received any sort of letter from Gringotts. I wasn't even aware this bank existed until recently. Though my use of recently is a little looser than most, as I'll probably outlive sons if I'm careful enough, so what's a century or two compared to that? Whatever I said was causing Ragnok to sneer, but he quickly reined in his composure when I raised an eyebrow at him. Ahem, yes, well. You see, Harrypotter, we've been trying to contact you because your supposed magical guardian, one Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, has been constantly harassing your account manager, Gornuk. From the reports passed along to me by Gornuk, Mr. Dumbledore has been trying to not only gain access to your family's vaults but has, on numerous occasions, tried to write a betrothal contract. Of course, the old fool has been unable to proceed, thankfully, due to the fact that Lord Sirius Black has always been your actual legal guardian. My eyes narrow dangerously at what I am being told, and for the briefest of moments, I'm pretty sure my eyes took on their dragonic look since I saw Ragnok jump in fright and take a step away from me. I see your grace, then it is a very good thing that my manager has done his job and done it well. I spit out in annoyance, before signing and asking, was there anything else that old fool tried to do? It took Ragnok to gather his wits after the slight scare I'd seemed to have given him before he answered, why yes, it's been reported that he holds possession of your family's heirloom, an ancient invisibility cloak, which had been loaned to him by your father, but he has since refused to return it on the grounds that he's holding it for you. Ah. So that's where Death's cloak is. I thought before continuing my conversation with the Goblin King. Ah, if that is all, then it doesn't matter, your grace, as that cloak is a Peveril heirloom which was passed down to the Potters, so once I claim the Peveril lordship I will be able to summon it and its sibling items to me. Gringotts, management level, Ragnok's POV. Trying to fight off the feeling of intense dread that has been crawling up and down my spine since meeting the little monster, who was currently in the guise of a small human child, I couldn't help but feel my eyes widen in alarm as I stared at the young boy, who has just stated that he was not only claiming the Potter lordship, but also the Peveril's family as well. I thought in alarm. 2 houses that are of the most ancient and most noble rank at that. Ancestors, damn it! This boy isn't normal at all. With that presence of his and ownership of 2 powerful houses and being the only heir of a third. He thought while rubbing his temples in an attempt to stave off the migraine he could feel building behind his eyes. Thankfully, Gornik resisted that old goat. As the boy seems to hold a grudge towards that old whiskered wanker. With my curiosity sated, I nodded at the child before continuing to guide him to Gornik's office. I'll let him deal with the demon child for a few hours. I thought vindicatively while also trying to work out how to get the little monster to ally with the Goblin Nation. Gringotts, management level, Harry's POV. As I slowly followed at the Goblin King's side, I narrowed my eyes and thought, I know for a fact that the Resurrection Stone is a Horcrux, thanks to Riddle's memories, but to think that Dumbledore had the cloak. Also, I don't think my father would have ever lent it to him, so Dumbledore had most likely taken it from Potter's cottage sometime after he'd dumped me into Dirtcaban. That means he probably knows about the Hallows. But upon thinking about a moment longer, I realized that it didn't matter in the end, because soon I will be getting it back. And there will be nothing he can do to stop me from claiming what is mine. It wasn't long after our little talk in the hallway that I was led to another golden door, this one with the names Potter/Peveril boldly emblazoned on its plaque. As soon as we neared the door, Ragnok stops and gestures towards it. Right then, Herr Potter, this here is the Potters, Peveril Management Office, the Goblin, Gornik, inside will help you with all your needs. Ragnok turns to leave before pausing and looking back while pondering something. If possible, Herr Potter, I would like to make a request. I looked at the leader of the Goblin Nation, a little intrigued at what he wanted before nodding for him to continue with his request. Of course, your grace, if it's something I can help you with I'll be glad to do it. I answered him cordially. The king looked momentarily surprised that I agreed. Odd, he must have expected me to say no. Pardon me, Herr Potter. He coughs to clear his throat. If you would allow it, I would like to be present during your meeting between you and your house manager. I raise an eyebrow at his request, idle wondering if this was a common occurrence, seeing nothing to really lose by accepting his request, but still curious as to why I nod and ask. If that is what you want, your grace, I do not mind, but may I ask why? Ragnok grins widely, giving me a healthy flash of all his sharp teeth before responding. I have a feeling that this meeting will bring about interesting things and I would like to talk to you about forming an alliance between you and the Goblin Nation. This time it was my turn to look surprised. As far as I know from both Voldemort's memories and what Sirius has told me about goblins, they usually don't like dealing with wizards and almost always try to swindle as much gold as they can from you, but so far, they've been quite helpful and polite, but after thinking about the king's words a moment longer, I simply decided that it really doesn't matter in the end. Coming to a decision quickly, I answer the king, that's fine, your grace, I don't see any reason to deny you witnessing my meeting with my family's manager, as I am sure you'll be willing to answer any questions I might have that the Potter's manager wouldn't have an answer to. The king nods his acceptance before gently knocking on the golden door before gently opening the door, allowing us both entrance into the rather well-appointed office, then waving me to enter first before closing the door behind us both. Sitting expertly behind a desk is a rather pale-looking goblin who seemed a bit surprised to see his liege following me into his office before collecting himself and greeting us both. GG, greetings, Lord, I hadn't expected to see you with Herr Potter. The older goblin stammered. Ragnok shook his head at the other goblin. Gornik, I am here simply as a guest at the moment, Please pay me no mind and see to dealing with Herr Potter first. With his liege's permission, Gornik turned back towards me and introduced himself. Ah, yes. My apologies, Herr Potter, I was just caught off guard seeing my king with you. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. My name is Gornik and I have the pleasure of overseeing all of your portfolios, which are rather extensive. Please, Lord and Herr Potter, do take a seat. Would either of you like a refreshment? Coffee or something stronger? The old goblin offered politely. Taking our seats, the king and I both shake our heads at the offer of refreshments. Nod and quickly take a seat. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance as well, Gornik, I've reliably informed. I gave the king a small smirk, that you've been trying to contact me for a while. I would first like to apologize for not replying, but as I have just informed his grace, I have seemed to have had no luck in receiving any mail from Gringotts, or any mail at all for the matter, and as such, I have been unaware of all attempts of contact, I informed my manager. Gornik turned toward Ragnok, who'd taken the seat next to me, who simply nodded in confirmation. I see. Then it's best we talk about that as well then, as there has been a series of weird and rather vexing events happening. In any case, now that you're finally here, we can finally proceed to deal with them. Is there anything else I can help you with today? He asks. Gathering my thoughts, I take a breath and then respond. I have come to claim my lordship rings and initiate the process of moving my holdings to Kyoto, Japan. As of now, both the Potters and Peverils have joined with the yokai faction, as such we no longer wish to remain members of the British wizarding community. Both pairs of goblins' eyes almost bug out of their skull at this declaration. Doesn't that young boy know that he is not only planning to single-handedly cripple the British Ministry of Magic, both politically and financially, by moving two of the richest and politically connected ancient houses, but us as well? Thought both king and his fellow goblin in growing horror. Seeing the growing alarm on both goblins, I couldn't help but grin roguishly at Ragnok. I, of course, would be open to speaking with the yokai faction leadership to open their borders and allow the Goblin Nation to open a branch in Kyoto. This will of course be in exchange for that alliance you spoke about, King Ragnok, but now instead of an alliance between just your grace and myself, it will be the yokai faction as a whole, which I am sure both you and Lady Yasaka would find to be beneficial to us all. Gornik, who looked like he was going to have a stroke at any moment, pulls out a small hand towel and begins to clean his sweaty brow while nervously flicking his eyes between his liege lord and the little demon who has taken a decade or more off his lifespan. Ragnok said nothing for almost 10 minutes before agreeing to my suggestion/subtle threat of ruination. Of course, Herr Potter, we of the Goblin Nation would be thankful for this chance to expand our services to our eastern friends. I nod in acceptance then towards Manager Gornik. Now that we've dealt with the political aspect of my plan, I would also like to see if my parents left a copy of their will within my vaults and to find out why said will wasn't executed. Gornik, now mostly dry of his own sweat, nods briskly before getting up and moving over to a large filing cabinet on the far wall. Opening one of its drawers and shuffling about for a moment or two, he pulls out a folder, before placing it on his desk and flipping it open, and starts to read through what I think is an itinerary report. Yes, here we go. There is indeed a combined will from Mr. James Andrew Potter and his wife, Mrs. Lily Ann Potter. The will had been processed a month before their deaths. The old goblins paused for a moment as he mumbled aloud, it seems that just following your parents' murders, one Albus Dumbledore had the will sealed using his political positions within the ministry. Oddly, there was no explanation whatsoever as to why it was sealed. The goblin picked up another piece of paper, giving it a quick once-over, before making a jerky nod of his head and continuing, You're in luck, Herr Potter, we do appear to have a copy of your parents' will, however it can only be opened by Lord Potter, which you would have been if you had received your lordship rings 3 years, since you're the only surviving member of the Potters family bloodline. As such, when you hadn't responded to our summons, we moved to inform your magical guardian, which Mr. Dumbledore proclaimed himself to be, that we unable to contact you, to which he claimed that you were currently in hiding for your safety and he would inform you himself regarding your lordships, which even at the time, I personally never believed he would, but I was unable to go around him. Gornik sadly shook his head while I looked down in thought. Dumbledore again. I had already suspected the old fool to be involved in this mess, but suspecting and actually having proof are two different things. Shaking my head to clear away thoughts of stabbing the old fool, repeatedly. I look away from the floor and back up toward where my account manager sat patiently before speaking. There must be something within the will that he doesn't want me, or anyone, to see. Gornik nods once more, then gets up and once again walks toward the office file cabinet, opens one of its drawers and pulls out a small red box and another folder, then walks back to his desk and hands them to me before commenting, "That Potter is the Lord's ring, which I recommend you put on first. If it accepts you, it'll make you an adult recognized by magic and then you will be able to read your parents' will." Which he taps on while it sits on top of his desk. Nodding in agreement, I quickly take out the Potter's family Lord ring and roll it around on the palm of my hand while taking a moment to examine it for a moment. The ring appeared to be made out of gold and had the engraving of a roaring griffin that had 2 small rubies for eyes. As I continued to look at the ring, I found myself suddenly saying, "Ah, while I am here, I will also be claiming the Peveril Lordship. If you could please get that ring as well." I ask Gornik, who only looks surprised for a moment but nods and leaves in a hurry. At my side, I can feel Ragnok continue to stare at me expectantly, while I just continue my inspection of my family's ring before shrugging and shoving it onto my ring finger. Immediately after I do so, the ring begins to glow a faint red before I feel it connect with my magical core. It doesn't take long for it to settle and resize itself to the size of my finger. I smile at the subtle feeling the magic within the ring gives me. It feels like it's saying, "Welcome home." Then the ring vanishes from view, but I could still feel the connection, so it must have simply turned intangible. Quite a useful function, honestly. I noticed that I've received a new notification, so as I waited for Gornik to come back from the Peveril vaults with the Lord's ring, I decided to read it. Ding ding! Title has evolved, Heir Lord Potter. Lord Potter. The holder of this title is the Lord of the most ancient and most noble House Potter. The Potter's family bloodline is rumored to be one of the oldest families of magic users still existing till the modern era. Unfortunately, any records possibly able to confirm this rumor has either been lost to time, were not recorded in the first place, or purposely destroyed. The earliest recorded history of the Potter family only dates as far back to the early 12th century, to one Linfred of Stinchcombe, who was then locally known as the Potterer and was a well-known pioneering Poti-Oner credited with creating the potions, Skull Gro and Pepper Up, which are still in use till this day. The Potters are also well known for their stance against corruption and tyranny, and their members have been often recorded, usually at the forefront, fighting against such at every turn. Sadly, the once great family was almost extinguished during the last Wizard Civil War against the forces of you-know-who. Family motto, Per quis mobilitatis dignitatem, Femper Fortis, in noble and quiet dignity, we remain steadfast. Note, potions made by the title holder are now 5 to 10% more potent. Addendum I, the Potters are well known for making and drinking their own booze. 10% to all rep gains when dealing with alcoholics. Addendum 2, holding the title of Lord makes you an adult in the eyes of Mother Magic. I nod in satisfaction and mentally close the window, just in time to watch Gornik come in with another small box in hand. This one was black with the name Peveril inlaid in gold on it, which he handed to me when he neared. Lord Potter, I was impressed that he'd already noticed the Potter's ring being gone. I must warn you, many Potters throughout the ages have tried to wear the Peveril ring to become Lord Peveril, but they have all been denied by the ring and were then punished severely by family magics, or in the worst of cases, had all their magic consumed by the ring itself. Gornik warned me. Well, that wasn't alarming at all. I thought dryly myself. I look at Gornik and nod. I see. Thank you for the warning, Gornik. However, the reason for that is because they lacked something crucial to become Lord Peveril. I informed the goblin. I then opened the little black box and took the ring out. Looking at the ring, I noticed that the ring itself was made of some kind of deep black marble streaked through with veins of gold, while its sigil was golden with what appeared to be an engraved with the shape of a triangle with a circle inside followed by a line straight through of both shapes. And that is that they weren't the Master of Death. I said as I put on the ring, ignoring the gasp of shock coming from 2 goblins. The moment the ring was fitted onto my ring finger, it started to glow with a grey-blackish light until it settled and, just like the Potter ring had before it, resizes itself to fit on my finger. Then, like before, it becomes intangible and vanished from view. You're the Master of Death! They both shouted at the same time while pointing at me. Ragnok and Gornik gape at me and then at each other before turning back to me, while I simply grin cheekily back at them. This carries on for a good minute before they both shake their heads in resignation at the same exact moment, which I found highly amusing. Yes, that's right. Master of Death in the flesh. I continue to chuckle amusingly at both goblins. I'm not surprised that they know what that title means and not just it's a legend. After all, the goblins are an old race and they have knowledge about just everything that has happened or is happening within the wizarding world. Now, before we proceed any further, I have just one more thing to do. Come. I, the Master of Death, call upon you, the Deathly Hallows, to return to whence you belong. England, Little Hangleton, Gaunt family shack. In a little abandoned shack, that has long been abandoned and has since been further ravaged by time and neglect, something unusual was occurring from within it. Shining out through the shack's windows and various cracks was a bright flash of light followed by something small that shot out the ceiling and flew off in the general direction of London and at some clip at that. Reports would later say a micrometeor hit the shack. Scotland, Scottish Highlands, Hogwarts, Headmaster's office. Inside we see a very happy Dumbledore speaking to a thin man with a large and hooked nose. The hooked-nosed man has greasy black shoulder-length hair and cold black eyes. This man seems rather unhappy, in fact, some would say he was in a very bad mood. The reason for this is that useless waste of man Mundungus Fletcher had caught sight of that Cur-Black and the brat, Potter, and had came running to tell Dumbledore, who had then called him away from his lab down in the dungeons, and now he's getting dragged into going kidnap, he means, rescuing the brat, because the old goat apparently was unable to call back the rest of the order, since they were all over Britain looking for said brat, Potter. Meanwhile, Dumbledore gets up from behind his desk and begins to walk toward his faithful companion, Reed, slave, Fox. Come now, Severus. We simply must catch them before they leave Gringotts. The old goat said gaily. However, unknown to him, was that his good mood was about to be ruined when his wand holster began to glow brightly, followed by one of his desk drawers. The items themselves seemed to glow ever brighter until they, in a burst of light, sound, and force, shoot out the window flying in high speed, destroying the desk and sending Dumbledore twirling through the air and in, Severus's opinion, some rather impressive flips against one of the nearby bookshelf. Severus and Fox could only gape in shock at having witnessed what had happened. Meanwhile, Dumbledore can only groan in pain as he lays within the remains of what was a very expensive bookshelf filled with very thick, heavy, and very expensive books. England, London, flying over the streets, a girl's POV. Flying high in the sky and hidden with magic, we see a cute little girl with a slim body, shoulder-length blonde hair, and blue eyes, who appeared to be around 9 years of age and flying on top of a broom. On her head she wears an oversized blue witch's hat. This girl's name is L.E. Faye Pendragon and she is a member of Golden Dawn, a magic organization where she studies magic. You see, she has a talent for magic casting and so far she has mastered all kinds of spells, even the forbidden ones. However, today she's on her way to Diagon Alley to restock her potion ingredients. She's not really a fan of wand magic users, they're so behind the times and are oftentimes too arrogant for taste, but their magical ingredients are always top-notch, so she decided to bite the bullet and put up with the magical snobs. When she had almost arrived at the alley, there was a glowing object that flew by her at a dangerously high speed which almost caused her to fall off her broom by surprising her, causing her to let out a small eep. In shock, as she holds onto her hat tightly as the object zipped past by and unleashes a very strong gust of wind. When it had passed, she quickly looked toward the flying object only to watch it fly off at speeds not even she could match. What was that? It was brimming with mana and it seems to be flying toward Diagon Alley. Enjoying the excitement of finding such a strange mystery, she smiles brightly and decides to follow the UFO, maybe I'll find adventure. Or even some new magical thingy. She thinks excitedly. She had no idea that she was going to witness something that would change her life forever. Gringotts, Gornik's office, Harry's POV. It didn't take long for 3 small orbs of light to come flying through the ceiling and causing a storm of dust and dirt, surprising both Ragnok and Gornik. The orbs stop and float for a few seconds in front of me, before then taking their original forms, and now, floating before me I see the cloak, wand, and stone. I quickly reach out and grab both the wand and cloak and put them into my inventory. I really don't need them per se, but they might come in handy someday, I thought to myself, and I'd rather have them sitting in my inventory than someone using them with evil intentions. Once I'd finished putting away the cloak and wand, I reached out for the stone and activated one of my skills, causing my eyes to glow momentarily. I can see the clearly evil and dark aura surrounding it. Now that I've confirmed that the stone is indeed a Horcrux, I place it onto the desk in front of me while getting up from my seat and stepping back a bit. The goblins look on confusedly at my action, but I just grin at them and reach out with my palm open, and then Oathkeeper appears in a brief flash of white light and I point it at the stone. It doesn't take long for a beam of light to shoot from its tip, and even shorter before the soul shard began moaning and wailing in pain and despair, of course, makes both Ragnok and Gornik jump up and hiss in both anger and disgust at what they see before them. After a few minutes of this, I force out a little more power, and with a final wail of pain the Horcrux is finally purified and vanishes in a puff of oily smoke. I smile for a job well done and sit back down while letting Oathkeeper go, and as the keyblade starts to fall it slowly vanishes in stream of bright motes of light. While the goblins curse in as many human languages as they know, which for an international bank, is a lot, I check my newest notification. Ding ding! You have been accepted by the Peveril's Lord Ring and have collected all of the 3 Deathly Hallows. Title has evolved, Heir Peveril Lord Peveril. The holder of this title is the heir of the most ancient and most noble House Peveril. The Peverils were an ancient family of magic users who are recorded to have died out sometime between the 12th and 14th centuries due to no male heirs able to carry on their family name. The bloodline, however, has been noted in several prominent other magical families, such as the Gaunts, Blacks, and Potters. It is also rumored that the 3 Peveril brothers, Antioch, Cadmus, and Ignotus, are believed by some to be the subjects of the wizarding legend, the tale of the 3 brothers, who each possessed one item of the fabled items called the Hallows. Some however argue that it is far more likely that the brothers were simply the creators of the fabled items if they actually exist at all. Family motto, Mors in vita servet, in life, death serves. Note, holders of this title are known for having the devil's luck, which adds 5 to 10% to all luck roll chances. Addendum I, Peverils were well known for gambling. Usually with their lives. 10% to all rep gains when dealing with adrenaline junkies. Addendum 2, holding the title of Lord makes you an adult in the eyes of Mother Magic. While Gornik just stared at his desk where he'd just witnessed a soul shard being vanquished, I reached over to place the stone into my inventory with its fellows. Just as I'd done that, Ragnok turns to me and just growls out, "And whose twisted cursed ancestor Horcrux was that?" he demands. I close my eyes before replying, "Voldemort's. The crazy bastard made several of the damn things, but I have destroyed all but one now." The Goblin King once again begins to curse something fierce, though I'm not surprised at his reaction. The process to create a Horcrux is not only something beyond horrendous, it was monstrous, and the Dark Lord made 5 of the damn things. Well, 6, but that one wasn't intentional and doesn't count. After several minutes of what I believe to be a rather impressive string of goblin curse words, as no two sounded the same, Ragnok has finally calmed down enough to talk. I turn to Gornik, who is still wearing a look of pure disgust on his face, which again, I don't blame him, before asking him, "Gornik, I would like to read my parents' will now." He just picked up the folder and handed it to me. I must admit, I'm a bit nervous about reading this document, as these are my parents' last words put to paper. But I pull myself together and finally open the folder. I begin to read the letter within while quickly skipping past all the legal mumbo-jumbo and getting to the bequests and final personal messages. This is the last will and testament of James Andrew Potter and Lily Ann Potter née Evans. We, James Andrew Potter and Lily Ann Potter née Evans, being of sound mind and judgment, hereby make this, our last will and testament. All previous wills are null and void. First off, we name Sirius Orion Black as Harry's godfather and his legal magical guardian. If Sirius is unable to fulfill his role of guardian, then we wish for the following people to care for him in this order: Remus Lupin, Frank and Alice Longbottom, Amelia Susan Bones. Secondly, if we are dead, then Peter Pettigrew has betrayed us and the Order, which would explain many of the deaths the Order has recently experienced. We had Peter be our secret keeper when Albus Dumbledore, the caster of the Fidelius charm on our home in Godric's Hollow, suggested that we use Peter instead and use Sirius as a decoy. Please send a copy of this will to the Ministry of Magic, Department of Magical Law Enforcement, attention Amelia Bones, to ensure the woman has a solid case. I skipped the next section, as it was mostly diving up portions of the Potter's wealth to friends and family, which weren't many on the family side of things. To our son Harry James Potter, we leave you everything we have, and it's our sincerest wish that you lead not only a fulfilling life but more importantly, a happy one. We also state that under no circumstances is our son, Harry, to be placed with Lily's sister, Petunia Disley, and her husband Vernon Disley. They're spiteful and hateful people who would never treat Harry with the love and care that he will need growing up parentless. Harry, if you're reading this, then we're no longer among the living, and we're so sorry for that. We deeply wish we could be with you so that we could experience all of your moments throughout your life, like the moments of triumph, and all your silly mistakes. Your first girlfriend, or friends, wink wink, Dad, the moments of joy, the struggles. Everything. But no, Harry, that we love you and we will always love you. Until the sun dies out and time itself stops having any meaning. We will love you, Harry. Forever. Sincerely. James Andrew Potter. Lily Ann Potter née Evans. Witnessed, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. Gritting my teeth, I handed over the will to Gornick, who quickly read it before placing it back into the folder on his desk, while I closed my eyes to both think and to calm down. I already knew my parents loved me, and it makes me happy to read their last words of care and love, but it seems my suspicions were on the spot. That old fool not only sealed my parents' will, but he also acted as the only witness. How he managed that, I have no idea, but if I had to guess, I'd think magic was involved. I thought with dark humor. He clearly knew that Sirius was innocent, but he let him rot in Azkaban for almost 8 years, and to top off the insult to injury, the old bastard went against my parents' expressed wishes and left me with the Dursleys. The son of a bitch is almost as malicious as Voldemort himself. I thought angrily. During my contemplation, I must have let some of my power leak, because as soon as I opened my eyes again, I caught sight of both Ragnok and Gornick hiding behind the only desk in the office, with only their wide-open eyes looking at me from just above the rip of the desk. Sorry about that, I sort of lost my temper for a moment there, due to how much Dumbledore has tried to control my life. Sighing loudly I continued, in any case, I thank you both for your time and help. I say while I get up off the borrowed chair, then turn and bow at the waist as a show of respect. This seemed to calm both goblins down a tad as they moved to come out of their hiding spot. Gornick nods his head rapidly, while Ragnok, whose voice was an octave higher than before, speaks up for the both of them. Oh, of course, Lord Potter, it is our pleasure to help you in any way we can. Gornick will immediately start preparing to move all Potter and Peveril assets to Kyoto as soon as possible. We hope that once talks are done concerning our alliance with the yokai faction, you'll consider doing business with Gringotts again. He finishes. I smile and nod at Ragnok's offer, of course, Your Grace. While we're on the topic of my estate again, please also sell all properties, as I have no need for a home in this Merlin-forsaken country anymore. Gornick speaks up, of CC course L Lord P. Potter. It shall be done as you have asked. I have to say that it is a sad day that 2 of the oldest and richest magical houses are leaving to join another faction, but we of Gringotts wish you a most rewarding endeavor going forward. I smiled and was about to speak again when a younger and smaller goblin dashed through the door, making us all turn toward him in puzzlement. My liege. Senior Manager. I have news. Mr. Albus Dumbledore is in the lobby demanding, loudly and obnoxiously, that Lord Potter is to be brought out to him at once. Ragnok growls out in anger, how dare this jump-up goat-buggering wizard come barging into Goblin Land and make demands of us. As Ragnok was about to say something more, he suddenly fell silent when a terribly cold and dark chuckle stops everyone on the spot, and slowly they turned to the cause of such a dreadfully ominous noise, only to jump back in fright as they caught sight of my cold and uncaring face and even colder look in my eyes as they started to glow ominously and take on their reptilian shape. The sheer bloodlust pouring off the young lord was felt from the very depths of Gringotts all the way to its lobby far above ground, causing one Albus Dumbledore to shiver as if someone had just done a jig on his grave. Meanwhile, Sirius, who had been making his way back to the lobby, stopped suddenly as he felt the now familiar oppressive feeling of his godson had begun filling the building around him. Ah! Ha ha ha! What idiot pissed off Harry? He asks his escort, only to notice that they are quickly retreating deeper into their tunnels, causing him to grin in amusement, and he decides to simply continue on. The goblin stuck in the room with the demon in child form only wanted to die, or at the very least, pass out. Thankfully, as sudden as the pressure had appeared, it had also suddenly stopped, and while the goblins caught their collective breath and hid any possible stains they may or may not have made, Harry began to walk towards the lobby. Let's go see what the old fool wants. The young goblin, who just so happened to be an intern from the American branch of Gringotts, had only one thing to say regarding what he had just experienced: that old goat is about to get wrecked. Then he went back to trying to regain his breath while both Gornick and Ragnok nodded tiredly in agreement. Flashback start, 5 minutes ago. Gringotts, main lobby, Dumbledore's POV. After being dug out of a pile of rubble and books, Severus and I rushed toward Gringotts with the help of Fawkes. Unfortunately, it seems that I've worn out my welcome with the goblins and their patience with my previous visits to Badger. I mean, convince them to allow me access into the Potter's vaults, but I don't let that stop me. I idly thought while ignoring the low growls coming from the viciously little creatures. Walking toward one of the creatures at random, bring out Harry Potter. The poor boy is in serious danger while being exposed out in the open. I must take him away for safety. I ordered the goblin, who only continued to stare at me for a moment before slowly shaking his head and looking at me in pity. This reaction was not what I had expected from the goblins. Sword waving and threats of bodily harm, yes, Pity no. Thankfully, my fellow wand-waving wizards and witches within the lobby stare on with awe and respect, as they should, but the goblins are looking at me as if I was insane, which was concerning. Fortunately, it seemed that at least one of those creatures seemed to understand English, as I noticed him run off to wherever I hoped Harry was or to the manager. However, a few minutes later, just when I was starting to think that the little creature had gotten lost in one of their tunnels below, I, and everyone else within the building, felt an awful pressure and bloodlust pour throughout the building. Even Severus, who was a former Death Eater and has been in the presence of Voldemort himself, seemed perturbed and was now sweating and looking paler, if that was even possible, than he's had in years. I myself can't help but tremble at the dread that shivered up my spine. Only for the pressure to disappear as quickly as it had arrived. Following a few moments after the pressure had vanished, the large security gate, found near the back of the main lobby, opened, and walking out from that gate was one Sirius Orion Black, wearing his trademark wolfish grin. Gringotts, main lobby, general POV. Ah, Sirius my boy. It's good to find you in such good health. Dumbledore pompously and loudly. Sirius just raises an eyebrow at him while giving a sidelong glance toward Severus before saying, I'm afraid that I can't say that I feel the same way as you, headmaster. But enough about me, what are you doing here? And with Snivelus no less. Sirius asks while Severus sneers hatefully at him, but with a quick look from Dumbledore, he seems to settle down. We've come to get young Harry, Sirius. The boy's in serious danger out here in the open. So we have to get him back to his relatives as it is the only safe place for him. Dumbledore seems to actually believe whatever tripe he's selling. But the only thing he receives is laughter from Sirius. Ha 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 ha. You actually believe that, don't you? Ha ha. Harry in danger. Ha ha ha. As if. Sirius suddenly narrows his eyes and glares at his former headmaster. The only dangerous one is you, Albus. Harry doesn't need your protection and he definitely doesn't need his so-called relatives the Dursleys. Severus being his slimy self can't help but speak up. Just be quiet, Black, and hand over the Potter brat. Sirius was about to say something but stopped and begins to madly grin as he looks behind Severus. And who is this brat you're speaking of? A cold voice asks from behind Dumbledore and Snape, causing both men to jump and whirl around, only to see a young Harry Potter standing there glaring at them both. He looks so much like his father. But those eyes are clearly lilies. Is what Severus thought. But this thought only causes him to become angry and in a foolish, in hindsight, decision he reaches out to grab Harry by the scruff of his arm. Arrogant and a show-off, just like your pathetic father. Now come along, brat. I don't have Al-Arg. Severus started to say only to start screaming out in pure agony as the boy was able to, in an amazing display of speed, grab a hold of Severus's wrist and then proceeded to crush it and his bones into sawdust. Needless to say, Snape squealed like a stuck pig. Don't touch me, asshole! Harry all but snarled at the man now rolling around on the floor cradling his broken wrist. Everyone watching on from within the lobby winced as Harry then proceeded to pick up and throw the potions professor out through the bank's main entrance and over the top of a young girl wearing a blue witch's hat, who could only gape at the scene of a fully grown man being manhandled and thrown bodily over her head and sent crashing onto the streets below. Dumbledore, of course, took a step back at such an amazing display of inhuman strength from a 9-year-old boy. Harry, my boy. You shouldn't have done that. Severus was just concerned for your safety. Dumbledore says in the clearly fake grandfatherly way while his eyes begin to do what Harry thought was creepy as hell, twinkle. Sadly, everyone who was watching on, thought the aging Hogwarts headmaster was finally going senile. Harry only scowls at the headmaster. Whatever, I don't have time to deal with this nonsense. Take your pet Death Eater and your crazy fire chicken and leave, Dumbledore. I have far more important things to do today. Come on, Godfather, we have to leave to do that errand before we can go back home. Harry states before turning away from Dumbledore and walking away. Sirius nods in agreement, knowing that Harry was probably speaking about having to go to Romania to speak with one of the vampires' clans. Quickly walking to catch up to Harry, who seemed to be slowly drawing the attention of the local populace, only to duck and dodge when they heard. Stupefy! Yelled Dumbledore twice in quick succession, as he brandished his wand, which to many onlookers looked suspiciously like a different wand from his usual one, as he tries to knock out both Sirius and Harry with stunning spell only to have his eye almost fall out of his head from shock when he witnesses Harry catches his spell and crushes it with his bare hand. Harry sighs deeply, before speaking to the senile old man. I was going to deal with you and your pet some other time, but I might as well give you a taste for what's to come. Know this, Dumbledore. I'll make you pay for abandoning me to the Dursleys, who abused and tortured me for almost 8 years. For knowing that Sirius was an innocent man and then letting him rot in Azkaban. For 8 years. The bystanders who had gathered around could only stare in disbelief at what they were hearing. Some felt anger and others felt disgust at what the boy was accusing the headmaster of. But Harry continued to speak, and possibly worst of all. For keeping that piece of shit of a human who was the one who told the prophecy to Voldemort. He's the true reason my parents are dead. And you. Not only did you save him from his just prison sentence, but you gave him a job. Teaching kids no less. Sirius, who had been enjoying watching his godson release some of the pent-up trauma he'd experienced growing up, only to snarl when he heard the later half of Harry's rant, before turning towards Snivellis, who was still struggling to get up onto his feet, and pulling out his wand and yelling at Severus, "What? You bastard!" Sirius roared while casting a few choice curses at the downed man. Meanwhile, Dumbledore was starting to panic. The brat not only knew about things he shouldn't but was yelling them for everyone to hear. Harry of course wasn't done. The wizarding world claims you're some kind of leader of the light. The most powerful wizard to have lived since Merlin himself, but that's just a ruse. A ruse you use to hide the manipulating bastard you are. But you know what? That's fine. Let's just see who really is the master of light. Harry waves his arm and once more his keyblade, Oathkeeper, appears in a sudden flash of light. He points it right at the old fool. Fay, who had been watching from the top of Gringotts stairs, has stars sparkling in her eyes as she recognizes the weapon that the boy was somehow using and excitedly began to wildly clap while the rest of the crowd can only gape in awe at the sight of such a uniquely beautiful weapon. Harry's body begins to let out streams of light that seem to dance around him before yelling at Dumbledore. "Get ready!" Dumbledore can only look on in shock, at not only the amount of magic the boy is letting off but at the sight of such beautiful light dancing around him. Just where did the brat get a hold of such power? And what is that weapon he's holding? And most importantly, why is he feeling such dread? Chapter 7, Punting the Fool. E/N. Diagon Alley, outside Gringotts, General POV. Harry's body begins to let out streams of light that seem to dance around him before yelling at Dumbledore. "Get ready!" Dumbledore couldn't help but gape in shock at Harry's display of magic. Not only was it an impressive display of mystical lights, but also the sheer amount of raw magical power the boy was casually letting out. Harry's Oathkeeper begins to glow ominously at its tip. "Let's see you deal with this." Sunray blast, stars of light shoot out from the tip of Oathkeeper and speed toward Dumbledore, causing the older man to jump back with his eyes widening in shock as he raised his wand, causing a shimmering shield of magic to appear in between him and Harry's, only just blocking the shooting stars, which as soon as they had hit, they detonated in small bursts of sparkling light, sending the old man flying up off his feet and then crashing back onto the ground. Meanwhile, Harry, who was floating a bit off the ground, snapped his fingers and a dome of light shimmered into existence surrounding him and the older wizard and sealing them both within. Outside of the dome, Fawkes can be seen flying frantically around it, trying to get in. He even tried to flame inside, only to end up crashing into the dome and slowly sliding down to the ground where it lay there unconscious. Dumbledore, while moaning in pain, was slowly crawling onto his hands and knees while looking up at Harry, trying to calm him down. "Harry, my boy, you've gone too far. All I was just trying to do was protect you. It was a shame about what happened to Sirius, but he wasn't related to you by blood and the protections your mother's sacrifice created for you wouldn't have lasted as long as they have if you had lived with him. As such, I need you to continue living with the Dursleys. It's the only way to keep you safe." Harry glares at the old fool and shakes his head in pity. "You think you have all the answers, don't you, Dumbledore? All that power that your various positions have given you has gone to your head, causing your brain to rot. Those so-called protections are long gone, and the only reason the Dursleys aren't dead, as of yet, is because they too were victims of your schemes and manipulations." Taking a deep breath, Harry continues, "Know this, Dumbledore, when Britain's magical community screams, 'Save us!' I'll look at them, and whisper no, and then they will remember why, Dumbledore. Just as I blame you, they too will blame you as well. Blame you for trying to make me a martyr, a sacrifice for all their sins. A tool that you would use and then discard, and they will see, as I have seen, that you're no leader of the light, you're nothing but a monster in the skin of a man." The cold look in Harry's eyes sends a shiver down Dumbledore's spine but also angers him. Dumbledore felt a surge of anger rise within him and couldn't stop himself from yelling at the child throwing a tantrum, "And what would you know? You're just a brat. What I have done was for the greater good. With just a single noble sacrifice, you would have saved the wizarding world, Harry. Honestly, you should just be happy that with your single insignificant death, thousands of lives would have been saved. So I say again, it's for the greater good that you simply listen to me and die honorably, boy. Dumbledore snarled. Many in the crowd, which had now surrounded the dome, could only look on in shock and growing disgust at the words coming out of their once respected leader of the Light Mouth. The Aurors who had just arrived rushed forward only to stop in their tracks in disbelief of what they had just heard come from Dumbledore's mouth. Meanwhile Ellie Fay could only shake her head in sadness at how far the people her ancestors had helped and protected had fallen. She wondered how her ancestor, Arthur Pendragon, the once King of England, would have reacted to this man's words. Probably by punching him through the nearest wall. She mused. Harry just continued to glare for a few moments more while reflecting on what had just been said. It hurts to know that someone just wanted me to die for their own selfish goals. That someone went to such lengths to ensure that I was weak and unable to protect myself. The day I found out about the prophecy when I absorbed Riddle's memories infuriated me, almost to the point of coughing up blood. That these two fools could become so obsessed with it boggles the mind. But now, after having lived for so long and having met so many people and learned so many things, I couldn't help but feel sad that someone could plan and manipulate so many lives so callously. Geez. I really hate selfish people like you. Harry mutters while looking up toward the sky in contemplation. Dumbledore, you're nothing but a tyrant wearing a facade, one of a gentle and kind grandfatherly old man, and the worst part? Everyone within the wizarding world believes it, and since you've come to power, they've become sheep, ready to be led to the slaughter, but it doesn't matter anymore, as it's no longer my problem. As of this day, the Potters, Blacks, and the Peverells have cut ties with the wizarding British community. Today we leave this cesspool of a country to join another supernatural faction and have decided to wash our hands of this country with joy in our hearts and a pep in our step. Harry smirks. Hearing this, Dumbledore jumps up quickly with anger and indignation twisting his facial features, as a gasp of shock can be heard coming from the surrounding crowd. No. No, no, no. I won't let you ruin my plans with your stupidity, boy. Dumbledore knew what Harry's statement meant for the wizarding world, let alone Britons. The loss of 3 prominent families was a major blow, both financially and politically, not to mention that joining another one of those hidden inhuman factions meant that Harry was now aware of the other powerhouses of the supernatural world, meaning even further loss of control of his tool. I can't let him leave. Dumbledore thought with growing panic and so proceeded to unleash a barrage of spells only for Harry to easily bat them away with Oathkeeper, sending the spells flying and crashing against the dome, making the public flinch at the loud gongs and explosions against it. Meanwhile Ellie Fay stood still with shock. The Potters and Peverells were old, magical families, possibly even older than her own Pendragon's family. Not to mention the loss of the Blacks' political power and money, and now they were all leaving the wizarding world behind, just as her ancestors had done so long ago. Is this what the Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Sorcerer, Founder of the Order of the Phoenix, Supreme Mugwump of the ICW, and Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot amounts to? All of those titles and achievements, and you can't even bring down a 9-year-old? How pathetic! Harry mocks with a huge shit-eating smirk growing on his face once Dumbledore had stopped slinging useless spells at him and to catch his breath from the impressive amount of magic spells he'd tried to hit Harry with. Not giving the old fool too much of a break, Harry raises Oathkeeper and points towards the sky. His body and Keyblade begins to glow in beautiful white light once more. Let's see if you can dodge this. Faith. A pillar of light comes bursting out of Harry and begins to spread around him, unleashing beams of light all over the area inside the dome. Dumbledore, in a speed that's impressive for a man of his age, begins to apparate and dodge the beams, but some were too fast and end up grazing him, causing burns and his clothes to get damaged. Harry's Oathkeeper then begins to glow in a golden light and Harry vanishes in a burst of light to appear in front of Dumbledore and proceeded to hit him with a downward swing, sending him flying only to get hit from behind again as Harry appears in another flash of light. This proceeded to happen, again and again. The only thing Ellie Fay and the public could see were flashes of light and Dumbledore being bounced around until he lands on the middle of the dome and Harry appears once again, this time in the air above the old man. He spins Oathkeeper in his hand and then points downwards towards Dumbledore, who was trying to get up. Holy! Multiple orbs of white light form in a circle around the tip of Oathkeeper and shoot out at the same time. The old man barely had time to apparate before the orbs hit him. Instead they hit the ground and unleash an explosion of light. Heaven, 7th level of heaven, God's throne. Meanwhile, in a place sitting above the clouds with a bright white ceiling high overhead, guarded by a large gate that has a white stone path and stone buildings, which appear to be floating. This is the seventh heaven, the present location of the sacred gear system, and the God of the Bible's throne, where it once was the location where the God of the Bible resided within heaven, before his death. In there we find two high-ranking angels staring at God's system intently. Some time ago it started to react to something down in the human world, and beautiful white light can be seen periodically shine and burst from the system. One was Gabriel, a beautiful woman with curly blonde hair and a voluptuous figure, who is known as the most beautiful woman in heaven. She is a seraph and she has 12 wings growing from her back. She turns to the other seraph. Father, what is going on with Father's system? I've never seen it act like this. She was nervous and a bit scared but at the same time hopeful. This was the first time in a long her father's system seemed to look so alive and that white light is so beautiful that she can't help but admire it. Michael, whose appearance was that of an incredibly handsome-looking man with long blonde hair and green eyes. He has 12 wings growing from his back, and unlike other angels whose wings are white, his wings are colored gold, symbolizing his position as the leader of the heaven faction. He wears a red robe with a gold cross on the front of his white alb. He has golden shoulder plates with a white sash and a golden halo set above his head. I don't know Gabriel. It has never done something like this before, or at least not since Father was alive, but I will send a few angels to investigate. It seems that whatever is causing these reactions comes from London. Both seraphs can only continue to stare in befuddlement at God's system as it seems to look both more active and alive with light. Diagon Alley, the dome of light on the street outside of Gringotts, Harry's POV. Dumbledore reappears and looks in fear and shock at the explosion of light before turning to look at Harry cautiously. I must admit, watching the old man dodge spells like Faith and Holy like that was rather impressive even though he wasn't quite fast enough. I stare at Dumbledore after my spell is finished. He was hurt and bleeding from multiple wounds. He seems to be sweating and breathing heavily too, though he looks a bit proud of himself for being able to dodge my spell. Too bad for him that I am holding back by a lot. Not bad. I float down to the ground and stand there for a second. Too bad you already look dead on your feet. It's about time I finish this. I don't have the time to play with you any longer, and besides, I'm sure someday I will be forced to come and finish what I started today, so how about I show you and all of these people a legend rank holy light spell. Let's see if you can still stand after this, leader of light. I close my eyes and light begins to shine and glow around me. I begin to chant. O light that rains down on heaven and earth, bring my enemies to their destined annihilation, Fortune's arc. Not for the first time today the crowd, Dumbledore and Le Fay could only look on in shocked amazement at the beautiful light show and the raw amount of magic that was visible around the area Harry stood. Le Fay was definitely impressed. Amazing. There were no mathematical formulas nor any magical build-up with those spells. They were fast, very fast. This was clearly some kind of quick trigger magic on a massive scale, but the most amazing fact was that it was so carefully controlled. But soon everyone had their eyes widened at the end of the chant as Dumbledore raised his wand and braced himself. He begins to cast protective spells in hopes of weathering this magical onslaught. Protego Maxima. Fientu Duri. Repello Inimicum. I see Dumbledore in a desperate move cast the strongest protection spells I know exist for wand users and overpowers them with his magic, but I know that it'll turn out useless. This spell always hits, it can't be blocked and can't be dodged. As soon as I finish chanting and the orb of light surrounding me bursts, I watch as Dumbledore can only look up in shock when a giant magic circle forms above us and white lighting begins to fall from it on every inch inside the dome surrounding us and his. Protective spells fail as soon as the spell hits the magic shield, shattering it easily. Arg! Dumbledore's scream of pain is the only thing that can be heard as everyone is temporarily blinded by the light coming out of the spell. The spell runs its course and the old fool is standing there with eyes wide and wide open, his mouth agape in a silent scream of agony. Smoke and the smell of burnt flesh can be perceived by the public and me, however I wasn't done. And grant us the divine protection of thy brilliance. Harry chanted. I gently swing Oathkeeper and a rainbow-colored light bursts out of my body and blasts Dumbledore off his feet until he crashes into the dome I created. He soon falls to the ground in a heap and stays unmoving. He's not dead, I can still feel his energy, but he'll be feeling that for a while. I grin to myself, happy to have finally had some payback at one of the main reasons for my suffering, but deep down I know it's not over. I'm sure that eventually I'll be dragged into this fool's plot once again, but next time there won't be any mercy. I let go of the Oathkeeper and it vanishes in motes of white light. I snap my fingers, the dome shatters with a sound of breaking glass and begins to disappear. Le Fay's POV. Those spells were incredible. And beautiful. Such a pretty light display, but they were clearly far above and beyond any of the typical wand user's capabilities. I doubt even a seraph could pull magical spells like that off, at least, not anymore. Li Fei loves magic and she has dedicated a lot of her life to her magical studies, but she has never heard or read anything about the existence of such spells. She begins to bounce from foot to foot in excitement. Ooh, I wonder where he learned those spells. Gasp. What other ones does he know? Maybe, hopefully, he'll want to teach me. Flames of determination can be seen in Li Fei's eyes while she fist bumps wildly into the air, causing the crowd around her to step away from her. Harry's POV. I stare coldly towards the unconscious and heavily injured old fool. I turn toward Ragnok, who is standing in front of the gates of Gringotts, having witnessed Dumbledore getting thoroughly defeated. Ragnok, do make sure that a copy of the will gets to Madame Amelia Bones. It'll take a while for Dumbledore to recover, so she can use that time to make sure this old fool pays for his crime. Ragnok nods and inwardly is glad that the boy considers them allies now. He didn't want to mess with such a monster. Screams of pain can be heard now that silence drowns the area. Everyone turns to look at the source of such screams of agony, only to see an angry Sirius Black slinging spell after spell at a crawling Severus. I walk towards them when I see the Aurors begin to approach Sirius, and with a wave of my hands a powerful gust of wind sends them flying and crashing against the buildings around the alley. Once I was beside Sirius, I could see the tears streaming down his face. My heart throbs painfully at the pain in his eyes. Sirius. It's okay, don't dirty your hands with such garbage. Sirius stops and falls to his knee crying. This bastard is the reason James and Lily are gone. If we let him go, he'll just be set free with the help of Dumbledore. I gently pat him on his shoulder. I know, but let me take care of H. I was cut off by arrogant and obnoxious laughter. We turn to look at the source and we see a bleeding Severus laughing mockingly at me, and Sirius, he stops his laughter and glares at us. That's right, T. I can get away with anything. It's the only good thing about dealing with that old buffoon, ha 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 ha. And I don't regret it. That bastard Potter stole my Lily from me. She was mine. Mine. That's why you and him had to die. But no. Not you, you little shit. Had to not only survive B, but you also somehow defeated the Dark Lord. Severus screamed aloud, only to stop when he started to cough. Sirius was about to say something, but then he felt Harry's power begin to increase. His eyes widened, and turned to look at Harry, only to see his eyes glow. He gets up in a hurry and turns towards the public. Everyone get away. Run. He begins to run, and the public in a panic began to scream and get away as quickly as they can, only to see a young blonde girl wearing an oversized witch's hat raise her hand, and a powerful-looking barrier forms around Sirius and her. Sirius turns towards Harry, only to see him take a deep breath and with a roar unleashed a torrent of flames at the downed Severus, who could only look in fear as the raging inferno rushes towards him in high speed. As soon as the flames hit the slimy bastard, he doesn't even get a chance to scream. He was instantly cremated on the spot. Everyone in the area can feel the intense heat coming out of the dragon-like flames. Everyone was sweating, and some were even scorched by the heat itself, while the girl struggles to keep the barrier up. Sirius, witnessing her struggle, screams at Harry. Harry! Stop! You're going to kill everyone. This snaps me from my enraged state, and soon I let up my breath attack. I look at the street only to see it reduced to molten rock and ashes for Severus. There was nothing left of him. I sweat drop and the public begins to panic and run away while the girl tries to catch her breath, but a look of amazement can be seen in her eyes. I breathe out heavily and hot white steam comes out of my mouth while I glare back towards where the slimy son of a bitch once was. Burn in hell, bastard! Sirius runs back to Harry and whistles at the devastation brought about the street. Merlin, Harry! That was so cool! I chuckle at my godfather, glad that his tears are gone. Yeah, but I think I overdid it a bit. Sirius barks out a laugh. What was what Ereshkigal said to me when she and Kunu were teaching me how to play video games. Ah! There's no such thing as overkill. I stare at Sirius and can't help but laugh at Sirius's statement. Yeah, that is true. So. Feeling better? He nods at me and gives me a soft smile. I smile at him and we begin to walk towards the entrance, where a shocked and scared Ragnok can be found staring at the devastation brought about the street. Thankfully the bank's wards protect him, and the bank from the heat, as he sees that some building were quite damaged from Lord Potter's attack. Sirius and I arrive with the Goblin King and smile at him. Well, Ragnok, now that that's finished we have to leave. Thank you for your time. I bow at the waist at the Goblin King, followed by Sirius. Ragnok shakily nods. Sirius and I step back a bit and I raise one of my hands and gently wave it, opening a dark corridor. We give the old Goblin King one more grin and turn around to leave. Le Fei's POV. He's leaving. No, I have so many questions. He can't leave yet. I don't know where I would ever see him again. What should I do? What do I do? Perhaps it was her panic or the fact that she didn't have too much time to think, but at that moment Le Fei's body reacted on its own and she started to run as fast as she could to catch up to Harry. However, Harry's ridiculously high luck stat bared his ugly mug, causing Le Fei in a moment of clumsiness to trip upon Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore's unconscious face, not only breaking his nose but also leaving a shoe sole-like bruise on his face. Of course, this sent the poor girl flying at high speed, screaming. Kai. Harry's POV. Sirius and I hear a cute and girlish scream, making us jump and quickly turn around, only for me to be tackled in the stomach by a blonde and blue missile. Ack! Blood sprays from my mouth and my eyes bulge in shock from the missile. Of course, this ends up sending me and the missile crashing into Sirius, who was gaping in shock. Oof! Sirius, the missile, and I get sent flying through the air and into the dark corridor, which closes as soon as he goes through, leaving a sweat-dropping king of goblins and a groaning old fool lying on the floor, who was completely forgotten for hours until Ragnarok told the ministry to come pick up their garbage from the front of his bank. Romania, Carmilla territory, General POV. An internal conflict has begun between the factions of vampires due to the Teeps faction coming into the possession of a sacred gear with the power to tip the balance of power between factions. But this causes the vampire faction to compete for control of this sacred gear, causing a civil war to erupt between the Teeps and Carmilla vampire factions. This powerful sacred gear is in the possession of Valerie Teeps, a short blonde hair and red eyes girl who is at least 15 years old. She's pushed and abused to awaken the power of her sacred gear, the Sephiroth Graal. The Teeps faction is planning to use her power to enhance their soldiers by removing the traditional weaknesses of vampires. The Teeps faction attacked the Carmilla faction in an attempt to raise its power and territory. Of course, the Carmilla faction became disgusted by the Teeps side actions and viewed it as them spitting on their pride as vampires. However, as of late the Teeps clan has begun to attack and kidnap humans in the surrounding areas around the Carmilla clan's territory. This begins to cause worry among the vampire elders and such. They reach out towards other factions for support. Most turn their backs on them. However, the Yokai faction accepts in exchange for an alliance. This, of course, makes the Carmilla clan glad, since the vampires had sensed the awakening of the Master of Death and had sensed him to be in Japan. In an open field away from any human towns and surrounded by trees, we find the Carmilla clan's envoy. It was in this area where Yasaka and Elmenhilda Karnstein said envoy decided she would meet with the envoy of the Yokai faction. She's been waiting patiently, sitting on a blanket and reading a book under a big beach umbrella. She's a pure-blood vampire and the sun and her don't mix, so she's using it to create a bit of shadow. It's been a few hours, but she did get forewarned that the envoy had other matters to attend to, so she doesn't mind to wait. It was only when a black pillar of what she can only describe as solidified darkness appeared that she looked up from her book, only to sweat drop at the pile of limbs that came flying out of the darkness. The pillar of shadows soon disappears as she stares at the three individuals who are groaning and trembling in pain on the ground. Harry's POV. Damn it and my accursed luck stat, I sometimes wonder if the system simply enjoys putting me into these situations just for shit and giggles, or if it's Ereshkigal's weird sense of humor that the game is adapting to. Yasaka's palace, kitchen, General POV. Meanwhile, in Kyoto in the palace kitchen, we see a panicking Yasaka and Kunu fighting a monster that seems to be made of both tomato soup and cheese, while Ereshkigal, who is wearing an apron, sneezes out of nowhere. Achoo! The monster stops its attacks on both kitsuns and says bless you creator, and then continues to attack the mother and daughter duo. Ereshkigal can only sweat drop as she can't believe what's happening. Back to Hariko. Ugh! Sirius, did you catch the numbers on the bus that just hit us? I moan from my position on the floor while looking up at the sky in disbelief. Meanwhile, Sirius, who was laying face down on the ground as his soul was slowly leaking out from his mouth. What a beautiful and warm tunnel of light. Oh, James. And Lily too. Why do you have that bat, Lily? Lily. I sit up in a hurry and quickly grab Sirius's soul before it can continue to fly away, causing the soul to squeak out ick. As I proceeded to shove it back down his throat, stop walking toward the light. Mom is going to re-kill you if you die, idiot. I shout at the semi-dead man. Hearing the quiet and feminine groan of pain coming from behind me, I turned around only to see a small blonde girl, who had been wearing what seems to be an oversized witch's hat on the floor not that far from us. She seems to be struggling to get up. And just who are you? I ask while standing over her. The girl jumps a bit in surprise and turns her head towards me from where she's lying. I can see her blushing in embarrassment at her blunder. I am Le Fei Pendragon. She answered, loudly. I wince at her volume but chuckle inwardly, she must be really embarrassed, hee hee. At least now I know it wasn't an attack, she has no darkness in her heart. I only see a warm and kind light coming from within her. I get up and walk towards her and reach a hand towards her and smile. Nice to meet you, Miss Le Fei, I am Harry Potter and I've got to tell you, that your first impression was super effective. I say while I wink at her, making her blush as she reaches for my hand and I lift her up onto her feet. Now standing face to face, she shyly stares into my eyes while I smile back at her as the wind blows gently at our hair. Chapter 8. Elmenhilda's POV. Elmenhilda Karnstein can only look in confusion as she watches these three individuals interact with each other, but her attention is soon drawn towards the young boy. Something about him makes the hair at the back of her neck stand up, and that aura of death and destruction is a bit overwhelming. To her he feels like a predator having his jaws at your neck and all you can do is close your eyes and wait for your end. He must be the master of death. To think that the boy who lived would be the chosen one to carry that title. Fate sure is a fickle mistress. We were right to believe that he joined the yokai faction too. It really was the right move to reach out to Yasaka-sama. Unfortunately for the petty vampire, she was so distracted that she didn't notice a recovered Sirius shakily get up and walk towards her with a curious look on his face. She was taken out of her thoughts and was completely caught by surprise when she was lifted by her armpits. She was so shocked that she couldn't even react and just froze. Sirius grins and lifts what he believes to be a very pretty doll. Harry, look. Someone left this pretty doll. We should take her with us for Kunu. I'm sure she would like it. Both Harry and Le Fei turned their gaze towards Sirius only to gape and freeze the moment they saw Sirius standing there with a vampire in his hands. The bloody moron was presenting her like a hard-earned trophy with a grin on his face. Harry couldn't help but nervously say Sirius, put her down. But Sirius was just too excited to notice the nervous looks that both kids were giving him and kept talking. Oh, we could buy some outfits for Kunu to play dress up with her. And she can have tea parties with her too. Harry and Le Fei can only sweat drop as they watch the vampire's left eye twitch in annoyance. Mister, you really should let her down. A worried Le Fei speaks up, making Sirius stop and grin at her. Oh? Hello there, who might you be? And please call me Sirius, said a cheerful Sirius, having finally noticed the young girl standing there. He recognized her as the girl who made that barrier that prevented him and her from getting extra crispy from Harry's dragon breath. I'm Le Fei Pendragon, nice to meet you, miss. I mean Sirius. The girl corrects herself and introduces herself, and Sirius was about to speak again when a soft voice cut him off. Would you kindly put me down, Lord Black? Sirius jumps up in surprise and stares at the back of the doll's head. Slowly he turns the doll around to face her, only to start sweating at the annoyed deadpan he receives from her. Harry chuckles a bit at his godfather's predicament. Sirius, that's a pure-blooded high-class vampire you're holding there. Harry grins cheekily as Sirius jumps in panic and quickly puts the vampire down. Bollocks. I'm so sorry. Elmenhilda was embarrassed, and she knew for a fact that if she had a pulse, she was sure she would have had an impressive red face, but she collects herself and brushes her crimson and black Victorian-style dress and courtesies. It's a pleasure to meet you, Lord Potter, Lord Black, and Lady Pendragon. Of course Elmenhilda knows about the people in front of her, especially Harry James Potter, the boy who lived. There wasn't anyone in Europe who haven't heard of him. My name is Elmenhilda Karnstein, envoy of the Carmilla vampire clan. Harry and his company nod. It's a pleasure, Lady Karnstein. As you know, I'm Harry James Potter, Lord of the most ancient and most noble house of Potter, Peveril, and Heir Black, and of course this is my godfather Sirius Orion Black, Lord of the most ancient and most noble house of Black, and this pretty young lady is Le Fei Pendragon. Please feel free to call me Harry, and I'm sure Sirius and Fei-chan wouldn't mind to be addressed more casually. Sirius and a blushing Le Fei nod, and Elmenhilda smiles in agreement. Then feel free to call me Elmenhilda. I believe Yasaka-sama informed you of the situation, correct? Harry nods. Yes, she told me of the raising conflict between vampire clans, but I would like to get a more detailed report. Elmenhilda nods with a smile. Of course, if you can follow me I'll guide you to the Carmilla clan castle and inform you of the details. Harry and Sirius nods while Le Fei looked a bit panicked, but then Harry turns towards her. Want to come with us? I'm sure you didn't tackle me just for fun, so I'm pretty sure you wanted to talk to me about something. We'll talk once Elmenhilda finishes her report, is that okay? Le Fei nods rapidly while blushing, causing Harry to chuckle fondly and smile at her. He begins to walk while he signals her to follow them, and Le Fei runs to catch up with an excited smile. It seems like she's going to go on an adventure today. Just like she wanted. Romania, Carmilla clan castle, Harry's POV. After a while of walking, we were guided towards a carriage pulled by 2 horses. I asked Elmenhilda about it since I was curious as to why they would still use carriages, and she told me that most vampires were old-fashioned since they have lived for a long time and had acquired a taste for the simpler things. However, that doesn't mean they don't use modern technology, it's just a preference. It took about 1 hour to get to Carmilla Castle. It was big and very old, but as we went inside we noticed that it was quite modernized. Elmenhilda informed us as we were getting a tour that the castle was home for most of the Carmilla clan, who was a female-oriented clan. Of course, this meant that they needed a lot of space and such. The castle has been expanded with space magic on the inside. Of course, Elmenhilda introduced us to some of the vampire elders. They were polite since all 3 of us were from very old houses and at some point even had dealings with our ancestors. They were surprised when I told them of me and Sirius having left the British magical community and joined with the yokai, but they understood all too well as to why. They were very aware of the pure blood agenda and the mistreatment non-humans suffer under the British Magical Society's prejudice. After the tour of the massive castle and the meetings with a few of the elders, we were taken into Elmenhilda's room and she had us sit. While we were waiting for tea and snacks, she proceeded to explain the situation in more detail. We were shocked and appalled to find out that the conflict was started by the Teeps vampire clan. As a male-dominant clan, they follow different traditions and rules. They like to be cruel, merciless, and keep human slaves as blood banks and even as pets. This, of course, brought the church's attention and an increase of exorcists were sent to deal with all vampires. This brought the death of many vampires, causing a meeting to called, and most vampire clans agreed to find a more humane method to procure blood. New laws were created and peaceful negotiations began with human governments for donations and the buying of blood, and thus this became the preferred methods to acquire their sustenance. However, the Teeps and a few smaller clans weren't happy for the changes but resigned themselves to follow the new laws since they lacked the power and number to oppose the other clans in favor of peaceful coexistence with humans. That is until one Valerie Teeps was found to be in the possession of a sacred gear of Longinus rank, the Sephiroth Graal. It was the only reason the girl was kept alive since she's half human and the Teeps were racist against those of half-blood. Of course the poor girl had to suffer abuse after abuse in order to awaken the full capabilities of her sacred gear, but the gear itself refused to manifest. Eventually she tried to escape a few days ago along with a young half-blood friend named Gasper Vilady, but they were caught and Valerie was taken back after being badly injured. No one knows what happened to Gasper, but it's the common belief for him to be alive since his body wasn't found and the traces of demonic energy was found around the area, leading to the belief that he was reincarnated into a devil and taken under the care of a devil house. This made my eyes narrow. Yasaka had informed me of the method created by Ajoka Beelzebub, one of the 4 Mu, in order to recover their species numbers. I wasn't a fan of this method since it seemed that many devils forced some of their so-called peerage member into reincarnating into devil, but I understood the need they must have had. I close my eyes as I sip my tea. So the Teeps clan plans to use this Sephiroth Graal in order to get rid of their weaknesses and strengthen their army. In other words, they plan to overthrow the elders and their new laws. Elmenhilda frowns and nods. They already started to rebel. There have been skirmishes all around our territory and mass kidnapping of humans in the surrounding towns, not to mention the murders. They've been acting like animals. They bring shame to the vampires. I sigh, what a mess, but I think there's something else going on. According to Elmenhilda, they have been getting bolder with their attacks and they still don't have access to the Sephiroth Graal, so someone must be supporting them from the shadows, but who? I open my eyes and stare at the petty vampire in front of me. She gives me a subtle nod confirming my suspicions. I see. Well, Yasaka did ask me to help any way I can. Officially this is us helping an allied faction, so first thing first, we rescue Valerie Teeps from them. This will be a major blow to their plans and operations. Afterward we will deal with the attacks and find information on anything suspicious going on around here. I'm sure you and the elders are aware that the Teeps clan is getting support from somewhere. We have to find who. Sirius nods with a grin and speaks up. There's a couple of contacts the Black family has here in Romania. I'll get in contact with them and see what I can find. This'll be fun. He barks out a laugh and I smile at him. Le Fei shyly raises her hand and we turn to look at her. I'll be happy to help in any way I can. In exchange I would like to make a request from you, Harry-sama. I nod at her in agreement. Thank you, Fei-chan. I'll be happy to grant any request for you as long as in my power to do so, but we'll talk later, okay? I smile at her and turn towards Elmenhilda, who is softly smiling at us. Her red eyes glow happily. Thank you. We didn't know what else to do. Things were slowly growing out of control and the last thing we want is for the church to keep sending even more exorcists to deal with us. I'm afraid to say that things would have escalated and possibly started a war. If the Teeps would have gained access to Miss Valerie's sacred gear, we would have suffered even more losses. I nod in understanding. if the Teeps get access to the Sephiroth Graal it would make dealing with TEP3S more difficult even for the Church. Sirius, see what you can find with those connections you mentioned. Me and Fei-chan will go and rescue Miss Valerie. I turned to look at Elmenhilda. Do you know where they're holding her? Elmenhilda nods. Yes, she was taken to Brand's castle. Unfortunately, she's been locked up in the dungeon and we haven't been able to confirm her condition. She was reported to be heavily injured during her recapture. The petty vampire eyes dull in sadness as she looks down. Brand Castle? You mean Dracula's castle by Brashov, correct? She gives me a nod. Sigh. Don't worry, we'll get her out and I'll personally protect her. I turn towards Le Fei. Thanks for helping Fei-chan, and don't worry, I'll protect you too. Le Fei blushes but nods resolutely. Yes. Valerie-san doesn't deserve to be treated like that, we'll save her. I smile and pat her head gently, causing her to stutter a bit. Of course, we'll rescue her. We'll start tomorrow afternoon so we'll have an advantage during the day. Everyone nods and Elmenhilda signals towards one of the maids. She has blue eyes and pearly white hair. Please take our guest to their prepared rooms and prepare one for Miss Le Fei. The maid bows politely and we get up to follow her and rest from the events of today. Time skip, 3 hours later. Harry's guest room. The trio can be found lounging around Harry's room. Sirius is laying on the carpet in his dog form napping peacefully. La Fei and Harry are sitting on the bed, and they're about to talk about Le Fei's request. Harry's POV. I smile at Sirius while watching him kick up from time to time. He must be dreaming about chasing something, hee. I quietly chuckle to myself and turns my gaze towards Le Fei, who is also giggling at Sirius. So Fei-chan, what do you want to talk about? It's not every day someone tackles me like that. Le Fei can't help but blush at the reminder of her blunder and shyly begins to fidget with her hands. I'm so sorry, Harry-sama, my body just moved on his own, and then I must have stepped on some thrash left on the ground. The next thing I knew was me flying off towards you. I smile at her and nod. It's all right, it sure was an impactful first impression, thought. Le Fei pouts at me as I chuckle at her reaction. Quickly she composes herself and speaks up. Those spells you used, I have never seen magic of that scale. Where did you learn them? Can you teach me? And how did you have so much control over that much mana? I lean back a bit at the intense look she's giving me, which she notices and jumps back a bit in realization and shyly looks at me. I sheepishly scratch the back of my head as I look at her. Holy and Faith, are master rank light elemental spells, and Fortune's Arc is a legend rank spell. I can teach you, but my magic system is different from this world, so I'm not sure how much you'll be able to learn. Le Fei cutely tilts her head in confusion. Master. Legend rank. Another world. She seems puzzled at my words, so I clarify them for her. Thanks to my goddess Ereshkigal, the queen of the underworld's blessing, I was able to travel to different worlds. I learned magic from all of them, so they tend to use a different magic system than this world's, but my blessing helps me use them by making it easy for me through a skill named Perfect Control. As for ranks, they go like this. First is the beginner rank, which covers your classic fireballs, lightning bolts, and etc. Then after mastering those spells by the constant use of them, you unlock the intermediate rank, which covers eruptions, windstorms, ice tornadoes, and the like. Then we have master rank. These spells are the pinnacle of mastering an element and they have a wide area of attack. They also have other effects that often are more intense, as they're widespread. Of course, with perfect control you can increase or decrease the power level of any spell. For example, for the simple fireball spell, without perfect control, all the spell would have amounted to is just launching a big fireball at your target. But if you have perfect control, you can freely modify the spell to your liking. I'll use 2 examples. You overcharge the fireball and condense it, then by launching it at your target, the result is a big explosion of blue flames. Another example is condensing the fireball and then blasting it in a widespread motion while maintaining the flow of mana. The result of that? A shower of superheated fireballs raining down on your targets. Le Fei gapes at my explanation and I don't blame her. The fact that perfect control can modify spells to this scale is both amazing and terrifying. As for legend rank spells, those can only be learned by those that have mastered both the elements and magic casting, plus having a massive amount of mana, or an overly large magical core is also necessary. These spells usually combine 2 or 3 elements together and the spells themselves can carry extra effects. For example, Fortune's Arc is a spell that uses both light and lighting elements. Also it's a spell that has a piercing and seeking effect. It can't be blocked or dodged, and that's just the first part of the chant. The second not only damages your target again with a blowback effect, but the light you release from it not only heals your allies completely but also buffs them. At this point, Le Fei's eyes widen in further shock. That's honestly terrifying. Usually a magic user has to build up or charge mana and perform a mathematical formula to successfully cast a spell. It helps to have a magic circle or a fox eye like my staff, but your magic was almost instantaneous and you were moving around at the same time. Le Fei shakes her head in disbelief. Magic users are usually weak to physical attacks that force us into close quarters, but with you, that isn't the case. It's amazing and I want to learn. Please. Teach me. I stare at her. She seems determined and excited to learn, but I frown in contemplation. I'm not sure if I can't teach her completely. Without perfect control, she won't be able to modify the spell's psi. What do I do? As I was thinking of a solution, the game seemed to give me the answer. Ding ding. Would you like to take Le Fei Pendragon as your second student? Yes/no. Your title of sensei will allow for the gamer you to pass down skills, spells, and techniques. However, you can only pass one down at a time, and then you will have to wait a cooldown period before you can pass down another. Skill scrolls and books can also be used on a student, since the game will also affect them now. I smile at the game's notification and mentally click on the Yes tab. Sure, I'll take you on as my second student. I have another in Kyoto. She's the daughter of Yasaka, the leader of the yokai faction. Though she's my student in both the Keyblade and other things, I chuckle a bit. Be prepared. As my student, I'll be teaching you more than magic and expect you to give it your all. It'll be tough and you will be in pain, but I promise you that you'll be the strongest magic user on this planet. Le Fei stares at me for a moment, but then she jumps up and fist pumps a bit. Yes, Harry-sama. I'll be the bestest student ever. I pat her head and gently take her hand, and I close my eyes. Ding. Would you like to pass down the skill Perfect Control to student Le Fei Pendragon? Yes/no. Mentally I choose yes. Meanwhile Le Fei is blushing at the sudden hand-holding until she notices a small light emerge from her new sensei's chest and merge with her. In her mind the full knowledge of the skill Perfect Control gets engraved. She shakes her head and can only gaze in shock. She feels like she can do anything with her mana now. She notices that I give her a knowing smile and a nod, which she excitedly returns. I spent the next few hours explaining what I was going to teach her and answering Le Fei's questions. She was curious about my Keyblade Oathkeeper, so I told her about me being a double wielder and having a second one. She also tried to see if she would get chosen to be a Keyblade wielder, but sadly neither Oblivion nor Oathkeeper reacted to her. She looked sad, but I told her that either way I'll teach her everything I knew. Of course, I also told her that it'll be hard to teach her since I have to go back to Kyoto and I had Kunu to teach too, but Le Fei just then and there decided that she was going to quit her magical organization and join the yokai faction. That way her new sensei can teach her and her fellow student more easily. After all, when will she ever have the chance to learn magic from other worlds again? The conversation and planning took most of the day until we noticed it was late at night. A maid came in and told us dinner was ready. I awoke Sirius with a spray of water, and he awoke with a yip and chased me down the hall trying to bite me in the ass as a happy and cheerful Le Fei ran after us. After a delicious dinner, we all went to our room to sleep and rest. We have a young lady to rescue tomorrow after all. Time skip. Next morning. After a peaceful night of sleep, we got together and had breakfast early in the morning along with Elmenhilda, who decided to keep us company and eat breakfast with us. Apparently, vampires can eat regular food but they don't gain any nutrition from it. They need blood to sustain themselves after all. Afterward, we went our separate ways, with Sirius, who is going to meet the Black family contacts, who I'm sure are more on the shady side of things, so chances are that he'll be able to get some good information. Meanwhile Mia Le Fei flew towards the famous Bran Castle and landed a few miles away from it. However, a surprise was waiting for us there. My eyes narrow in suspension as we see too much activity outside the castle for vampires at this time of day. My eyes glow as I activate my Rinnegan and I look around at the many guards walking around. Immediately I notice the demonic energy in some of them. Some even had some type of corruption, and in the basement, which I'm guessing is the dungeons, I find a weak energy signature. It isn't moving, but I believe I just found our target, Valerie. Those I believe are devils, but what about those flying about with black feathered wings? Le Fei looks around and points at some of them. Those are fallen angels, Harry-sama, and there seem to be stray exorcists around too. I turn my gaze at her. Fallen angels. It seems like an angel's wings turn black when they fall in this world. I see, and stray exorcist? What are those? Le Fei looks at me and proceeds to explain. Stray exorcists are excommunicated exorcists that have committed sins under the name of the church. Usually they're unhinged individuals who lost themselves to bloodlust. I turn my gaze towards the guards. I see, so we have devils, fallen angels, and stray exorcists. It seems my suspicions were correct, the Teeps clan has been getting support from these factions, that also explains why they have been so bold with their attacks lately. Le Fei nods. Yes, but I don't believe that the factions themselves are involved in this Harry-sama, more than likely they are rogue members of both the Fallen faction and members of the Old Satan faction. I nod at her in understanding. Yasaka explained to me about the civil war between the New Devils faction and the Old Satan faction. The Old Satan faction lost, but they were still around, and it seems that they threw their lot with the rest of the rejects. So something else is going on then? Let's see, there are quite a lot of them out here, but they're not that strong except for 2 devils who are inside, probably speaking with the leader of the Teeps clan. I believe Elmenhilde told me his name is Marius Teeps. Once his father died, he took over and began this aggressive conquest. Le Fei looks a bit nervous, so I pat her head gently. As I try to calm down my new student, I get a new quest from the game. Ding ding! The new quest Save the Vampire Princess has been received. Objective: rescue the injured Valerie Teeps and save her from losing her mind and soul from her sacred gear. Bonus Objective 1: kill both ultimate rank devils supporting the vampires. Bonus Objective 2: kill Marius Teeps, leader of the Teeps vampire clan. Reward: a new ally and friend. Bonus Reward 1: random skill book. Bonus Reward 2: random holy sword. Mentally I close the game's window and grin at Le Fei to ease her worries. I know this must be scary to you, Fei-chan, but don't worry, I always have backup. I get up and walk away a bit. Realize. 3 white pillars of light appear and the wind picks up, forcing Le Fei to hold her hat tightly against her head with one hand. Suddenly 3 beings begin to take form. Le Fei stared in awe at the beings taking form in front of her. One seems feminine and is wearing what looks like shiny green armor. The other is male and is wearing a blue and silver full armor, and the last one was the strangest. It looked like a mix between a bunny and a jester. Outside the castle, all the fallen, devils and stray exorcists jump in fear at witnessing 3 pillars of light raise up to the sky and at the 3 enormous energy signatures that suddenly appeared. The devil's skin began to steam and burn from the intensity of the light, while the fallen can only shiver and look fearful at such pure light. Inside the castle, 2 devils and 1 vampire jumped to their feet in panic and began to sweat uncontrollably. These 3 were Cruzari Asmodeus and Shilba Beelzebub, 2 ultimate rank devils and leaders of the Old Satan faction, and with them, Marius Teeps, Valerie's older brother and current leader of the Teeps vampire clan. These poor fools have no idea that today is their last day alive. Chapter 9. Harry's POV. I couldn't help but smile at the familiar warmth that's always present with these 3 holy Digimon. I turned to look at them only to be suddenly hugged and slammed into something metallic. A loud clang resounds around the area. Ouch! Hello Ophanemon, hehe. The one now identified as Ophanemon lets go and smiles brightly at me. I turn towards the other 2 and nod happily at them. Seraphimon, Cherubimon, it's good to see you too. They both nod and smile at me, glad to see their friend/master again. Le Fei, who just was busy staring at these strange beings and wondering who and what they are, she notices that the 3 beings in front of her are quite large and couldn't help but be amazed at the amount of power they seem to be letting off. But then she was suddenly grabbed and hugged, resulting in her forehead slamming into Ophanemon's armor with a loud clang too. Oh wee! I and the 2 other members of the holy trio sweat drop and wince a bit and can only give Le Fei a pitying look. We all have been victims of Ophanemon's hugs at some point after all. An excited Ophanemon turns to me. Master! Who is this adorable little witch? I nervously chuckle at her enthusiasm. She's my new student in the magical arts. Her name is Le Fei Pendragon. But do be gentle with her, Ophanemon, she isn't as tough as me yet. Ophanemon jumps in alarm and lifts up a dazed Le Fei up to her face and turns her around while checking for any injuries until she finds a bruise on her forehead. Oh, dear! I'm sorry. Ophanemon gently places her forehead on Le Fei's and softly says. Heal. A tiny light surrounds Le Fei's body and the bruise disappears. Ophanemon puts Le Fei down and pats her head gently. There. All better. Le Fei shyly smiles at Ophanemon while chuckling softly. It seems like these 2 will get along quite nicely. Le Fei, she turns to me. These 3 are Ophanemon, Seraphimon, and Cherubimon. They are beings called Digimon and they come from a digital world. Consider them my familiars and friends. I smile as I see Le Fei turn towards the holy Digimon and happily talk to them. The holy trio seem to get along with her according to the soft smiles they're giving her. I chuckle when I see her hug Cherubimon tightly, making the poor holy Digimon blush. Cherubimon has always been shy, even back when it was a tiny Lopman. Alright everyone. We have a bunch of devils, fallen angels, and stray exorcists to deal with. I need you 3 to take care of the enemies outside of the castle. I point at the castle and we can see a bunch of beings running around in alarm. Since they seem to have sensed us already, you're free to go about it as you want. Meanwhile me and Fei-chan will go inside and take care of our targets and the vampires hiding from the sun inside. The main objective is to save a vampire princess who is kept in the dungeons. She seems to be injured, so I'll have to heal her as soon as I find her, so make sure there aren't any enemies left. If some run away, that's fine, but the important thing is that we can leave here without risking her any further. The poor girl has gone through enough. Seraphimon nods and looks at the beings surrounding the castle. How curious. I would think fallen and devils would hate each other, but they seem to be begrudgingly cooperating with each other instead. I nod. Yet I noticed that too. I suspect that these are units that turned traitors from their respective factions and have joined the vampires of this castle to gain their favor. I'm still unsure what their main objective is, but I'm sure one of them will be stupid enough to proclaim their plans like a cliché villain, but I at least can guess that their plan will center around Valerie Teeps, the aforementioned vampire princess. I turn towards Li Fei and she gives me a determined nod. I return the nod and turn back towards the holy trio. Alright then. Let's move out. General POV. The trio takes off at high speed, reaching the castle in a few seconds, but Seraphimon stops first and floats in the sky. He points his hands at a group of fallen angels flying around in front of him who were getting ready to attack with spears of light. Strike of 7 stars. 7 golden orbs of light shoot off at high speed, going through multiple fallen angels, completely catching them by surprise that they couldn't react fast enough to dodge. Some distance away the orbs explode, taking down even more fallen angels, and his hands begin to glow gold as he rushes at as many fallen angels as he can reach. Saint Knuckles. The fallen angels burst in flashes of light as they're being punched by Seraphimon, only leaving a few black feathers floating away in the wind. Meanwhile, Cherubimon stops in front of the groups of devils who only laugh arrogantly and begin to insult him. And what are you supposed to be? A clown? Begone, silly creature, don't waste our time. But all Cherubimon does is smile and spread its arms wide. Heaven's judgment. Golden lightning falls from the sky, striking the devils, instantly turning them into piles of ash. Cherubimon flies off and continues to smite the devils with a kind smile. Ophanemon appears above a group of stray exorcists and raises her hand. A beautiful golden lance appears in a flash of golden light on the palm of her hand and she grabs hold of it. Some of the stray exorcists look in disbelief and begin to call her Gabriel, while others were glaring at her in hate. What is this bitch doing here? Shouldn't she be hiding in heaven like the rest of her accursed siblings? Ophanemon is both curious and confused at their words. They must be confusing me with some other angel from this world, but that's a lot of hate I sense in their hearts. It seems like the heaven of this world isn't doing its job properly. Ophanemon shakes her head in disappointment. This, of course, infuriates the stray exorcists, thinking that she wasn't taking them seriously, causing them to begin shooting at her with their guns in anger, only to see the bullets bounce off of her. Ophanemon's only reaction was to scowl at them in disgust. She points her lance at the group and it begins to shine in bright and golden light. Eden's javelin. The last thing the exorcists see is a beam of golden light heading towards them at high speed. Ophanemon then flies off and begins to take down enemy after enemy with her lance in a beautiful and deadly dance, while Seraphimon and Cherubimon follow close behind her and continue taking down enemies on their sides. Harry's POV. As this is all going on, Li Fei and I are walking calmly towards the castle gates. Poor Li Fei can only gape at the massacre she's witnessing. Amazing, they're so easily going through all of them and they make it look so easy. Harry-sensei said that they come from another world, a digital one. I wonder if I can get one as a familiar. She winced when she hears a few devils scream in agony as they were lit up like Christmas lights by Seraphimon's punches and Cherubimon's golden lightning, but suddenly she begins to panic when she notices a few guards rush towards them, only for her sensei to blast them with energy beams, completely vaporizing them on the spot. What was that? She asks curiously and surprised. I turn my gaze at her. That was a simple ki blast. It's something that I'll be teaching you to use as well as magic. I don't want you to rely only on magic. You know what? Let's teach you some spells and variations. I smile at the shine her eyes give off. Okay, now forget everything you know about magic casting. For now, the skill perfect control will take care of everything for you. She nods with determination glowing on her face. Okay, first create a simple mana orb. As I explain, I absently blast a few devils with another ki blast that tried to sneak up from behind us as I look at Li Fei trying to create an orb of pure mana. Li Fei closes her eyes and cups her hands in concentration, but surprisingly, her mana quickly moves and flows to create an orb between her hands. She opens her eyes and stares at the mana orb in amazement. This is unreal, my mana moved on its own, almost like it already knew what to do. Her thoughts get cut off by a light chuckle. Did it surprise you? I see her nod with her eyes wide open in shock. I smile at her. It was easy for you because you already have experience as a magic user, your mana already knows what to do, you just needed a focus to support and maintain the flow of your mana. Perfect control is perfect for that. Now try to ignite it. I'm pretty sure you have already used fire magic before and even used a fireball spell, so your mana already knows what to do, you just need to have the intent to do it without magic circles or calculations. I see her nod in understanding and take a big breath. She concentrates on igniting the orb only to jump in surprise when the orb immediately ignites, causing her to flail her hands around in a bit of panic, accidentally launching the fireball into the air. We both follow it as it flies through the air, until it lands on a fallen angel's head. Coincidentally, that same fallen angel was already on his way to rush us when the fireball explodes on contact, bathing the fallen angel in flames and causing him to fall from the sky screaming until he crashes onto the ground and stops moving. He just lays there unmoving, being slowly consumed by the magical flames. We both sweat drop at the accidental cremation. Good job. I give her a thumbs up, causing her to fidget embarrassingly and blush a bit. I begin to chuckle softly at her. Okay, now do the same thing again, just this time don't panic and definitely do not launch it yet. I grin when she pouts at me, but quick enough she creates another fireball. Alright, now for the first variation, focus your mana into a steady flow and feed it to the fireball. Focus on the intent to compress as much fire and heat as you can. I see her stare at the orb in focus, and soon the fireball begins to compress and swirl into itself, intensifying the flames and heat coming off of it until the fireball turns blue. Perfect. Now point it at the gates and launch it. Call out the name of the spell, firebolt, that should act as a trigger for it to launch. Li Fei stares at the gate in concentration and plants her feet on the ground firmly. Firebolt. The blue fireball shoots out at high speed and crashes against the castle gates, exploding on contact. A loud boom can be heard and a massive explosion of blue flames takes over a quarter of the castle, destroying it and a few vampires waiting behind the gates to jump us, the intruders. Needless to say, those vampires didn't even have time to scream before they were completely incinerated. Nervously I scratch my cheek. Hee. Good thing Valerie is down in the basement, probably scared the vampires out their capes though. Li Fei gapes at the destruction she brought about with such a simple spell. She looks down at her hands in disbelief. That hardly took any mana. And it was on the same power scale of an ultimate level devil. To think that it was just a variation of a beginner rank spell. I wonder how much more powerful the legend rank spells are? The one Harry Sensei used on Dumbledore was heavily controlled. She turns towards her sensei, who I smiling proudly at her. Great job. Now, how about we try a few different elements and variations? We can use those vampires as target practice. I point at the literal army of bloodsuckers coming out of the castle wearing cloaks and hoodies, who stop their charge and sweat drop at my declaration. Li Fei begins to jump from foot to foot while fist pumping excitedly, causing the vampires to nervously step back in fear at the enthusiasm shining brightly on her eyes. Yes, sensei. We continue our walk while I explain and teach Li Fei the other beginner rank elemental spells. The slaughter brought about by the tiny and cute little witch would become a legend spoken about by vampires through generations. Bran Castle, Throne Room, General POV. Inside Bran Castle, the famous home of Dracula Teeps, the vampire lord, we find his heir and current lord Marius Teeps along with two high-class devils, Cruisery Asmodeus and Shilba Beelzebub. These three individuals were in the process of making plans against the other vampire clans in hopes of overthrowing them and gaining control of their territories. But the two devils? They have more sinister plans. They belong to a terrorist organization named the Chaos Brigade and the Old Satan faction. They hope to gain access to the Sephiroth Graal by helping the Teeps clan. Their plan consists of increasing the Chaos Brigade's power and army by using this sacred gear to get rid of their weaknesses. The leader of the Old Satan faction, Rezevim Levon Lucifer, the son of the original Mo Lucifer, also has plans to use the Sephiroth Graal to resurrect evil dragons, and who knows what else he has plans for such powerful sacred gear. However, today these plans will be completely destroyed by Harry Potter. As these three plot and laugh arrogantly at the fate of their enemies, the castle begins to shake. Explosions can be heard outside and the sounds of battle consume the silence of the throne room. The three look outside the windows only to begin to sweat when they see a giant golden-winged angel punch a fallen angel with light. The three jump up from their seats and gape. Michael? But how? And what's with that ridiculous amount of power? Shilba Beelzebub turns towards Marius and Cruisery in shock. We planned for the church to send exorcists at some point. Not for the leader of Heaven's faction to come himself. Cruisery. We're leaving. We can't have the angels finding out about us yet. Both devils try to teleport via magic circle, but it shatters before it can even finish forming. What? Cruisery looks in anger and shock as he keeps trying to teleport. Shilba. Something is cutting off our connection to our magic circle. Marius is sweating profusely. He can still hear the explosions going off and see the flashes of light along with the screams of pain coming from both inside and outside of the castle, and he begins to panic. Just what's going? Who would dare to attack us? And why would the Seraph Michael involve himself? Did the church find out about the Sephiroth Grawl? But suddenly a soft chuckle forces them to freeze and turn towards the entrance to the throne room, only to jump in fright when they see two bright reptilian eyes glowing in the dark. Harry's POV. Look, Fei-chan, two devils and a vampire. I wonder what devils would want with a vampire lord. Le Fei nods at me. Yes, it is unusual for them to work together. Usually devils, specifically purebloods, don't work with other races, they mostly just treat others with disgust. I stare at both devils. I see, so you two must be the reason the Teeps clan has been feeling bold enough to attack as of late, and those devils, fallen angels, and stray exorcists must also work with you. Shilba and Cruisery begin to growl in frustration. This boy, what is he? The amount of energy he's letting off is off the charts, and he has managed to figure out that we're supporting the Teeps clans. Shilba turns his nervous gaze towards Cruisery and hopes this idiot doesn't provoke this monster. Meanwhile, Marius begins to shake and pale even more, which for a vampire that's mighty impressive. No. 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 This boy can't be the master of death. This feeling. And that energy, how? Is he here? Did the Carmilla clan call him? Fear begins to overtake him, and in an act of defiance, he roars and rushes at me at high speed. I grin at Marius's reaction to my presence and I prepare to punch his head off, but a wind dome spreads around me and stops him cold as he crashes into it. Gale. Burst, and the dome does just that. It burst and blasts Marius back, sending him crashing against his throne. I turn to Le Fei, who has her open palm pointing at the downed vampire. I chuckle and smile at her. I am genuinely impressed with how fast she learns any magic spell I teach her. I nod at her and she smiles. She raises her open hands and crosses them above her head. Light begins to gather in her palms. Starlight, little orbs of light begin to dance around her, and then they shoot off towards Marius, who was just about to get up, but the orbs of light crash against him and the little orbs consume him in bright explosions. The two devils jump back as soon as the mere shine of the light orbs begins to burn their skin. Ah! The screams of pain are the last thing that is heard from Marius before he turns to ash. I pat Le Fei on her head gently. Good job, Fei-chan, you really have a talent for magic, but leave these two to me. You go find Valerie. I already showed you where to go. These devils seem to want to use her too, that's why they're helping the Teeps clan. Le Fei nods and takes off running. The devils, of course, try to stop her by rushing at her, but I appeared in front of them and blast them back with a wave of my hand. They recover quickly by spreading their bat-like wings and glare at me. Cruisery grows even more frustrated. TCH. Get out of our way, human. And maybe we'll grant you a quick DEA arg. In a blur of speed, I appear in front of him and grab hold of his face, and I begin to squeeze tightly, causing the devil to scream and throw punches and kicks at me in an attempt to make me let go of him. You're the type to arrogantly talk too much, hey? I hate people like that. I glare at the struggling devil in my grasp, and suddenly he burst into white flames, causing him to scream in pure agony until he stops and I let go of him. I watch him fall to the ground slowly and stared coldly as he turns to ash before he even hits the ground. Shilba can only stare in shock and fear. That was holy fire, only gods are supposed to be able to wield it in that speed. I didn't even see him move. His thoughts are interrupted by the monster in front of him. So, mind telling me the name of your group? And what you were planning to do with Valerie and her sacred gear? All of these different supernatural races just don't ally with each other for no reason. I glare at the devil, who seems to be struggling to keep it together. However, in an act of cowardice, he takes off flying as fast as he can towards an open window. In response, I point my hand at him. Drain. Shilba Beelzebub can only let out a grunt of pain when he feels all of his stamina and magic leave him, causing him to stop his flight and fall until he crashes into a wall. He notices an orb of energy leave his chest and fly off towards the monster, who seemed to absorb it. He slowly slides down to the ground. He lays there breathing heavily as he hears the soft footsteps of his enemy slowly approach him. You're not very smart, are you? I mock the devil on the ground as I see him struggle to get up, but he seems to give up and just lays there growling and glaring at me. You might as well finish me off. But know this, the Cows Brigade will have your head for this. I chuckle at this idiot. He just told me the name of his organization. Okay. Shilba's eyes widen in shock when I raise an open hand at him and then shower him with holy fire. He doesn't even have time to scream before he becomes another pile of ash in the room. I shake my head at the sheer stupidity of this individual sigh. Cow's Brigade, hey? They sound like a pain. I'll make sure to let Yasaka and Elmenhilda know, they might become a bigger problem later. I turn when I hear the rushed steps of Le Fei and see her come into the throne room with an unconscious Valerie floating behind her. Sensei. She's badly hurt. Please, you have to help her. I run towards Le Fei while she gently lays down the poor vampire onto the ground. I kneel beside her taking a look at her. She has broken bones and multiple lacerations on her arms and her legs, her clothes are in tatters and her body and face have bruises all over its side. What did these bastards do to you? Gently I place a hand on her cheek. It seems that my warmth wakes her since two ruby-colored eyes look up at me. I give her a smile. Don't worry, you're safe, nothing will ever hurt you again, I promise. She stares at me for what seems a long time, but eventually she tears up and nods. Softly I caress her cheek and I spy poor Le Fei tear up too. Softly I chuckle and smile at her. I close my eyes and start to chant. Arise, O light of life. Healing circle. A shining orb appears over Valerie, refracting a circle of light onto the ground. The light begins to gradually heal all of Valerie's wounds until they're gone. Le Fei's eyes shine in excitement at the new spell. I chuckle again at Le Fei's expression. That's an intermediate rank healing spell, and yes, I plan to teach it to you. Le Fei looks sheepish but still gives me a bright smile. A soft voice catches our attention. Thank you. I look at Valerie, who seems to regain her strength and wits. Gently I help her slowly get up. You're welcome. How are you feeling? Anything hurts? I question her, just to make sure she's okay. She inspects herself and touches where she knew she had cuts and bruises, but she doesn't feel any pain. No, nothing hurts. I feel better than I have in a long time. She smiles and seems to be in high spirits, which is good all things considered. Good. We were sent by the Carmilla clan to take care of the Teeps clan and rescue you. Unfortunately, I decided to pretty much kill anyone in this castle. It seemed to me like they were planning something big with you, and I thought it would be best to stop it now. She looks down sadly for a bit but nods to herself. She knew deep down that this was the best choice. Did Lady Elmenhilda send you? I nod. At her, that's right. She was the one to contact the yokai faction for help, which in turn sent me to help. Suddenly we're interrupted when the holy trio fly into the throne room through one of the windows. Oh! Are you guys done? They were about to respond when Cherubimon grunted in surprise. We all turn towards him only to sweat drop when we spot Valerie hugging his left side tightly. He's so cute, and soft too. It seems like Valerie has a soft spot for cute things. I was going to speak but found myself interrupted again by another grunt from Cherubimon. I turn only to sweat drop once again when I spot Le Fei hugging Cherubimon's right side. Hehehe, I couldn't help myself, sensei. She's the best, right? Cherubimon looks like she was about done with life if her deadpan was any indication. I couldn't help but laugh at her predicament, only to be followed by Seraphimon and Ophanemon. Okay, how about we get out here? I told them once we were done laughing. The holy trio nodded and informed me that a few fallen angels and vampires got away, but I told them that was fine, our main objective was Valerie after all. Afterward they vanish in bursts of light. Valerie and Le Fei pout, but I promised to summon Cherubimon again for snuggles, immediately cheering them up. We walk back outside and Valerie seems curious about the devastation inside the castle. Dead vampires everywhere and what seems to be an assortment of elemental damage done to the surrounding area. She was surprised when I told her that Le Fei was the one to cause such devastation. Once outside we walked a bit away from the castle and I turned towards it. Le Fei looks at me in curiosity. I'm just going to make a statement towards any other vampire clan or faction that wishes to endanger our allies and show you another legend rank spell. I pat her head as she basically begins to vibrate in excitement. Valerie looks at me curiously while I point my open hand at the castle. Oh, countless particles that wander the very heavens, rain down and glorify the land. Meteor storm. Both Valerie and Le Fei stare at the castle waiting for the spell to do anything, only to gape when meteors literally begin to fall from the sky and crash against the castle, destroying it completely and shaking the very earth at the collision. Of course, this is felt all around the world and the supernatural faction began to scan in a panic for the cause of such power and destruction. Meanwhile, I open a dark corridor and gently push the girls into it. As soon as we go through it and the corridor closes and the explosion consumes the location where we were standing in. Chapter 10. A day has passed since the rescue of one Valerie Teeps. After a good night's rest she was mostly recovered from her ordeal, and Harry along with Valerie and Le Fei took off to buy some clothes for their use. With the use of the dark corridor, Harry was dragged all over the world for clothes. it seems both Valerie and Ellie Faye really did have a soft spot for cute things, since Valerie picked a black hoodie with cat ears to wear she liked so much that she took another one in white for Elmenhilda too. Ellie Faye, of course, picked a cute light blue school uniform she fell in love with, along a tan jacket, though he didn't mind all the cute stuff too much. He even picked a few things for Kunu, Yasaka, and Ereshkigal, along for some cool things for his dog father. Along the way Valerie told him about her life and about her dear friend Gasper, who Harry promised to look for, earning him a bright smile from Valerie, and in turn Harry told them about some of his adventures in other worlds and the many people he met. Eventually Valerie asked Harry to take her as a student too. She had heard from Ellie Faye wonderful things about Harry and she wanted to grow strong so no one could take advantage of her sacred gear, something Harry can relate to, and thus Valerie became Harry's third student. However, she asked to specialized in gun mastery since she was a fan of first-person shooters games they played at an arcade during their shopping spree, and wanted to learn how to use firearms. Of course Harry agreed, however he told her he didn't know how to use a gun but told her he would teach her how to use elemental bullets. He was so fond of using these types of attacks with his keyblades, so it was something he would be able to teach her among some other things. He was also pretty sure he had a couple of magic guns somewhere in his inventory that she could use. Eventually, they came back to Carmilla Castle, where they met an excited Sirius in his animagus form, who jumped on Harry and started to frantically lick his face, causing Valerie to giggle at the scene. Eventually, Sirius calmed down after Harry proceeded to flick tiny fireballs at him, and he gave his report about the information he managed to gather with his contacts, not only confirming the name of the organization that supported the Teeps clan as the Cows Brigade, but also confirmed that a lot of money was being moved around, especially to acquire rare ingredients and magical objects. Amongst the most pricey objects he found were phoenix tears and information on the Excalibur blades. This made Ellie Faye jump in panic and immediately contacted her family to let them know, and also to inform them of her leaving her organization Golden Dawn and being under the tutelage of Harry Potter. She also let them know of her joining the yokai faction so she could stay close to her new sensei, something she will later find out did not go well with her brother. However, her daddy and mommy seemed oddly happy about her decision. And speaking about Excalibur blades, it came as a surprise when Harry checked the rewards he got for clearing the Save the Vampire Princess quest he received. One was the Holy Sword Clarent. This surprised him and he immediately checked it with Observe. Clarent, Fate's Day Night series version. The radiant and brilliant royal sword. Originally stored away by King Arthur in the armory of Camelot. Described as more dazzling than any silver, it is an ornate, sparkling white silver sword adorned with splendid decorations, acting as a symbol of kingship denoting the right of succession of the throne. It is a treasured sword that has worth equal to, if not, exceeding Caliban, that amplifies the authority of the king's royal aura. In one possible future this beautiful sword was stolen and used by Mordred Pendragon, resulting in the corruption of its once beautiful light becoming a demonic holy sword. However, this version is one that was never touched by Mordred and thus remained untainted. As Harry read the information about the sword and confirming that it was indeed powerful, decided to chuck it towards Ellie Faye, who struggled to catch it and said, "That's yours now, Faye-chan. And I'll be teaching you how to wield it." So swordsmanship lessons will be added to the training regime. Poor Ellie Faye was left gaping at the powerful and beautiful holy blade she was holding, which in return shrank and became thinner, taking on a rapier-like form, making it easier for Ellie Faye to wield and also confirming her as its chosen wielder. The second reward was unique too, a skill orb with the skill summoning, which would allow the user to summon elemental spirits to help in battle, but he put it in his inventory since he already has his Digimon friends, but maybe he'll find someone else to use it. Another surprise was Remus Lupin sending Sirius an owl mail. Apparently, Sirius sent an owl mail while he was looking for information and demanded Remus to give a good reason for not looking out for Harry. It wasn't a surprise when the response was that Dumbledore refused to tell him where he was and that he spent all these years globe-trotting in hopes of getting a hint of where Harry was, but no matter how much he looked he couldn't find out anything. No one knew where he was and refused to tell him under orders of Dumbledore. This made Harry and Sirius happy. It was good to know that their furry-afflicted friend was on their side, and happily they sent him another owl mail to tell him to go to Kyoto, Japan, and wait for them there. They also informed him that they had left the British magical community and joined the yokai faction, something they were sure would greatly surprise him. The day passed with Harry and friends joking and playing around to the amusement of the vampire maids and Elmenhilda, who was doubly happy to be able to see Valerie smile after being abused and hurt for so long. She smiled and teared up a bit at the scene of Valerie giggling at Harry hitting Sirius with a stream of water after he had turned Harry's hair bright pink. The group was completely unaware of the panic Harry caused to the supernatural world, or rather they really didn't care. Time skip, next day. 7th Heaven, God's Throne. 4 angels were having a meeting while keeping an eye on God's system. These four were the archangels and leaders of heaven and the church: Michael, Gabriel, Raphael, and Uriel, four powerful seraphs. These four are in charge of the everyday maintenance of the system, political and research needs of said faction. Today they called a meeting to speak of current events and happenings along with the mysterious activity from God's system. Gabriel was the most concerned and hopeful, as it seems like something is causing her father's precious system to actively respond to something happening in the human world. Meanwhile, Raphael sent a few angels to investigate. According to the reports they've received from said angels that were sent to investigate the surge of holy energy, they found nothing but small traces of that strange holy energy, along with a heavily injured old man who was promptly ignored in favor of investigating. Further, they spent most of the day questioning a few of the magic users found around. All they found out were rumors of a boy who abandoned his people and used light to bring down an evil and foolish old man. This information confused them all, but they decided to leave it at that and go back to heaven to report. Michael was mostly concerned because his connection to his father's system was deteriorating and he didn't know why, but just now Raphael and Uriel reported another surge of holy energy, this time over Romania on vampire territory, and the use of holy fire, something that only his father and a few other sun gods were only able to use. Of course, they sent angels to investigate, but all they found was a giant crater and 3 lingering holy signatures. Michael can only rub his brow in stress. What is happening? All of this doesn't make any sense, and what was that holy energy? It almost overwhelmed our sensors. Even father didn't let off this much holy energy. Uriel spoke up, bringing Michael out of his thoughts. What are we going to do about this, Michael? The devils and fallen might take this as an aggressive act from us and use it as an excuse for war. Michael stares at Uriel in concern. Uriel is right, I have to get in touch with Azazel and Surtsks, and let them know that heaven and the church weren't involved in this. Hopefully, they know more about what's going on. Underworld, Grigori headquarters. Azazel, for the first time in a long time, has concern vividly showing on his face. Last night a bunch of hysterical and heavily injured fallen angels returned to headquarters. Of course, they tried to lie about why and where they were attacked, but Azazel and the others executives were already aware they were traitors. These fallen angels were interrogated and executed on the spot for risking war with the other factions, but the most concerning thing about all of this is the information procured from the traitors. 3 holy beings of massive power came down on them and basically destroyed them, and 2 of these beings had similarities with both Gabriel and Michael. However, Azazel knows that those 2 wouldn't risk a conflict like this and that their power would reach that level, not since God's death, that is. Azazel is sitting down by himself in his office thinking about the information he received and the report of the constant surges of power. Sigh. According to prior reports, the Teeps clan was rebelling against the other vampire clans, causing a civil war. However, the Teeps were obliterated in a single day along with an army of fallen devils, and who knows what else. Did the Carmilla clan called for assistance from another faction, but who, and who would have such power? I'm going to have to let Michael and Surtsks know about all of this and about this group that seems to have formed right under our noses. Azazel was completely unaware that Kokabil, another executive of Grigori, was part of this terrorist group and secretly passed down any information they were able to get about the event. Underworld, Gremory Mansion. Adulka Beelzebub and Surtsks Lucifer were having a meeting in Surtsks' office. A stoic Graphia Lucifer ne Lucifuge is standing beside her husband listening to the report Adulka is giving to her husband in concern. Adulka looks intently towards Surtsks. 2 days ago a massive signature of holy energy practically blew up our sensors and sent everyone in the research facility in a panic, but we were able to find that it originated from somewhere in London. We suspect it came from one of those hidden magical communities. Adulka closes his eyes and takes a big breath. However, that isn't the end of it. 3 more holy signatures were picked up by our sensors a day after, this time in Romania. Surtsks, they were massive, and they seemed to have had a fight with a vampire clan. Surtsks closes his eyes in worry. Do we know who they are? Was heaven involved? Adulka slightly shook his head. No, we don't know who it was, and I don't believe heaven is involved. They wouldn't risk war by doing something like this, but that's not the most concerning thing. Pure-blooded devils were killed. Surtsks and Graphia's eyes widen in shock. What? Surtsk stands up while slamming his hands on his desk. What were devils doing there? Who and why? Adulka stares at Surtsk, not surprised by his outburst. We don't know. The only thing we found out is that most of those devils belonged to the old Satan faction. Among the ones killed, we suspect Shalba Beelzebub and Cruisery Asmodeus were in that list. Their energy signature was found in the area, which was completely destroyed. Only a giant crater was found. Surtsk sits back down and gapes at this information. Shalba and Cruisery are dead. They were ultimate class devils. Who would have the power to take them down? I'll have to meet with Azazel and Michael. we have to make sure this doesn't escalate into war. Chaos Brigade Headquarters, unknown location. Rzevim Levon Lucifer was infuriated, not only are 2 of his generals dead but the Chaos Brigade's army took a giant hit. And to make things worse he lost access to the Sephiroth Graal. Suddenly a cold and emotionless voice frightens him out of his thoughts. Why did we lose so many soldiers, devil? Rzevim turns around in fright and shakily answers the question of this massively powerful being. Lady Oafis. We don't know for sure, but according to the few surviving members and our spy in the Grigori, they were attacked by 3 holy beings. 2 are described to have a likeness to the seraphs Gabriel and Michael. Oafis, who is a petite black-haired girl with emotionless grey eyes and elvish-like ears, narrows her eyes at the foolish devil in front of her. Those seraphs wouldn't dare to attack devils or fallen, they wouldn't risk war. Find out what happened and who did it. With that said, she vanishes, leaving a sweating Rzevim. Damn stupid lizard. You'll get yours someday. He growls and disappears by a magic circle. He had other plans which now have to be changed. Damn whoever decided to stick their nose where it doesn't belong. London, St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. It's been almost 3 days since Albus Dumbledore's beatdown, and just this morning he regained consciousness. As he lay there in that lonely hospital room, his mind raced as he thought back on everything that happened that day. How did that boy get so powerful? I know he was being starved and beaten constantly. He shouldn't be able to move like he did, and he certainly didn't have that amount of magic he used last time I checked. I made sure to always monitor him, and Arabella didn't mention anything weird happening to him. Just how did all of this happen? Poor Severus is dead. How could Harry have done that? And that double be damn Rita Skeeter. She practically destroyed my image on that bloody newspaper again. The old headmaster was in pain and frustrated. The healers weren't sure how to heal the injuries he received from Harry's impressive spells, and just now, to make things worse, he received an owl mail informing him he had lost all his titles and political positions. The only thing he was allowed to keep was being headmaster of Hogwarts, and that was because he was the only qualified for the position at the moment. The backlash from his battle with the boy and his reckless words was enormous in it. Seems like both his political and public image took a huge hit. He was taken out of his thoughts by his healer coming in to check on him. Good afternoon, Mr. Dumbledore. I regret to inform you that we still can't find a cause for your injuries not responding to any of our healing methods. We're still investigating, and we have requested the unspeakables to research possible solutions. Dumbledore didn't know what to say. He wasn't sure what kind of magic that blasted boy used on him. However, a familiar voice spoke up. There won't be any need for that, Master Healer. Both men turned towards the doorway and see Madame Amelia Bones standing there with a glare, and the old man just knew his day was about to get worse. I already know the reason why those wounds won't heal so easily. The healer stared curiously at the head of the Aura department. You do? Could you inform me? I'm afraid that we have been stumped with this for quite a while. Amelia only took in a big breath and closed her eyes. The type of magic young Harry Potter used was that of holy magic, a variant of the light element. It is mostly used by gods and angels. That particular type of magic has a peculiar quirk, something I'm sure you already are aware of, Headmaster. Of course, Dumbledore was already aware of what that meant for him, but only chose to glare at Madame Bones, who only gave him a grin in return. She enjoyed torturing the old man quite a bit, and she turned her gaze towards the healer. That type of magic is holy by nature, and if the person is pure of heart and genuinely good, the magic spell wouldn't have any effect. Only those with darkness and sin in their heart could be this affected to it. Unfortunately, this means that the headmaster is going to have to heal the slow muggle way. She points at a still glaring Dumbledore. You and most of the purebloods along with the ministry might be happy ignoring the rest of the supernatural world, but most of us are aware of them, and some old families like the Bones have had dealings with other supernatural beings. You messed up, Headmaster. Not only did your meddling cause 3 most ancient and most noble houses to leave our community, but you also attempted line theft, and you're even guilty of child abuse and endangerment. Among other things, the goblins were very forthcoming with evidence. Luckily for you, your name still had just enough pull that you didn't get any jail time, and trust me, I tried. However, the goblins were overjoyed to empty any personal vaults under your name and transfer any contents to the Potter vaults. You know, for annoying them for too long and attempting to fool them. Tisk tisk, Headmaster. The grin on Madame Bones widened even further. Albus was struggling to keep from raging. This blasted boy has practically destroyed everything he worked so hard to obtain. Madame Bones left the foolish old man to seethe in anger with a happy smile on her face. She might have not been able to imprison the meddling old fool, but she enjoyed him being humbled quite thoroughly. Time skip, 1 week. Romania, Carmilla Castle. Harry can be found sitting on his bed in his guest room going through his inventory. He's looking for a magic gun/guns for Valerie, over the week he and Sirius moved about all over Romania looking for any remnants of the Teeps clan and information about the Cows Brigade. However, the information on the latter has gone cold and thus he focused on training Le Fay and Valerie, starting with adding gravity seals and physical conditioning like he did with Kunu. He's still teaching Le Fay all sorts of magic spells, but it seems that she has a talent with the sword too. Her bloodline seems to be strong in her, both magical and with the sword. This was proven by the ease in which she learned new spells and adapts to wielding a sword. Even healing to time magics were easily learned by her, and the young witch was loving it. I'm sure I have some magic guns here somewhere. I have to organize my inventory soon, I have too much stuff in here. Ah, here they are, let's see. I'll give her these, they seem cool and they have infinite ammo too. Harry pulls out both handguns and uses observe on them. Ebony and Ivory, Devil May Cry series. Semi-automatic pistols, designed to rapidly fire bullets instilled with demonic power, and are one of the several firearms to appear in every Devil May Cry game series. The left-handed black gun, Ebony, has been modified for long-distance targeting and comfort, while the right-handed white gun, Ivory, was custom-built for rapid firing and fast draw times. These beautiful handguns are the go-to long-range weapons for Devil Hunter Dante. However, these are modified by the game to be able to take in any form of energy and thus making them usable for both the gamer and any member of his party. A grin appears on Harry's face as he gets up and begins to look for Valerie. It took a while, but he found her in the castle's garden along with Le Fay. They seem to be enjoying themselves talking and drinking tea. As Harry hears their giggling, he turns his gaze at a sleeping Sirius laying on the grass. He sweat drops at his godfather laziness. Both girls notice him approach and smile, something that makes a smile appear on his face. Hey girls, seems like you're having fun. Both girls nodded while Harry took a seat by them. He took out Ebony and Ivory and hands them to Valerie. Here, I found these in my inventory. They seem powerful and they can use your energy to create bullets. I don't know how to use guns, so that's something you'll have to learn by yourself, but I do know how to make elemental bullets and charge bullets, so I'll be teaching you how to do that instead. Valerie stares at the guns with sparkles coming out of her eyes. They're so cool. She grabs Ebony and inspects it carefully. She then takes aim with it and charges a bit of her mana into it. The gun sparked with red and black lighting, and then she pulls the trigger. A loud bang resounds all over the garden, scaring the fur off Sirius, who jumped with a bark and began to run around in a panic, causing Harry to chuckle. However, he was also amazed at the power displayed by the gun, and it seems that Valerie was too, if the excited look on her face was any hint. She grins and stares at the guns. They're amazing, Harry. Thank you. Harry nods and smiles at her. You're welcome. We should prepare to leave soon. Me and Sirius haven't found any signs of the Cows Brigade or of any leftover vampires from the Teeps clan. I'm sure they'll stay quiet for a while since their operations were stopped. Sirius walks back towards them, having calmed down and turned into his human form. I'm going to miss the vampire maids, they are very pretty. He turns to stare at one who was cleaning the windows, who must have sensed his eyes on her since she turned around to wink at Sirius, who just boyishly grin and wave at her. Harry smiled at his godfather's antics. And as keep telling you, they're quite powerful and dangerous. Oh, dog father of mine. Sirius just barks out a laugh. What's life without any danger, Harry? Besides, you're just jealous of your dog father's charm. Harry only raises an eyebrow at him. I have 3 girlfriends, so nope. You can keep your charm. This proclamation caused everyone to freeze and to suddenly turn their head towards him. It actually worried Harry that they snapped their necks with how fast they turned to gape at him. Sirius of course had to get all dramatic. Yes. Hear that, James? Harry is already on his way to make us proud. I sweat drop and the girls just sweetly smile at me while their eyebrows twitch in irritation, causing me to start sweating bullets. Sirius just had to make things worse by asking how they look, if they were sexy or if they were cute, causing a black aura to begin to flow out of the girls. I silently pray to Ereshkigal to save me. In the end, I ended up describing my girlfriends to my annoying dog father. One is a feisty red-headed mage who is very good at wielding a whip, so I recommend not to piss her off, Sirius. She will whip your bollocks off. Sirius sweats and pales a bit. The other is a ninja from a village hidden in waterfalls to Kigakur. She wasn't well liked in her village and she went through a lot, but she's very friendly and very powerful. She's a Jinchuriki like my friend Naruto I've mentioned before. The girls look confused at the weird terms, but Sirius is aware of how hard life was for Harry's friend Naruto. He smiled sadly at me in understanding. The last one is a bit wild but kind and friendly girl once you get to know her. In her world she's known as a demon lord and she's a dragonoid. She's petty and cute, but don't let her looks fool you. She's capable of devastating entire continents quite easily. This surprised both Li Fei and Valerie, since this world has their own demon lords and now they find out that there's more in other worlds and that their sensei was dating one, something that annoyed them a bit. Sirius nodded and proudly slapped his godson's back. I'm so proud of you, Harry. Now why don't you tell me the name of my future daughters-in-law? Harry was about to speak when Elmenhilda appeared and greeted everyone. Hello everyone, here Harry, this is for Yasaka. We knew you would leave soon, so we prepare an official document, cementing the alliance between the vampire and yokai factions. Thank you for your aid. I smile and nod at her. You're welcome, Elmenhilda. I look forward to working with you and your faction more in the future. Elmenhilda smiles and nods. When do you leave? Harry closes his eyes. Tomorrow early in the morning. We've been out here for quite a while and I'm sure Yasaka is waiting for our report. It sure has been fun spending time with your clan. Sirius nods and grins at Elmenhilda, which causes her to sweat drop and try to jump back, only to stop when Sirius caught her and lifted her by the armpits. I still think we should take her with us. She is adorable with that kitty hoodie. This of course made poor Elmenhilda sputter in embarrassment and begin to flail around. Unhand me, you mutt. Let me down. We all laugh at her reaction, causing her to pout cutely. She sure has relaxed a lot around us for her to act like that. I can't wait to go back and see everyone. Kunu will be excited to learn she has 2 fellow students now, and I miss Yasaka and Ereshkigal. Ost, answer by Frederick and Kana. Harry looks up to the skin with a smile on his face. The wind gently blows and he closes his eyes, enjoying the breeze. Tamara wanted fumidashita mabe we tehu ga motion. Off-Eyes is floating in the sky as she stares at the giant crater that once was Bran's castle with a curious look on her face. Tagai chigo sikai no hate ni maji watayan jiao shao. Michael stares in concern at his father's system as his connection with it slowly continues to deteriorate. Asu no Jaibun ni toikakat hiraguru senmi ina sozu. The 4 Mua are in front of the Devil Council reporting the death of many purebloods devils. Many elders seemed concerned and afraid, but most seemed to be glaring in anger. Te wotoriat waridara raku datandero na. Na itai imawa nanji nanfon nanbu. Azazel stares out his window with a frown on his face, not noticing Kokabeel glaring at him from behind. Amwadashite. Sor ga itai zentai nan date koto desura mau. Wakanaya wakanaku nat sa. Kizukataku nao yo. Kazanat iku manachi ni. Kizutsut demo butsu kot demo. Use urine mono ga aru kara. Sekai wo saga's height. A bedridden Albus Dumbledore is glaring at the ceiling in his hospital room, and Minerva McGonagall is standing by his bedside glaring and frowning at him. In the ministry, Amelia Bones is yelling at her Aurors while a grinning Moody is seen behind her. A tired-looking Remus Lupin is seen arriving in Kyoto with a happy and playful grin. Yudaga wanted a root kita hibi ni kao kai wa nika. Ashi ga moshur samayata saki wa saju no fukiai. We see a bored Kunu doing her homework, with the Yasaka who is drinking some tea and smiling at her daughter fondly. Kinu ima keikomarai no koto. Ima da shinkuru no uni abatsuku. Umfuri no kokoro wo takamitsu kit. Rizevim is trashing his office in a fit of anger. He glares hatefully at the floor, his eyes glowing with malice. Sashite sono te wo sashinabit hoji cute. Li Fei and Valerie are seen playfully packing their belongings the next day while smiling happily. Amwadashite. Koko ni nakaru kashoka na hibiki saemo. Wakanaya wakanaku nat sa. Aboetsutai yo. Kazanat iku teikutsu ga. Haidane hodo ni utsakushiitu. Kizukane mamada iru kara. Makage I wotadas height. Harry is speaking with Elmenhilda while they smile and shake hands. Sirius is running in circles in his dog form, happily barking. Harry opens a dark corridor and the group wave at a smiling Elmenhilda as they begin to walk through. Amwadashite sukandat. Hanariti kizuiden day. Mukanjo na unmi ini. Kokoro ga aragat she maiden day. Makagat she mate demo. Ushanat she mate demo. Kato wokarat wa. A dark corridor opens in Yasaka's office, alerting Kunu and Yasaka of Harry's arrival. Kunu excitedly jumps into her sensei arms while Yasaka smiles at them. Itai imawa nanji nanfon nanbu. Harry smiles and points at Li Fei and Valerie, letting Kunu down and introducing them both to both kitsans. Amwadashite. Sor ga itai zentai nan date koto desura mau. Wakanaya wakanaku nat sa. Kizukataku nao yo. Kazanat iku manachi ni. Kizutsut demo butsu kot demo. Sujuru hibi ga ito shi I no wa. Use Urine Mono Garu Kara. Sekai wo Saga's height. Kunu happily hugs her fellow students. Ereshkigal rushes in and the moment she sees Harry she tears up and lunges at him. Harry catches her with a smile on his face and hugs her tightly. Chapter 11. Time skip, 1 year and several months. Kyoto, Japan, Harry's room, Harry's POV. As I prepare in my room for today's training I couldn't help but reminisce about everything important that has happened. Flashback. More than a year has passed since Sirius, Le Fei, Valerie, and I returned to Kyoto after dealing with the Teeps vampire clan and learned about a new terrorist organization named the Cows Brigade. I am now 10 years old and in the summer I turn 11. Over time our little family was quickly accepted and respected by the yokai and a lot of things have happened and changed over the year. One particular change was the arrival of Remus Lupin into our small family. The reunion between Sirius and him was a tearjerker. Both laughed and cried while apologizing to each other. I couldn't help but smile at having these two in my life now, and they have always been family, but until today we were never able to be together. Afterwards Remus along with Sirius and I spend the rest of the day talking about my parents, of their pranks as the Marauders and of the happy times they spent together. He did apologize to me for not being there and that he wished he would have found me sooner while cursing Dumbledore for sending me to the Dursleys. Of course I told him that there's no need apologize and that even though I suffered for years, I more than anything made up for it. This confused him, but after telling him about my journey, my age, and the power I now hold, he was left gaping. Of course Sirius took advantage of Remus's distracted condition and pranked him by shaving his head with a spell. This made everyone laugh, and when Remus finally noticed he too laughed. Eventually, he settled down in Kyoto and lives with us in Yasaka's palace. However, the poor yokai suffered dark times with Sirius and Remus pranking ways. It was made worse because Kunu and I would often join in the fun, and it was a normal occurrence for a yokai to get hit with one of our pranks. Not surprisingly, he became quite popular with the kami and was often found being followed around by a bunch of little kami children who seemed to always want to play with him. It was quite funny watching him get piled on by a bunch of young wolf yokai children. This, of course, made him quite popular with the female kami since to them he was good father material, something that Sirius loves to tease him about all the time. Eventually he found peace by the acceptance granted to him by the yokai as a whole and the kami. At some point, he even joined one of the many wolf yokai packs, but we think that the main reason was a young and very pretty female kami named Satsuki who we have often caught going on dates together. He calmed down a lot after having the wolf yokai teach him to accept the wolf inside, and little by little he learned to control his werewolf transformation. However, his transformed form changed. According to Sirius, his werewolf form no longer looks like a sickly and skinny wolf but now looks healthier, bulkier and had a very impressive black mane. Sirius and Yui the Inugami would often join him and Satsuki on midnight runs throughout the forest, something that they seem to love doing. It always brings a chuckle of amusement to me when I watch them chase and race each other in their animal form. Another big change was me being officially sent on missions on behalf of the yokai faction, something I was glad to do for Yasaka. Usually I mercilessly took care of any devil, fallen angel, or exorcist who would cause trouble, and eventually my name and my ruthlessness became known throughout the factions, earning me some ire and fear from them. However, one day the fallen angels made the mistake to piss me off. That mistake began when a group of fallen angels decided that they could do whatever they wanted in Akihabara, causing major damages and the cost of the lives of a few yokai. By now I considered the yokai faction my family, and thus the death of some of them rightly upset me. This was the first time the Japanese government and Yasaka herself asked me to deal with them, but as many guessed I was already planning to take care of the bastards, but now it was a sanctioned mission. Before I left to deal with the fallen, I asked Yasaka why doesn't the leader of the fallen angels reign in his people. I was disappointed at her response and couldn't help but to frown at their leader. According to Yasaka, Azazel, the governor and leader of the Gregory, was an aloof and perverted individual that more often than not was more interested in his research of sacred gears than controlling the members of his faction. This negligence caused him to be disliked and even hated by the other factions, especially the smaller ones, since they were often the victims to the fallen angels' bullying. Still, it surprised me a bit about the government officially sending me a request for a mission, so I asked both Ereshkigal and Yasaka about it. They told me that some human governments worked closely with the supernatural world and that this has been going on for centuries. Japan was a major example of this, and so was Italy since the Vatican is located there. I gladly accepted the mission and went to Akihabara to deal with the fallen angels, and quickly enough I found their headquarters. However, I was shocked to find more than 30 fallen angels stationed there, and most of them had stolen, attacked, and even kidnapped people, most likely because either they had sacred gears or had hidden potential. It was unbelievable, the sheer gall that these fallen angels were showing by openly doing all of these criminal acts in the open. So I went to work, determined to show them and the rest of the supernatural world the consequences of their actions, and it was a massacre. I spared no mercy and made them pay for the lives of the yokai they've took. Of course I had to let at least one of the fallen angels go, along with the heads of the rest of their group, with a warning to Azazel: control your people or they'll be put down like the rabid dogs they are. Afterwards the Japanese government took care of everyone I saved from their headquarters and returned everything stolen to the original owner. A week later Azazel sent a letter and we couldn't believe the irresponsibility of this man. The letter went like this: we were aware that these fallen angels were doing such things and that the one that was allowed to escape was punished severely. Thank you for taking care of this rogue unit. This, of course, pissed off Yasaka and the government officials. The man didn't even bother apologizing nor offered recompense to the families of the lives lost nor for the damages caused. He didn't even offer an explanation as to why they were kidnapping and attacking Japanese citizens. It didn't take the government and the yokai faction long to announce that fallen angels were no longer welcomed in Japan without permission in the form of a special visa, and that they will be killed on the spot if found on Japanese soil without it. This declaration shocked the supernatural world, and apparently, this was the first time something was done to punish a major faction like the Grigori. However, at first many fallen angels didn't take it seriously. This was evidence that the yokai faction in Japan as a whole were viewed as too weak to go through their threat, something that was seen as a challenge by Yasaka and the government, and so I was given free rein on how to deal with them. So I, along with my Digimon friends, dealt with any fallen angel found on Japan, and soon reports of giant dragons, beasts, humanoid-like creatures, enormous knights, mechanical monstrosities, plant creatures, devils, and angel-like beings were being reported to the other factions. Once again the supernatural world was shocked. The reports of these creatures described them as too powerful and merciless towards any invader, proving that Japan was not longer to be messed with, that it has risen in power, becoming a major faction. Azazel tried to set up a meeting on multiple occasions, but he was denied. It was too late for apologies or negotiations, and he was only warned that if they don't put a stop to their people's foolishness, war would be declared. By now the fallen faction, along with the rest of the supernatural world, was fully aware that they were no match for the strange and mystical creatures that seemed to have become the defenders of Japan, and eventually the fallen stopped trying to do anything with Japan. It also became well known by now that I was a dangerous individual, since I personally would dump the bodies of any fallen angel found in Japan right into Azazel's office through a dark corridor, and so the power scale was no longer in favor of the Judeo-Christian factions. Times were quickly changing and there was nothing any of them could do to stop it. This action, however, confirmed me to be the one behind the many events happening around the world, that I was very dangerous, something that I didn't deny when questioned by our allies, especially when asked about the events in Romania. Of course, the devils and fallen tried to intimidate the yokai faction into delivering me to be judged for the murder of many of their kind, but Yasaka informed them that these members of their faction were found on foreign land belonging to their allies, the vampire faction, who were the ones to ask for help. Something that the Carmilla clan was all too happy to confirm, along with any information indicating that both the devils and fallen found there were part of a terrorist organization who were dealing in many illegal and questionable acts. Needless to say, that both factions quieted down and didn't bother us about it again. Things calmed down for a few months, and Japan and the yokai were enjoying peaceful days now that the most troublesome of the factions was taken down a peg for their arrogance. However, one day two of them all requested a meeting with Yasaka and the government officials, and I was asked to attend, which I happily agreed to. I was admittedly curious about the Mu of this world, however I was very disappointed. Seraphal Leviathan and Surtsk's Lucifer were powerful, sure, but they were way below the power scale of some of the other demon lords I met. Even Mao and Beryl were above their power scale way before Mao became the principal of Devil Academy and earned the title of Overlord. Mu Leviathan was a petite but voluptuous woman. She has black hair and violet eyes and seemed to be the cheerful type of girl, and Mu Lucifer was a tall individual with blue-greenish eyes and scarlet-red hair. He wore a confident smile and had a carefree attitude. They posed quite the impressive image as they walked proudly towards Yasaka's desk, where she calmly sat. Two government officials stood to her sides with an impassive look in their face. However, the confident stride that the two Mu had was completely ruined when they caught sight of me sitting beside Yasaka. By now they knew who I was after the reports they've received from Azazel about the hundreds of fallen angels that were killed by my hands and the events on Romania. They also must have felt the bit of power that always leaks out of me, since they seem to be put off by my presence. I just smiled at them and enjoyed watching them sweat and struggle to breathe a bit. The meeting started with them requesting to rebuy ownership of Kyoto Town, which once belonged to Claria Belial. The ownership was returned to the yokai faction after her death, according to the deal made between her family and yokai faction. Yasaka refused, something that both shocked and caught the Mu unprepared. She explained how the devil faction had been demanding things behind their backs and that she wasn't sure if she could trust such a greedy faction. This made the Mu frown. Apparently, they were unaware that their faction did this, but the government officials also told them after the Mu explained that they were planning to hand ownership of the town to their younger sisters as a gift so they can attend a human school. and learn how to manage the town as preparation for when they have to manage their future territories, that it was both foolish and naive to hand the management and care for an entire town and its people to two minors, even if they were the heirs to prominent devil families. The Mua argued and compromised with Yasaka and the government officials for hours, something they weren't used to since most beings were usually too intimidated to argue with them. However, today was different. My presence was putting pressure on them, and in the end, they ended up renting the town at a high price, along with the town being closely monitored, and some hard conditions were put in place that was to be followed strictly, and so both Mua left defeated and with their pride in shatters. But it seems that Japan will host two high-class devils in the future. Hopefully, they take their responsibilities seriously. After that I continued my days focusing on any mission I received and the training of my students, and over the year they grew in power and skill. Kunu's Keyblade had its first evolution, turning from Starlight to Star Seeker. She also decided to focus on learning Final Fantasy type spells since they seem to match her battle style the most, and has learned quite a few of them. Le Fei continued to learn magic of all kinds and now has mastered all beginner and intermediate rank spells. She also became quite the swordswoman and was able to wield Clarent quite skillfully. As of now she has begun to learn master rank spells. As for Valerie, she has become a genius with both ebony and ivory. Her aim and accuracy have improved over time, and with her having learned from me how to shoot elemental bullets, she has become a force to be reckoned with. All three have learned hand-to-hand combat and key control. I'm sure both Gaku-sensei and Vegeta would be impressed. I took plenty of advantage of the sensei title's ability to pass down skills to give Kunu and Valerie the perfect control skill. The universal energy and dragon core skills were also passed down to the three of them. Surprisingly, they didn't receive a race change from the Dragon Core, but they did get a drastic increase in energy levels. This helped them cope with the training and helped support everything I taught them. Flashback end. I smile as I finish thinking back on this busy year. I check the time and I nod to myself, it's time. I can't wait to see how much the girls have grown. Time skip, 2 hours. Kyoto, Japan, Yasaka's Palace Gardens. Empty ID Forest Dungeon. Today I've been sparring with the girls and evaluating their progress in an empty instant dungeon, one of the many accessible to me by the skill ID Create. It has been a very intense battle and the girls have been working in perfect sync with each other. Their progress has been enormous, and to my surprise and pride they had worked really hard to learn everything I teach them. Third person POV. Harry twirls Oathkeeper in his hand and blocks the shots from Valerie, causing the bullets to bounce off in all directions while Kunu rushes towards him at high speed, her keyblade glowing with light, while Le Fei begins to cast a spell. Inferno. Le Fei points her open hand at me and multiple condensed blue fireballs shoot out at high speed, passing by Kunu's sides. Harry smiles and summons Oblivion with his free hand and points it at the blue fireballs while still blocking Valerie's attempts to shoot him down. Drown upon this rushing waters. Tidal wave. An enormous amount of water shoots out of the tip of Oblivion, striking and putting out the fireballs. The tidal wave continues to rush forward towards Kunu, but she jumps to dodge the incoming rush of water and begins to fly at high speed toward Harry, who jumps back to avoid a downward slash and the blast of light that fires off when she made contact with the ground with her keyblade. Still in the air from his jump, Harry twirls his body to dodge a charged electric shot from Valerie. When he landed, he pulls his hand back and was about to use Strike Raid with Oblivion to hit Kunu, but had to instead block a sword thrust from Le Fei, who then points her other open hand at Harry's face, whose eyes widen in surprise and tried to guard what he belied would be a blast. However, instead she then proceeds to cast a drain spell on him, making him stumble back a bit, completely being caught off guard by the almighty element spell. Quickly Kunu points Star Seeker at Harry. Water Ga. A giant orb of water forms and shoots towards Harry, hitting him and dragging him along its trajectory, crashing it and him into a couple of trees. Valerie charges another electric shot and fires at Harry, who was getting up. The electric charged shot hits him, and since he was wet the attack was doubly effective, causing him to grunt in pain. The girls smile in triumph, only for it to vanish when they notice Harry's grin at them. Boom, their eyes widen, and look down only to see Kunu with explosive tags tied around their handles at their feet. They tried to quickly jump back, but the tags explode too fast and sent them flying in different directions. Harry's POV. The three girls lay there on the ground groaning in pain. Ugh. No fair, sensei, we had you that time. Oh, we poor Kunu can only complain from her face down position. She was literally kissing the ground. Le Fei shakily pulls herself up from the ground. A small flame can be seen on the tip of her witch's hat. Ouchie. That really hurt. Valerie? Are you okay? Le Fei looks towards Valerie and questions her friend and fellow student, who was struggling to get up. What? I can't hear you. I think I'm deaf. Le Fei winced at her friend's volume. She begins to approach her and proceeds to heal her. Oh, healing power. First aid, A soft greenish light bathes Valerie, healing her so she can hear again. Oh, thanks Faye. That's much better. Sigh. Sensei, you shouldn't use explosives on girls. She then licks her thumb and index finger and proceeds to put out the little flame on Faye's hat. I deadpan as I slowly help Kunu up and begin to play with her ears, says the vampire princess, who was trying her damn best to fill her sensei with bullet holes. The girls giggle at their sensei's sarcastic response, but you girls did great and even caught me off guard, good job. They smile brightly at their sensei's praise. I look at the time. Wow. We've been at it for a while, let's go home, it's getting late, and I'm getting hungry. ID escape. The area around them begins to shatter and soon they appear on the palace gardens where both Yasaka and Ereshkigal are waiting on them. Yasaka approaches Kunu and hugs her gently. How did they do, Harry-kun? I smile at Yasaka proudly. They did great. All three of them have improved drastically and their teamwork is something to be feared too. They caught me off guard and were able to push me back. Ereshkigal claps excitedly. Great job girls. It isn't easy catching Harry off guard. Even if he was holding back, it is a big accomplishment. Yasaka nods, agreeing with her friend, and smiles proudly at Kunu while still hugging her. The trio blush but continues to look proud. I look around. Where are those mutts of mine? Suddenly I feel a magic spell heading my way and I move my head to the side to dodge a stinging hex from Sirius. Oi! I resent that. We turn and see both Sirius and Remus walking towards with grins on their faces. Remus chuckled at Sirius's childish reaction. Hello everyone, we're sending an owl to Andy. As you know, she joined Hogwarts's staff as the potions professor some time ago, and a few days ago we got an owl mail from her. It seems like Dumbledore is convinced that you will join Hogwarts next year and is impatiently waiting for your acceptance letter. He knows your location will be revealed when it comes out. Not that it matters, Remus shrugs. Sirius barks out a cheerful laugh. Ha! As if. And I'm actually surprised he hasn't found you yet, Harry. You're already well known in the supernatural world. I see. Well, I'm not surprised. I'm pretty sure Dumbledore is the same as the purebloods. They like to pretend that the other factions don't exist, but, sigh, what a stubborn old man. He practically lost all of his power, political positions, and the goblins literally drained all his money, and he's still determined to continue to meddle in my life. Sigh. Too bad that even if he knows my location, he's blacklisted in Japan and by the yokai faction, and there's no way I'll attend Hogwarts. There's nothing for me to learn there. I look up to the sky and think back about Andromeda Tonks née Black. Andromeda Tonks, aka Andy, is one of Sirius's cousin. He got in contact with her a few months back and reinstated her and her family back into the Blacks and has been in contact with her ever since. She joined Hogwarts's staff since they had a need for a potion master to fill the empty professor position since Severus Snape is dead, and has been keeping us informed about the happenings of the British magical community. It is how we came to learn that the old fool lost all of his titles and positions of power and had only barely able to keep his position as headmaster. His injuries crippled him for months and someone let the public know the reason for it. It was published on a newspaper called the Daily Prophet. The paper explained that my use of holy magic was the cause of Dumbledore's intensive injuries, and the reason for said wounds to not be able to be healed by magic was that the old fool was an evil and dark individual, otherwise the holy magic wouldn't have had done that amount of damage. This led the magical society to change their views of him, and some even proclaimed him a dark lord in robes of white, and apparently as a result I came to be viewed as an even bigger hero, as many of the witches and wizards that witnessed my use of holy light to bring down Dumbledore were in awe at my display of power and spread the word to the rest of magical Britain. Harry shook his head to clear his head. Well, anyways, let's go. Someone help. Please someone save my mommy. Hey. Suddenly I heard a voice causing me to jump and begin to look around as if looking for something confusing. Everyone, what was that? I've been hearing faint voices lately, but this is the first time one of those voices sounded so loud and clear. Kunu approached me and gently grabbed my hand. Sensei? Are you okay? I turned my gaze towards Kunu. I'm not sure. I just heard someone scream for help. Everyone began to look around, trying to find the origin of said call for help. Meanwhile I closed my eyes and tried to focus while waiting for the voice to speak again. Please someone, anyone help. Suddenly I opened my eyes, as soon as I heard the voice again, but this time I was able to sense the location where it was coming from. There. It's coming from somewhere in Britain. The group looked like they were about to ask, but I shook my head. No time to explain, guys. I have to go. I'll see you later. And with that opens a dark corridor with a wave of my hand and walk through it in a hurry, leaving everyone confused and worried. However, the group wasn't aware that someone was monitoring Harry closely, and that the moment he vanished from Kyoto he contacted his faction, the hero faction, who then proceeded to go through one of their plans, invade Kyoto and capture the leader of the yokai faction, Yasaka. 10 minutes ago. Outskirts of Ottery St. Catchpole, the Rookery, Pandora's workshop. Pandora Lovegood is a beautiful light blonde and silver-eyed woman who loves everything about magic and is an accomplished spell creator, who was a good friend of Lily Potter, and together they worked on the creation of new spells. However, the process was slowed down by the untimely death of her dear friend, but she didn't quit and continued their work, and today is the day she was going to test a new spell of her creation. Her daughter, who is excitedly watching her mother work, was sitting away from her workstation for safety. Luna Lovegood, who inherited her mother's light blonde hair and silver eyes, was watching her mother work expectantly, and like her mother she loves magic, so she wanted to be there so she could watch her mommy test her new spell. She watched as her mommy began to swish her wand and then point at a dummy in front of her. However, something goes wrong, causing the spell to backfire, and all Luna could see is a blinding light and a big explosion that sent her flying. Luckily she was far away from her mother, so she landed not too harshly and only got cuts and scrapes. Shakily she got up and begins to frantically look around for her mommy until she caught sight of her on the floor some distance away from her. She took off running towards her and kneels beside her. She can see that her mommy is bleeding a lot and has horrible burns everywhere on her body, but she didn't know what to do. Poor Luna began to cry and scream for someone to help, but they live so far away from any neighbors and her daddy isn't home, so all she could do is cry and continue to ask for help. Some time passed and slowly the beautiful light once present in Luna's eyes begins to disappear. Please someone, anyone help. Fat tears continue to fall from her silver eyes when suddenly she feels someone gently pat her head, causing her to jump up a bit in surprise and turn her gaze at the one patting her head. However, she couldn't help but relax a bit. That feels nice. She can't help but think as she looks at the boy who appeared out of nowhere. She noticed that he has a powerful aura, black messy hair and deep emerald green eyes which were staring at her worriedly, but then he gives her a gentle smile. Don't cry. I heard your call for help. This is your mother, right? She sadly nods and grabs hold of her mother's hand. Please, save her. She doesn't know why, but something in her is telling her that she can trust this boy. He smiles at her and nods. He turns and notices that the woman isn't breathing anymore. She's dead. Looks like I'll have to bring her back to life. Sigh. He points an open hand towards her mother and a beautiful white light begins to flow around him. Bring back this soul from purgatory. Resurrection. Luna can only stare in awe as a beautiful orb of rainbow lights forms above her mommy and begins to shine down its pretty multicolored light at her and her mommy's body, healing it completely. The spell finishes and the light vanishes. A few minutes later her mommy slowly opens her eyes and looks up to the sky. What? Where am I? Luna jumped on top of her mother and began to cry while holding her tightly, surprising Pandora. Luna. What's wrong, dear? What happened? But Luna is too busy crying to answer her mom's questions. However, I decided to answer them honestly for her. Miss? It seems like you got caught in an explosion and well, you died, but Luna kept calling out for help and I somehow was able to hear it, so I rushed here and saw her crying over you, so I decided to bring you back to life. I wasn't sure why, but for some reason I felt like I can trust these two. Pandora stares at the boy sitting at her side and she immediately recognizes those emerald green eyes. Harry. I raise an eyebrow at her but not in confirmation, and she gives me a blindingly bright smile. She reaches over and grabs my hand tightly. You look so much like your father, but you have your mother's kind eyes. I used to babysit you, hee. I'm so glad to see you're okay. I was so worried when no one was able to tell me what happened to you and no one knew where you were. I smile at her and gently sit her up. You knew my parents. Is nice to meet you. She giggles and points at herself. I'm Pandora Lovegood. She then points at her still crying daughter, and this little one's name is Luna. Thank you so much for saving my life, or is it giving back my life? But how did you do it? Did you use a holy light spell? Like the ones you used to beat up the old headmaster with? I was there with my little Luna, you know. I didn't know there was a spell capable of bringing the dead back to life. That's so interesting. I chuckle at her excitement, and now that Luna stopped crying I can see her curiously paying attention, wanting to know the answers to her mother's questions. Well, I learned it during my travels. It's a spell aptly called resurrection, and yes, it is a holy spell, the same type I used to beat up Dumbledore, and the spell allows me to bring someone back to life, but I can only bring someone back with it as long as few hours have gone by and the body has to be semi-intact. Of course I can use my Rin Egan to revive someone too, and I only need a bit of them to able to restore them completely, and there's no time limit with it, but I'll be keeping that to myself. Gently I helped Pandora up. Pandora was impressed by the existence of such a spell. To be able to bring the dead back to life even with the limitation is something incredible. I wonder where exactly he learned it. She smiles at her daughter, who was looking in awe at Harry. She was pretty sure she now recognized the famous Harry Potter. Would you like to come in for a while? We can talk and I'll even make lunch. I'm sure everyone is hungry. Admittedly she is a bit shocked at having almost died, but was glad that Harry was here. she dreads to think what would have become of her daughter if she had died in her presence. However, the moment she turned her gaze towards her house, she saw how much damage it sustained from her backfired spell. Everyone's sweat dropped as the house was sporting a giant hole and everything inside was either destroyed or a mess. I couldn't help to chuckle at Pandora's making such a weird face, and with a wave of my hand, the house, which has the shape of a rook, neat, began to fix itself. Pandora's eyes widened while Luna clapped excitedly. Amazing, time manipulation. I nod in confirmation and a bit of surprise at her guessing how I did it until I noticed the slight glow in her eyes. I see, you have mage sight, that's how you were able to see what I'm doing. She nods while Luna stares up at me, but I gave her eye smile. I didn't notice before, but she seems a bit younger than me, and she smiled happily at me. Pandora's claps draw our attention to her. Okay. Then let's go inside and have some lunch. She and Luna run happily into the house with me slowly following close behind. Oh good, I'm starving. Kyoto, Japan. A shadowed individual is staring at Yasaka's palace from afar, and another person approaches him from behind. Is everything ready? Yes, but are you sure we should do this? The individual asked worriedly. Relax, George, we just have to act fast before Harry Potter comes back. Our reports confirmed that he's in control of those strange creatures, and since he himself isn't around, we don't have to worry. George calms down and nods. Okay, CAO, then let's do this quickly. Behind him, more people begin to appear. Chapter 12. Heaven, God's Throne. Michael was keeping an eye on God's system, pondering about his deteriorating connection to it, when suddenly his connection to it was ripped out. The suddenness of it caused a considerable amount of pain, causing him to collapse on the floor. Gabriel, who was keeping him company, rushed to his side and tried helped him up. Brother? What's wrong? Gabriel asked, concern evident on her face. Michael, who was able to compose himself, looked into his sister's eyes. I don't know how it happened, but my connection to father's system is gone. He grabs hold of his chest in pain and slowly gets up with Gabriel's help. Suddenly both Uriel and Raphael rush into God's throne room. Uriel rushes towards Michael, Raphael following close behind. Brother, another spike of holy energy was detected on British soil. It was massive. The sensors indicate a real miracle has occurred. Michael and Gabriel's eyes widen in shock. What? How? Miracles have stopped occurring since father's death. It shouldn't be possible for a miracle to occur. What was the miracle? Michael all but forgot his pain upon hearing this news, while Gabriel watches on in curiosity. Uriel gulps while Raphael nervously looks away. Someone was brought back to life. Michael can only stare at Uriel in shock, not believing that it really happened, while Gabriel lets out a gasp. That's not possible. No one has been able to bring anyone back to life without the use of the devil's evil pieces or the Sephiroth Graal, and father could only do it with help of the system. Uriel only continues to stare at Michael, letting him know that it did indeed happen. When Raphael speaks up, do you think Harry Potter is involved? We know he's able to wield holy magic. Azazel confirmed him to be the one to destroy Bran Castle, and we now know he was the one to cause that enormous spike of holy energy in London more than a year ago. The four archangels looked down, lost in thought. Harry Potter had become an enigma for them. He's reported to be able to wield holy energy, but at the same time he was known to be very powerful and ruthless. Also, those strange creatures he seems to control are too dangerous to even approach him. The Church in Heaven decided to never provoke his wrath, not after what he had done to the Gregory. Azazel is still trying to fix the animosity that has fallen upon him for his negligence. Gabriel has been curious and a little bit afraid. They know Harry Potter can wield holy light and he was reported to be very powerful, but she had sensed his energy and sure it was massive and intimidating, but there was kindness there that she was curious about. She wanted to meet him, to know what kind of person he is, the merciless monster that the fallen angels fear, or was he the kind protector the yokai seem to love and respect? Meanwhile, Michael needed to find out what has happened to his connection to his father's system, and something is telling him that Harry Potter has the answers. Gabriel, I want you to take a few exorcists and ask for a meeting with Yasaka. Meet Harry Potter and find out what is going on, but do not provoke him. We can't afford a war with him and those creatures he keeps with him. Gabriel nods and flies off towards the Vatican, determined to meet Harry Potter. Kyoto, Japan, Palace Kitchens. The group was cheerfully eating lunch and talking about their day. However, their peaceful meal was suddenly interrupted when the girls tense up, causing the adults to look at them curiously. Yasaka spoke up to question Kunu. What's wrong? Kunu turned her gaze towards Le Fei, who nods and claps her hands, creating a dome around everyone, guaranteeing that they wouldn't be overheard. Kunu turned to her mother. Mom, a bunch of energy signatures appeared out of nowhere. They appear to be human, but there's a lot of darkness in their hearts. Yasaka narrows her eyes and turns to look at Sirius and Remus, who nod in understanding and instantly apparate away to let the guards know. The girls get up and begin to walk out with Ereshkigal and Yasaka following close behind them. Kunu is the first one out of the palace gates and looks around. Out of nowhere a bunch of humans appeared in a black mist. Le Fei and Valerie walk up to stand beside Kunu and stare at the invaders preparing themselves for the incoming conflict. Yasaka and Ereshkigal look upon the humans appearing from behind the girls. Cao takes a step forward and mockingly bows to them greetings. The girls glare at the arrogant human. They automatically know that this man was so sure of himself and his victory that it grated on their nerves. They were ready to show him how wrong he was while an irritated Yasaka steps up. What is the meaning of this? Who are you? What are you doing here? Cao chuckles, causing Yasaka's eyes to narrow. We apologize for intruding, but we are the hero action and we have need of your help. Lady Yasaka, leader of the yokai faction. Kunu frowns and discreetly signals Valerie and Le Fei to get ready. Yasaka frowns and responds, I'm afraid that I will have to decline. Cao smiles, you don't have a choice, Lady Yasaka. Heracles and Siegfried step forward. Heracles speaks up with a cocky grin while slamming his fists together, while Siegfried takes out a sword that gives off demonic energy feel to it. Ha ha ha, do feel free to put up a fight. Arg. Heracles was cut off by a powerful kick to the face from Valerie, who moved so fast that no one in the hero faction was able to see her move, sending him flying and crashing against the ground. Siegfried was able to react and attempt to slash at her back, but out of nowhere she pulls out a handgun and shoots at him, forcing him to block with the demonic sword in his hand, but the force of the shot sent him flying. Meanwhile Le Fei claps her hands one more time, and this time a giant dome surrounds a wide area around everyone. George widens his eyes and tries to use his sacred gear Dimension Lost, but it doesn't respond. Cao, that witch used a spell I don't recognize. She cut me off from Dimension Lost. I can't teleport. Cao looks at George in shock and was about to speak up but was interrupted when he had to block an attack from Kunu's keyblade from above with his spear, causing him to bend a knee and growl in exertion, you won't get away. Le Fei's barrier blocks all forms of teleportation. As soon as her feet touched the ground, Kunu twirls on a foot and kicks Cao away and follows after him. Another member of the hero faction, a female named Jean, was about to follow them, but she and George had to jump to the sides to dodge a blue fireball. However, they were sent flying by the explosion caused when the fireball impacted the ground. Le Fei rushed towards Jean with a thrust of Clarent. White lighting can be seen dancing dangerously around the blade. Jean, in an effort to not get hit by such a dangerous attack, created a wall of holy swords with her sacred gear blade blacksmith to block Le Fei's thrust, only for it to shatter upon contact with Clarent and causing a burst of white lighting, sending Jean crashing against a tree. George tried to blast her with a giant bolt lighting spell, but Le Fei swung Clarent at it and sent it flying back towards George, catching him by surprise. As soon as the spell crashed against him, it severely shocks him, causing to scream in pain. He falls to the ground, his body twitching in pain, while Le Fei glares at him and walks towards him. Once close enough, she proceeds to stab him in the heart and unleash a burst of lighting, ending his life. Valerie was keeping Heracles and Siegfried occupied by shooting them with dark elemental bullets that were slowly draining their life force, causing them to weaken and move sluggishly. The duo tried to get close, but the vampire would dance around them and kick them away. However, in a fit of rage, Heracles roared and tried to blast her with his sacred gear variant detonation, but Valerie transformed into a group of bats and flew away from the explosion, only to reform above him, her red eyes glowing. And pointing both ebony and ivory at Heracles, she charges her handguns and shoots him with two dark element charge shots, hitting him and spreading a dome of deep black darkness around him. His screams of agony are heard for a few minutes until they stop and the dome dissipates, leaving only his smoking skeleton. Valerie softly lands on her feet and turns to glare at Siegfried, who is now sweating profusely. Meanwhile, Yasaka took on her giant nine tails form and began to attack the many monsters created by the wielder of the sacred gear Annihilation Maker Leonardo, who began to sweat as she easily destroys them. Ereshkigal pulls out a cage-like spear and jumps to attack Kinla, who tried to block with his sacred gear Night Reflections Shadow Manipulation, only to be split in half by her spear. How foolish, to think you believed that you could block a divine weapon with a sacred gear. Humph. She takes off, flying over to help Yasaka and lands on her head. Tee, I wonder if I can convince Yasaka to try to do a Baijuhudama. The way Harry described it made sound so cool and fun. She began to shoot out black lighting from her spear at the many monsters created by Annihilation Maker, putting even more pressure on Leonardo, who was now beginning to sweat and breath heavily. Meanwhile, the palace guards, along with Sirius and Remus, who is in his werewolf form, began to attack the rest of the hero faction, who were caught by surprise by the unexpected attack on them and their leaders, and one by one began to be taken down. The combination of Sirius's dark and powerful curses from the Black family and Remus' agile and fast claw attacks quickly decimated the sacred gear wielders, who didn't even have time to summon their gears. With Cao and Kunu, Cao landed on the ground harshly but quickly recovered and prepared his sacred gear, a holy spear, and the original Longinus, he stood and looked in disbelief as his faction was being quickly overwhelmed. How? This doesn't make any sense. Harry Potter should have been the only one to watch for. Kunu lands in front of him and points Star Seeker at him. Did you really think the yokai faction and us would stand idly by while Harry-sensei protected us? Faye, Valerie, and I have been training hard along with the rest of the yokai. We want to protect him as much as he protects us. Even Mother and Eris have been training, she glares at Cao. Meanwhile, Cao can only gape in shock at Kunu's declaration. He growls and begins to twirl his spear. We're the hero faction. We're the chosen protectors of humanity. We will kill all the supernatural beings and bring peace and freedom to humanity. Kunu only shook her head in disappointment. You aren't heroes. Sensei told me that a hero doesn't choose to be one, they become one because they tried to do the right thing. You're just bullies with hearts full of darkness and hate. We won't let you keep walking around and continue to cause death and chaos. At that moment Kunu's keyblade began to glow as her heart filled with determination to protect her people and family, and thus her keyblade evolved once more. Its name echoed in her head: Destiny's Embrace. She smiled and gripped her keyblade's handle tightly as the light begins to dance around her. Cao began to sweat. This isn't how it was supposed to go. They were supposed to overwhelm the guards and kidnap the young kitsune in front of him, forcing Yasaka to cooperate with them, but now they were facing true monsters instead and they're being defeated one by one. Rookery, Lovegood's living room. After a delicious lunch, Pandora and Luna dragged me into the living room and set me on one of the comfy couches there. Both mother and daughter excitedly asked me about where I was, what happened to me, and my reason for attacking Dumbledore and leaving the British magical community. I thought about it for a minute, whether to tell them or not, but in the end, I decided to fully trust them, and so I told them about the game, meeting Ereshkigal, about the other worlds, that I was a member of the yokai faction, and about my power. Their reaction? They were excited and curious about all the things I learned, the people I met, and the many creatures I'd seen. We talked for a few hours, and Pandora, Luna, and I were talking about the kind of magic I learned about, and I was asking about my mom, something that Pandora was super happy to talk about. However, I suddenly tensed when I felt the girls' energy spike. Hey? What are they doing? Pandora and Luna stare at me in confusion as I close my eyes to focus and try to sense what's going on. Everyone is fighting, but they seem to be doing all right on their own. The enemy are humans? Why would humans attack a supernatural faction? Are they stupid? Looks like I'll have to ask what's going on once I get there, but for now, they don't need me to intervene. I'm so proud of you girls. I open my eyes and smile at both Pandora and Luna, who smiled brightly back at me. Out of nowhere, Luna spoke up excitedly. Oh Harry, can I see that weapon you used against that old goat? I chuckle at Luna's nickname for the old fool and summon Oathkeeper and show it to her. Her eyes sparkle so much that I decide to show off a bit and summon Oblivion too. Both girls clapped and smiled brightly. But suddenly Luna became entranced by the black key-like weapon in front of her. It looked so mystical and beautiful, it was like something was calling out to her. It was that black key-like weapon, it was reaching out to her, and she gave in. She reached out to grab it, something that surprised its wielder, but Harry allowed her to hold it, and as she did, both her and the keyblade glowed in purple darkness. Oblivion had chosen the last of Harry's students. A new wielder of darkness has appeared, a kind and gentle beautiful darkness. Kyoto, Kunu's vs Cao. Both Kunu and Cao's weapons were clashing at high speed, their weapons striking each other, releasing sparks and loud bangs. However, it was evident that Cao was struggling to keep up, while Kunu was calm and relaxed, and it infuriated him. But in one exchange Kunu charged fire on her keyblade, and the moment it clashed with his spear an explosion was unleashed, sending him flying, smoking, and burnt from the blast. He was just able to land on his feet and glare as he lifted his spear. Holy energy began to surge up from it. Balance break. What? He was about to unleash his sacred gear's balance breaker. He had smiled triumphantly as he saw the two familiar orbs begin to form when he saw his opponent point that strange weapon of hers and yell Ragnarok. His eyes widen in shock as he witnesses multiple orbs of light shoot out and destroy his balanced breaker before it even finished forming. Kunu disappeared in a flash of light and appeared right in front of him, her weapon ominously glowing with light Arc's Arcanum, and all Cao saw was the young kitsune swinging her weapon too fast for him to react. The pain was too much from the numerous strikes hitting him, and by the time he was sent flying by the combo he was already unconscious before he even crashed against the ground. Kunu walked towards where Cao lay unmoving. Humph. That was boring. What did Uncle Sirius say to always do? Oh. That's right. Always make sure to double tap. With that said, she points her keyblade at Cao's chest. I've wanted to try this since Sensei gave it to me. Holy Firaja. A fireball made of white flames shoots out from her keyblade, quickly she jumps back in a flash of light, and the instant the holy fireball made contact with Cao it exploded into a pillar of white swirling flames, turning the hero faction's leader into nothing more than ash. There. Now let's see if anyone needs any help. She takes off flying towards where the others were fighting. She knew that more than likely they didn't need her help, but sensei told her to never underestimate her enemies and to always have your teammates' backs, and she always listens to her sensei. Valerie vs Siegfried. After having killed that loud-mouthed human, Valerie glared at Siegfried, who was nervously holding his demonic sword in front of him. This is just a guess, but the hero faction is part of the Chaos Brigade, isn't it? Siegfried tensed up and Valerie smiles. Hey? I guess I got it right. I recognize that glasses-wearing mage. He was the one who brought all those devils and fallen angels to Bran Castle. I saw him walking around the castle before I tried to escape. Siegfried glares. Balance breaker. 4 metallic arms sprout out of him, and he then summons a demonic blade on each. It doesn't matter if you know that, I'll just have to defeat you. He lunges toward Valerie and swings all 6 of his swords, each one hitting Valerie. However, none of the swords are able to penetrate her skin. She just stands there with a deadpan on her face while Siegfried stares in shock. What? But how? He was about to jump back but stop himself when he felt the cold barrel of one of her guns below his chin. All he could do was look into Valerie's eyes in fear and anger. Valerie only smiles at Siegfried. Harry showed us how to reinforce our bodies with ki. Even if you and your little club were somehow able to hit us with your weapons, it wouldn't do anything to us. You lost this fight before it even began, but don't worry, we'll send the rest of your friends to you soon enough. With that said, she pulled the trigger and blew Siegfried's head off in pieces. His body fell to the ground twitching, and Valerie stared at the swords, now on the floor. Might as well take them. She shrugs and picks up the swords. She puts them in her pocket dimension. I'm sure Harry will find something to do with them. She shoots a charged fire shot at Siegfried's body and incinerates it as she walks off towards where Le Fay is fighting. Le Fay and Jean. Jean stood up trembling from pain. The collision with the tree was hard enough to cause quite a bit of damage. She looked up only to see George be easily defeated by Le Fay and could only stare in shock as she kills him. Le Fay only continued to glare at the now corpse of George. She points her hand at his body and fires a stream of flames, cremating his body instantly. Jean in anger creates 2 holy swords and lunges at Le Fay, who without even moving or looking at Jean creates a shimmering green magical barrier around her, stopping Jean's attack cold. Why did you do that? He was already dead. There was no need to desecrate George's body like that. Le Fay made the barrier burst, pushing Jean back. She tilted her head lightly and looked into Jean's eyes before she honestly answered her questions. My teacher told us to always make sure to destroy an enemy's body. You never know when some necromancer or a sexually confused snake, I'm still not sure about that one, would use their bodies and revive them or turn them into monstrosities that would later become too much of a pain in your butt to deal with. Jean gaped at her reasoning but couldn't really argue with that logic. Then Le Fay glared at her, making Jean tense up. But you don't have room to complain. You attacked us first, and what was your plan anyways? Just walk in here and beat everyone? Did your leader really think that it would be that simple? Jean could only look to the side in shame. Le Fay was left speechless. Are you guys stupid? Who thinks that they can attack a supernatural faction and get away with it that easily? And you're all human. Sure, all of you have sacred gears, but as you can see, that really didn't help you. Le Fay points at a giant Yasaka in her 9-tail fox form, who has a cackling Ereshkigal riding on her head and shooting black bolts of lighting while she slams her tails, destroying any creations of Annihilation Maker. Jean looks down in defeat and lets go of her swords. I surrender, just please don't kill Leonardo, he's just a child and we pushed him into this. I'll cooperate and tell you all I know. Le Fay stares at Jean for a minute but then nods and creates a small magic circle on her ear. Lady Yasaka, don't kill the kid. One of the hero faction's leaders has surrendered. The boy was pushed into this. I didn't take long for Yasaka to respond. Got it. I'll let Ereshkigal know to knock him out. Good job, Fei-chan. Le Fay smiles and points a hand in Jean's direction. Seal. Jean's body glows in grey light for a second and she felt her connection to her sacred gear vanish. Then Le Fay proceeded to hit Jean on the forehead with Clarence hilt, knocking her out. Was it necessary? No, not really, but she did enjoy it. Kunu and Valerie walk up to Le Fay. All done, Fei-chan? Le Fay nods and looks back at Kunu. What about everyone else? Valerie spoke up. Sirius and Remus are already done dealing with the rest of the hero faction. The Anbio guards helped and they overpowered them quite easily. She lets out an amused giggle. Harry is going happy that his suggestion to create the Anbio Corps was a success. Kunu grins. What about Mother and Eris? Le Fay points at where Yasaka and Ereshkigal are walking from. An unconscious Leonardo was being dragged by the scuff of his uniform by Ereshkigal. A few minutes later both Sirius and Remus join up with the group. That was fun. I haven't had a chance to let loose in a long while. Sirius cheerfully exclaimed while Remus looked at Jean prisoner. Le Fay nodded yes, she surrendered with the condition to not kill that young boy Ereshkigal is dragging around, she has information on the Cows Brigade that we can use. Everyone nodded. Suddenly a voice speaks up from behind them. It seems like everything is already over, did you guys have fun? Everyone turns around and sees Harry walking out of a dark corridor along with two light blonde females. Kunu, Le Fay and Valerie rushed towards him the moment they saw him, causing him to widen his eyes in shock and fear, but it was too late. The girls crashed into him and dogpile him while excitedly telling him about their battles, causing Harry to grin and look into their eyes. I'm proud of you guys. The girls blush but smile at their sensei's proud look in his eyes. Yasaka was about to speak, but out of nowhere she felt something tugging at her tails, causing her to look back only to spy a pair of bright silver eyes looking back at her. They stare at each other in silence until the owner of those pair of silver eyes smiles brightly. They're very fluffy. This made everyone laugh. Well, and who might you be, little one? The pair of silver eyes shined in excitement. My name is Luna. I'm Harry's new student. I'm a Keyblade wielder now. Kunu squeals and jumps into her mother's tails and hugs Luna, who was happy to return her hug. Yes. A fellow Keyblade wielder. Everyone turns to Harry, who had gotten up along Le Fay and Valerie. Yet, it seems Oblivion found someone compatible with dark-type Keyblades. As of now Luna is the chosen wielder of darkness. Everyone turned and stared at the gentle and kind-looking girl and then back at Harry. I know, but just because she can wield darkness it doesn't mean that she has to be evil. Wielding darkness is about accepting that part of yourself. Besides, I doubt Luna is even capable of being evil. He turned to introduce Pandora only to find her missing. He looked around and found her touching and asking a poor Tengu, who looks a tad bit traumatized, air, the woman who might be sexually harassing. That Tengu over there is Luna's mother, Pandora Lovegood. Apparently she's a friend of my mom. Everyone's sweat drop as they watch Pandora leave the poor Tengu shaking and in tears and move on to a Kappa who couldn't move fast enough to get away. Remus spoke up. Oh, that's right, she was good friends with Lily back in Hogwarts. She even helped your mom prank James, Sirius and me a couple of times. Boy was she vicious. I still remember how she cursed all four of us to be furless for months in our transformed forms and took pictures. Sirius barked out a deep laugh. It was great. A stag, dog, and werewolf running around hairless and pink all over the Forbidden Forest. Everyone chuckled at the funny images. Ottery Saint Catchpole, Rookery. Meanwhile, Xenophilius Lovegood returned home and found a note floating right in the middle of the living room. Knowing that this was from his beloved wife, he approached it and grabbed it, and he began to read it. My love. I died but was brought back to life by Lily's son Harry. Apparently, he's living with the yokai faction. Isn't that exciting? I've always wanted to meet a yokai. Anyways, little Luna was apparently chosen to wield a powerful and ancient weapon of darkness, called the Keyblade, so we left for Kyoto so she can learn how to wield it. I left dinner on the kitchen table under preservation charms. I'll be back in a week, to visit and make sure you're doing okay, and I'll be bringing souvenirs. Love, Pandora. Xenophilius gently and slowly folded the letter with a fond smile. How nice. I wonder if the yokai will let me take a few pictures for the Quibbler. Cheerfully he walks to the kitchen and begins to eat his dinner, but suddenly he stops. What's a Keyblade? And so Lovegood's life is about to get very interesting. Chapter 13. Kyoto, Japan, Yokai Elders Council Room. A month has passed since the hero faction attacked in hopes of forcing Yasaka into their plans. However, their plot was stopped by Harry's students, Kunu the Princess of Kyoto, who is a Keyblade wielder and user of light, Le Fay a magic caster who became a master swordswoman, and Valerie a vampire sharpshooter. The fame these three gained made them famous among the yokai faction. Of course, it would. 3 members of their faction had become powerhouses, further cementing the yokai faction's position into one of the strongest in the world. Word quickly spread around and the other factions grew even more concerned and wary of the power the yokai faction has gathered. However, this fame also made them a target of others' greed, and some of the high-class devils became envious and greedy, and in their arrogance, they committed a grievous mistake when they tried to capture and force the girls into their peerage behind the back of the mus. Of course, they were instantly destroyed by said girls, and whatever was left of their bodies were taken back to the underworld by a pissed-off Harry, where he dumped the bodies in front of a shocked Surtsks and Sirafal. After he dumped the devils' bodies like they were trash, he left with a warning: either you stop this or I will, and trust me, you don't want me to fix your problems to this. This caused panic to the devil faction since the dead devils were high class. However, their families were severely punished and fined, something that caused an uproar, but they were ignored. A few days later the mist declared that any devil regardless of status found antagonizing the yokai faction and more importantly Harry Potter will be declared traitors and their entire family executed. It was then that the devils learned to not only fear Harry Potter but that they no longer were the strongest faction. After that, the devil faction sent monetary recompense along with an official apology by the Formus and the devil elders. It seems like Azazel became an example of what not to do when it involved the yokai faction and Harry Potter. A few days later a meeting was scheduled somewhere in 2 months between Sirafal and Yasaka, who once again asked me to be present. Even though Sirafal and Yasaka are friends, she didn't want to lower her guard, not after her daughter was so openly attacked, something I agreed with. Soon after a council meeting between yokai elders, Yasaka and I was called, and this morning it began with an official report. The elders were all old and wrinkly but friendly yokai. Among them was the kami elder Homura, who even though he might look scary with all those scars on his body, was known as a friendly old dude who was beloved by the many children in Kyoto who would always visit him in his candy shop. He also happens to be the leader of Remus's chosen wolf pack, and the two of them get along pretty well. The leader of Inuyagamiya was a friendly old lady named Cho who happened to be Yui's grandmother. Everyone calls her granny and considers her their mother figure. Even Yasaka was treated like a child by her all the time, something that always embarrasses her. She and Sirius seemed to get along too and often would play pranks on each other. The elder of the Tengus was a buff-looking old man who would often flex his muscles at you in challenge. His name is Kurobe. It would always bring a chuckle out of me when I would see him flex out of nowhere at some poor terrified random guy. The Kappa elder Suma, who was more than likely to be found floating on a pond taking nap, was a very mellow old guy who got along with everyone. And lastly, Kimiko, a petite oni who in contradiction to her looks can easily punch and destroy mountains. She was the quiet type and often would just stare and listen to you, only responding with a nod or a shake of her head. These 5 were the most important and respected elders of the yokai faction. Yasaka and I were sitting together while I was giving a report on all the information gathered so far. After going through the memories of Jean of the hero faction, I can confirm the following: the old Satan faction and some of the new devil faction members, Kokobile and multiple fallen angels, former archpriest Valper Galilei along a great number of stray exorcists, Hades, ruler of the dead of the Olympian faction along his reapers, Azura of the Hindu faction, Loki, god of mischief of Asgard. Whatever remains of the hero faction and an assortment of evil dragons are all members of the Chaos Brigade. I look at the elders with a frown on my face as I informed them of this. Homura closed his eyes. How can so many members of so many factions gather together and form a terrorist organization of this magnitude? And without no one noticing? I nod a Homura. Good question, my guess? The faction's leaders have become so arrogant and negligent that it became easy for the members of their factions to do this. They may be suspicious, sure, but I bet they don't have any proof, and so they're afraid to make any moves against any member of their factions. Cho spoke up. But they must have a good reason to be this open of their operations. They so blatantly attacked us and supported the Teeps vampire clan to wage civil war. Those 2 events are too big to have been done so openly. I nod and gaze at Yasaka, who spoke up. Well, we caught them with their pants down in Romania, so we're pretty sure they weren't expecting to be caught, but thanks to Jean we know where all of that confidence comes from. It is a bit of shock, but it can be traced back to their leader, Apphais Ouroboros, the dragon god or infinity. The elder's eyes widen in shock, and even the usually sleepy Suma looked wide awake now and spoke up. Why would the infinite dragon god lead such an organization? It has never involved itself with the world before. It makes no sense. Yasaka takes a breath and looks up. Well, according to Jean, Apphais is gathering powerful individuals to defeat Great Red, who has invaded and force it out of its home in the dimensional gap. So it gathered and empowered with its own power some of the leaders of the Chaos Brigade. Luckily Harry and the girls have taken down some of these leaders, otherwise the Chaos Brigade threat level would be higher. Homura speaks up. How foolish! It seems like Great Red lives in the dimensional gap now. How did they plan to get there and confront it? I spoke up. This time they were planning to use Yasaka and her connection to Kyoto's ley lines. That was one of the reasons they attacked. Their plan consisted of the capture of Kunu to force Yasaka to connect Kyoto's ley lines to something called a dragon gate and force open a hole into the dimensional gap. The other reason was that they were hoping that the battle would have awakened the balance breaker on some of the members of the hero faction, but as we all witnessed, they weren't expecting the girls to be that powerful, along the fact that the guards and even Yasaka and Ereshkigal have been training. Cho shakes her head. How dangerous! If the ley lines collapsed from overuse, Japan would have been destroyed and the world would have suffered from all sorts of natural disasters. Did they really think they would have gotten away with this? I nod at Chiyo's statement. They didn't really plan everything correctly, Granny. In their hubris they didn't think of the consequences. They arrogantly showed up here believing that there was no way they could fail. I shook my head. The hero faction was mostly composed of mistreated humans, all of them had a bad experience from the supernatural factions, and so in their hate they believe to be self-righteous only to end up dead. It's sad really, they could have accomplished so many wonderful things but they chose a path of war and hate. The elders shook their head in disappointment. Kurobe spoke up, and what are we going to do with the prisoners? This time Yasaka speaks up. The young child named Leonardo had his sacred gear, Annihilation Maker, safely taken by Harry. We removed his memories of his time as a member of the hero faction and took him to a well-respected orphanage. He's just a child who was manipulated because he had a Longinus, so we gave him a chance for a better life, away from the supernatural world. As for Jean, she'll continue to be our prisoners until we have a better idea of what to do with her, plus she's been cooperative so far. The elders nod in agreement, and I choose to speak up also. I've decided to leave a group of Digimon to protect and dissuade any other faction from attacking or thinking they can do anything they want, like the devils who tried to force the girls into their peerages. Cho smiled and spoke up. You must be proud of the girls. All of Kyoto witnessed their battles and it has inspired many of the younger generations into becoming stronger. I smile and nod. Yes, of course, I'm proud. They trained so hard for their power, and now that they witness how strong they become, they have started to train even harder. Even Luna, who joined a month ago, is quickly catching up. Everyone chuckled at the mention of Luna, who quickly became a welcomed and beloved sight in Kyoto. Everyone loves her and her kind and cheerful attitude. Her parents also became a welcomed sight on the streets of Kyoto by the yokai. Pandora, who loves learning new things and could be easily found pestering a poor yokai or two, and Xenophilius, who would take pictures of the many yokai who live in Kyoto and print them on his newspaper The Quibbler, something that according to Andy almost gave a heart attack to Dumbledore. She informed us that the Ministry and the Purebloods, who have tried to hide the existence of other supernatural factions from the British magical community, tried to censor the Quibbler, but it was too late. The wizarding world now knows that there are other far more powerful supernatural beings out there, and it brought unwanted changes to the Ministry. This also caused many Muggleborns to leave Britain and move to Kyoto, where they were accepted and could get well-paid jobs, something the Ministry tried to stop with promises of better treatment and better pay, but it was too late, and little by little they were losing talented individuals to the yokai faction. Speaking of the girls, I would like to request for them and me to become an official team. They're getting stronger but they need more experience, so I want to take them on missions as a learning experience. Yasaka nods and the elders agree. Very well. I must admit that I was hesitant to let Kunu travel outside of Kyoto, but she has grown so much and so strong. I want her to keep growing and learning. Besides, I can trust Harry to keep her and the girls safe. I smile at Yasaka and nod. Cho speaks up. Anything else to report? I rather not leave that dog father of yours unsupervised with you for too long. Who knows what kind of trouble they would get up to. I grin at Cho, knowingly causing one of her eyebrows to twitch in annoyance. Yasaka giggles. Yes, just two more things. Both Seraphal Leviathan and Archangel Gabriel have requested a meeting with me. I scheduled them about a month from now, since Harry's 11th birthday is coming up. I'm not sure what Gabriel wants, but I believe Seraphal wants to officially apologize to us again for those devils that tried to force the girls into their peerages. It seems like they don't want to risk war with us, or rather they don't want Harry to have reasons to start a massacre again. Phew phew phew. I shook my head and chuckle. Also, we'll keep investigating the Cows Brigade. So far we know who is involved and why, but we don't have any proof, so we can't do anything about them right now, at least not until they make a move first. Now how about we go outside and I'll introduce you to the Digimon I've chosen for the squad in charge of Kyoto's protection. Everyone nods and follows me outside. Once we reach the palace gardens, I signal everyone to wait and I walk up a bit ahead of everyone. Realize 13 pillars of light surge up ahead of me. The amount of energy and power being unleashed was so much that every yokai in Kyoto tensed up and looked up to the pillars of light. Yasaka and the elders could only gape at the amount of power they were sensing from these 13 beings taking form in front of them. Little by little more of these beings becomes more visible until 13 massive knight-like beings finish fully forming and take a knee in front of Harry, who smiles and gently pats the knee of the black-colored knight. Hello Alphaman, it's been a while old friend. Amazingly Alphaman, I smiles at Harry. Harry, it's good to see you again. Despite the intimidating size and look, Alphaman seems very cheerful and gentle. Yasaka stares at these powerful beings in shock and speaks up. Harry, what? I mean, who are they? I smile at her and gently pat one of her hands to calm her down. Relax Yasaka, these are more of my Digimon friends. They're known as the Royal Knights and they're mega-level Digimon. I look back at the Knights. Introduce yourselves, guys. The Knights stand up and I smile at me. Alphaman speaks up. As you heard, my name is Alphaman, leader of the Royal Knights. Then a deep blue dragonic-looking one steps up and grins. My name is Ultraforce Vidraman, but call me V. Nice to meet you. A knight wearing feminine pink armor steps up and bows. Greetings, my name is Crusader Mon, it is a pleasure to meet you. A feline-looking knight stepped up next. Hey there. My name is Leopardman, it's nice to meet you too. A white knight wearing a majestic red cape steps up. Hello everyone, I am Gallantman, it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Another white knight stepped up next and I smiles, and I am Dynasmon, it's nice to meet you. Next was a soft blue knight with a skull-like head. My name is Craniaman, I hope we all get along. The next one looked like a manly Yakuza boss, he is wearing an white long jacket on his shoulders as a cape. My name is Gunkuman, am looking forward to working with you and the elders Yasaka-sama. Another knight who seems to be made out of swords steps up, and I am Jesmon, like sensei, am looking forward to working with all of you too. A golden armored knight steps up next. My name is Magnaman, nice to meet ye. Another white armored knight steps up, and I am Imperial Draman Paladin mode. Two other knights step up, one is white with two heads for hands and a beautiful cape, and the other seems to look like an armored centaur. Hello, I am Omniman, and besides me is Kentaurazmon, do forgive him but he doesn't like to speak much. Kentaurazmon nods. However, the last one was massive and even more intimidating, it just stayed floating there as he stares at Kyoto for a while until it turned to look at Yasaka and the elders. It stared at them for a minute, until it smiled and saluted with his giant spear. My name is Examine, I like this place. Yasaka and the elder nod nervously, but a chuckle makes them jump a bit and turn to look at Harry. It's alright everyone, all of them are my friends, and even though they look scary they're all big softies. Alphaman chuckled as the other knights complained and moaned in annoyance. Harry, at least let us look cool for a while longer, geez, V pouted, making Yasaka giggle. Well, it's nice to meet you noble knights, thank you for agreeing to keep Kyoto and my people safe. Yasaka smiles gently at the knight and bows. Omniman takes a knee in front of her. Do not bow, Lady Yasaka, we are happy to help, but a leader shouldn't bow to her knights. The knights nod in agreement and Yasaka smiles at them and turns to Harry. Thank you, Harry, but how are they going to guard Kyoto? They're quite massive and if a human catches sight of them it might cause a panic. I nod. Don't worry, they can become invisible and change size by digitizing. Only Alphaman and Omniman will be visible at all times and they'll be posted at the palace, this way anyone will think twice about attacking Kyoto again. I turn towards the knights and smile. Alright everyone, from now on listen to Yasaka and protect Kyoto. The knights saluted with a hand on their chest. Yes. All of them seemed to vanish in flashes of light. Only Omniman and Alphaman stayed behind, or so it would seem, since everyone can still sense their presence. Yasaka smiles at the knights and signals them to follow her. Follow me, I'll be going back to the palace now. She lightly bows to elders and waves happily at Harry as she walks off with the two Digimon royal knights following her close behind. I turn to the elders and bow. That will be all for today, I'll keep everyone posted as soon as find any new information. The elders nod and bow slightly and begin to walk off. I take off flying and soon reach a forest outside of Kyoto where an excited Luna is waiting patiently. Gently I land and wave at Luna. Hello Luna, you seem excited. Luna brightly smiles at me and rushes forward towards me. Hello Harry. And I can't wait to find out what I'll be learning today. This past month appears to have been the best time of her life ever, and a few days later, after she was chosen as a Keyblade wielder, her Keyblade finally manifested its name, Glimpse of Darkness. With it now in her possession, I began to teach her to harness and wield darkness. However, she surprised me. I came to learn that she has an unprecedented talent with darkness. Everything I teach her she learns almost automatically, and I've seen her use the element in ways I didn't even know was possible. Of course, I asked her how. Usually, a person would be afraid or overwhelmed when using such a volatile element. Her answer shocked me. Why would I be afraid of my darkness? It's mine, it's a part of me, it wouldn't hurt me because I wouldn't hurt myself. That's just silly, Harry. I was speechless. Luna's innocence gave her a mastery over darkness that hasn't been seen before. One example is how she can manifest tendrils of darkness that drain energy from her enemies and use that energy to heal her allies. But all that aside, I was very proud of her. She's been catching up to the rest of the team and always tries her best, so today I'm rewarding her for her efforts. Today I'll be giving you something unique, like Kunu's Holy Fire, Le Fay's Clarent, and Valerie's Ebony and Ivory. I'll be gifting you something that'll help you in battle, something unique to you. You already have Dragon Core, Perfect Control, and Universal Energy just like the rest of the girls, but today I'm giving you this. I pull out a skill orb I've received not long ago and Luna grabs it and begins to inspect it excitedly. What is it? It's very pretty. I chuckle and gently pat Luna's head, something she has taken quite a liking to and always asks me to do. It's a skill orb named Summoning. It's a skill that allows you to summon elemental spirits to fight alongside you. It takes a large amount of energy to use such a skill, but Dragon Core and Perfect Control will help you with that, and besides you're growing in power rather quickly, so I'm sure you'll be able to easily handle it. Now just crush it and the skill will be yours. Luna nods and crushes the skill orb. immediately her head gets filled with information about the elemental spirits now ready to be summoned by her, something that makes her happy and fills her with a feeling that she'll never be alone again, something that makes her smile fondly. Before now she didn't have a lot of friends, so she always felt a bit lonely, but now she has Harry and the girls and now her summoned spirits. Luna closes her eyes and focuses on Dean, Ifrit, Sylph, Gnome, Volt, Celsius, Shadow, Luna Origin, and Grandpa Maxwell. It's nice to meet you. She seems to be speaking with the spirits and they just introduced themselves. It looks like they accepted you. She opens her eyes and happily nods yes. They seem fun and I even share a name with one of them. She happily fist pumps and I couldn't help but smile at her antics. Come on, let's go find the others and go to an instant dungeon. Let's see your new skill in action. She nods her head and takes off running towards me. She grabs hold of my hand and begins to excitedly pull me as we walk back towards the palace to look for everyone. Underworld, Sertzk's office. Both Sirafal and Sertzk were having a very important meeting. Both were rightly upset with some of the high-class devils that disobey their orders to leave the yokai faction alone, but no. They had to go and provoke them, and now they have a bunch of dead pure-blood devils and an angry powerhouse faction against them. Sirafal on her part was sad. She's in charge of international affairs and has been friends with Yasaka for years, but now, she's not sure Yasaka even considers her a friend anymore. Her daughter was personally attacked by members of her faction and this rightly pissed her off. Sirafal heavily sighed. This is a mess. Sertzk, the yokai have every right to declare war on us. Her daughter was targeted for Lucifer's sake. I'm surprised they didn't kick our sisters out as it is. Sertzk for his part can't help but to feel angry. For some devils to go behind their backs and so openly attack the daughter of a major faction was not only foolish, but the sheer gall of them to think they could get away with it grated on his nerves. Something fierce. I don't know, Sirafal. We can't afford a war with them, we'd be destroyed. You heard Azazel's and Ajoka's report. The individual known as Harry Potter is already considered to be at the top of the world's strongest list now. Along with Off-Eyes and Great Red, and those strange creatures being reported to have helped him purge the fallen angels out of Japan, the scans couldn't even measure their power levels. Sigh. Sirafal closed her eyes. We gave them monetary recompense and an official apology, but I'll have to make sure we keep a friendly relationship with the yokai faction from now on. Hopefully, Yasaka knows that this happened behind our back, but we can't let this happen ever again. Sertzk nods. We already gave the announcement and hopefully that will make any devil think twice about doing this again. After all, the consequence of anyone caught or even being suspected to provoke the yokai faction will be to be declared traitors and their families and them will be executed, no exceptions. Sirafal opens her eyes. We have to let Misana and Little Rias know that they're forbidden from even approaching anyone from the yokai faction without permission, especially Harry Potter. He wouldn't hesitate to kill them and dump their bodies at our feet if they provoke his wrath. Both miss frown at the thought of their beloved little sisters being killed, but they know that they have to control this, otherwise it could mean the end for the devil race. Vatican, Exorcist's Barracks. Gabriel was in the Vatican preparing for her trip to Kyoto. She chose Griselda Quarta and her apprentices Zenobia Quarta and Irina Shidu to accompany her. Griselda, it's important you control young Zenobia and Irina in this meeting. We can't afford to incite hostilities with the yokai faction and Harry Potter. Griselda nods. Is the yokai faction that much powerful now? Gabriel nods yes, the scans and reports are accurate. The yokai faction has risen in power and as of now it's considered a major faction. Harry Potter alone is already assumed to be on top of the strongest list. His 3 students, who one is the young daughter of Yasaka, the other is a Pendragon and the last one a Dumper, seem to be powerful enough to be in the top 10, and those strange creatures that seem to obey Harry Potter would make the yokai faction a dangerous enemy, and we the Church and Heaven faction can't measure up to them. We'd be destroyed. Griselda could only gape in shock at Gabriel's words. She can only hope Zenobia can keep her mouth shut. Time skip, 3 weeks after. Kyoto, Yasaka's palace. Today is Harry's birthday and this morning he has decided on sleeping late and being lazy for the day. He really should have known better. As Harry was sleeping peacefully, a dark corridor opened above him and the girls fell down from it on top of him. Phew. Then the door to his room slammed open and 2 dogs, a wolf and a werewolf, joined on the now literal dog pile, completely destroying Harry's bed. Ugh, why? Poor Harry could only groan from his position at the bottom of the pile. The girls cheerfully giggle while the canines barked joyfully, "Happy birthday, Harry!" It doesn't feel happy at all. Get off! Everyone laughed and jumped down from him while I grumbled in annoyance and with a wave of my hand fixed my poor abused bed. I wholeheartedly regret teaching you how to use the dark corridor, Luna. The only thing I received in return to my statement was a sweet smile. I hope everyone knows that my revenge will be ruthless and swift. Everyone stepped back from Harry as his eyes glowed ominously. Phew now Harry, leave that for later. there is cake and presents to be open. A cheerful Yasaka with a giggling Ereshkigal step into my room. Sigh, fine. Come on everyone, let's eat that cake. I smile at everyone as I walk out of my room, everyone following close behind, smiling and laughing. Everyone that I consider family gathered to celebrate my 11th birthday, bringing a smile to my face. The cake was delicious. Thankfully Yasaka and the girls were able to keep Ereshkigal away from the kitchen. They didn't want another incident like the pasta monster crisis to happen again. An hour passed and we all had fun and ate a lot. I got some good presents from everyone. Magic books from Remus and Ellie, manga, anime, and video games from Sirius, Kunu, and Valerie, a bottle cap necklace from Luna, and clothes from Yasaka and Ereshkigal. As we all sat and talked joyfully, a young Tengu who is a member of Anbu appeared in a blur holding an unconscious phoenix by the legs. Yasaka-sama, Harry-sama, we found this bird unconscious outside of the palace wards. It seemed to have a letter addressed to you, Harry-sama. Harry gazed at Sirius and Remus in understanding. We knew this was coming. Thank you. You may leave back to your post. The Tengu vanishes in a burst of black feathers. Meanwhile, I pick up the letter and open it. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, Order of Merlin, First Class. Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find the enclosed list of all necessary books and equipment added to this letter. We await your owl by no later than 31 of July. Sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. I take out the list of necessary books and equipment and read through it. Robes, black. 1 plain pointed hat, black, for day wear. 1 pair of protective gloves, dragon hide or similar. 1 winter cloak, black, with silver fastenings. Please note that all pupils' clothes should carry name tags. All students should have a copy of each of the following. The Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1, by Miranda Goshawk. A History of Magic by Bathilda Bagshot. Magical Theory by Adalbert Waffling. A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration by Emmerich Switch. 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi by Phil Littaspore. Magical Drafts and Potions by Arsenius Jigger. Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them by Newt's Commander. The Dark Forces, A Guide to Self-Protection by Quentin Trimble. A Wand. Cauldron, pewter, standard size 2. Files. Telescope. Brass scales. An owl or a cat or a toad. First-year students are not allowed their own broomstick. Yours sincerely, Lucinda Thomsonical Pocus, Chief Attendant of Witchcraft Provisions. Hey! All of this seems very primitive. A pointed hat? I mean, Ellie looked cute with hers, but not everyone should wear one. I hand the letter to a blushing and curious Ellie who could only sweat drop as she reads the list. British magicals are still using scales and cauldrons. Wow, both Sirius and Remus win CE as if they were being struck. Meanwhile, I shake my head and stare at the unconscious phoenix when I was hit with an idea for an awesome prank, something that the grin on my face alerted everyone. Kunu giggles. Sensei is plotting something. I grin at Kunu and quickly summon a pen and paper to write a letter. When I was done, I grabbed the unconscious bird and tied the letter to it, and ran outside. Everyone excitedly runs out too to see what I would do. Realize how human. An enormous golden phoenix with 2 pairs of massive wings appears in a burst of golden flames and lands in front of me and leans her head towards me. I smile and gently pet her beak. Hello Howman, can you do me a favor and take this bird and letter to Hogwarts, and let the old fool know not to send garbage unless he wants me to destroy and make a show off it, okay? Howman smiles and nods. She picks up the unconscious fox in one of her talons, and in a flash of golden light and fire vanishes. Sirius approaches me with a grin. That's just evil Harry. I grin at him and nod. Well, I am a demon lord after all, a bit of fun evil is a must. Everyone shares a laugh as we go back to the party in a good mood. Highlands, Scotland, Hogwarts Castle. Albus Dumbledore was in good mood today. Finally, he found out where Harry Potter is hiding, and even though he can't go to Japan for risk of getting attacked by the faction in charge of the country, he's sure the boy will attend Hogwarts. Then he'll finally gain control of the boy who lived once school starts. He even sent Fox to give the boy his admission letter. There's no way he won't receive it. However, as we all know, his good mood is about to disappear. In a flash of golden light and fire, an enormous phoenix appeared. Its sheer presence completely destroyed the school's wards, sending the staff in a panic to rush outside to confront this powerful being. Albus along Minerva arrived first and could only gape at the enormous bird who landed softly and stare at the old fool with a glare, causing the headmaster to sweat and shake until a soft voice made it gaze behind him. You're a Digimon, aren't you? a smiling Andromeda Tonks steps forward as all of the school teachers finally arrived, only to stop and gape at the enormous bird, who nods slightly at her question. Minerva, who looks back at the potions professor, questions her, "You know what this creature is, Andy?" Andromeda smiles and steps forward, and Haoman leans in to be petted, which Andromeda cheerfully does. "All I know is that it's a being called a Digimon, and that it, along with many others like it, are Harry's familiars." Everyone gaped at this news. To think that Harry Potter had such powerful creatures as his familiars were outstanding. Meanwhile, Dumbledore was panicking. Never in his dream would have thought that the boy would have such powerful familiars. "Haoman," I smiled at Andromeda, "you must be Andy, Sirius, and Harry told us about you. My name is Haoman. It's nice to meet another member of Harry's family." Everyone's eyes widened in shock when they heard its melodious feminine voice. The teachers couldn't help but exclaim, "It can speak." Andromeda just rolls her eyes at their reaction. "Of course she can speak, geez, everyone relax." Then she turns and smiles at Haoman. "It's nice to meet you too, Haoman, but what brings you here?" "It's Harry's birthday today, so why would he send you?" Haoman grins and swings one of her talons, letting go of an unconscious fox that crashes against Dumbledore, causing him to land on his ass. Harry sends a letter and a warning to not send garbage to him. He doesn't have time to keep returning it, and he might just get rid of it if it happens again. Dumbledore hugs Fox tightly in fear, and as he does, Minerva spies a note tied to the unconscious phoenix. She softly swings her hand and the note flies towards her. She opens it and begins to read out loud. "Dear old fool. There's no way in hell I'll ever consider going to Hogwarts. You must be going senile if you believe that I would, and here are a few reasons why. 1. I hate you. 2. There is absolutely nothing for me to learn in Hogwarts that I haven't learned already. 3. I really fucking hate you. 4. I have cut all ties with the British magical community. I don't have to attend Hogwarts. 5. As a high-ranking member of the Japanese yokai faction, I am often busy, and so I don't have time to play schoolboy. For these reasons and more, I have to decline your invitation to attend Hogwarts School of Magic. Sincerely, Lord Harry James Potter. P.S. My phoenix is bigger than yours, old man, ha." Andromeda was giggling uncontrollably while the other teachers' sweat drop. Meanwhile, Dumbledore was gritting his teeth until Haoman takes off flying, laughing and disappearing in a flash of golden flames, leaving a humiliated headmaster on his ass. Chapter 14. A week and a few days after Harry's birthday, the day for the meeting between Heaven, Devil, and Yokai faction has finally arrived. Gabriel was the first to arrive to Kyoto along with 3 exorcists, Griselda and Zenobia Quarta, along with Irina Shadu. As they arrived, they had to stop and stare in both fear and awe at the 13 knight-like massive beings standing in a circle surrounding Yasaka, who for this meeting decided to hold it outside in the palace garden. The 3 exorcists were speechless while staring at these beings, especially the enormous dragon floating above Kyoto. Its spear looked both dangerous and majestic. Meanwhile, Gabriel stares at both the 2 knights at Yasaka's sides and at Harry Potter, who is sitting beside the leader of the yokai faction, staring at her. She nervously turns her gaze at the 2 knights closest to the duo. One is leaning against a giant sword spear staring at her group. Its black armor with golden details gives it both a dangerous and a majestic look. The other one, who was standing with his strange head like arms crossed, its white armor shining while its beautiful cape is gently shifting around with the wind. It has its eyes closed. She can tell that it was aware of everything around it. Griselda nervously gulps Lady Gabriel. Gabriel can only nod in understanding. Yes, these beings are dangerous and absolutely above our power. She turns her gaze towards the 2 girls who are still nervously staring at the beings. Zenobia, Irina, please stay quiet and do not do anything hostile, okay? Both girls gulp but nod, albeit nervously, while they begin to walk towards where Yasaka is sitting along with Harry. However, all 4 of them stop when a magic circle manifested not too far away from where they were standing a few seconds ago. A few minutes ago. Sira Fall was honestly nervous about this meeting. She didn't know if Yasaka would declare war, and even though she met Harry Potter once before, she was still weary of him. He just has this weird vibe. It's like if you were prey being let to eat its last meal before he pounces at you. It was very unnerving. However, she has to be at the top of her game today, and so she smiled, and with a twirl, she teleported with her magic circle to the meeting. She appeared and, in her honest opinion, struck an awesome magical girl pose as she finished teleporting, only to sweat drop at the deadpans she was receiving from everyone. Is that Gabriel clapping there? Ugh, well, there goes my day. However, she had to do a double take when she spied 2 awesome and majestic, massive knight-like beings and Harry Potter holding a point card each. Harry gave her an 8 and the other 2 another 8 and a 7. She tried, she really did, but she couldn't help but complain, oh come on. That pose was at least a 9. Everyone once again sweat dropped at her antics while Harry grinned at her. You were missing some sparkles or maybe some light orbs in different colors dancing and shining brightly around you. Sirafal was taking notes rapidly while nodding. This was good info. Meanwhile, Yasaka smiled at her friend. Phew, you seem to be having fun, Sira. Sirafal stopped writing and looked at Yasaka's eyes, and she found the same warmth she always sees in her friend's eyes every time she comes to visit. Yasaka just smiled, causing Sirafal to tear up a bit in relief. Harry fondly smiled. He could clearly see that Sirafal was very worried about her friendship with Yasaka and that she now was relieved that Yasaka seems to still be friendly with her. Yasaka on her part smiled and nodded at Sirafal. Take a seat everyone, let's begin this meeting. Gabriel and her entourage along with Sirafal hurried and took a seat. Gabriel kindly waved and smiled at Sirafal only to receive an eye roll from her. Yasaka just fondly shook her at Sirafal and began to speak. I welcome you to my home, it is a pleasure to see all of you in good health. Gabriel smiled and gave Yasaka a small bow. Thank you for welcoming us into your home, Lady Yasaka. Sirafal on her part bowed and smiled at Yasaka too. Thank you for receiving me into your home, Yachan. Yasaka nodded and gazed at Harry, who nodded and turned to look at both visiting parties. Welcome everyone. As I'm sure you are probably aware, my name is Harry James Potter, but please call me Harry. Now it goes without saying, but as one of the high-ranking members of the yokai faction and the one in charge of its protection, I have to warn you. As he stared at everyone, they couldn't help to shiver a bit at the glow his eyes were giving off. Any acts of hostility either by words or actions will be taken seriously and dealt with accordingly. Do not draw those holy swords you have in your possession, exorcists. You won't survive the outcome if you do. The three exorcists couldn't help to sweat and gulp as they nodded in acceptance. Yasaka nods and speaks up. Very well then, without further ado let's begin with the meeting, starting with Sirafal. Sirafal softly nodded. A determined look in her eyes can be seen. We of the Devil faction already have sent both monetary recompense and official apologies in regards to the attack on Kunu, your daughter, along with 2 other members of your faction. However, we the Miss still felt responsible and hoped to personally apologize to you, Lady Yasaka. The families of the responsible high-class devils were both severely fined and punished. In addition, Surtsk's Lucifer has publicly stated and proclaimed, anyone caught or even suspected to act with hostile intent towards the yokai faction will be declared a traitor and immediately executed, no exceptions. Yasaka intently stared into Seraphal's eyes, something that Sirafal returned to show how serious she was. I thank you for both your and Lucifer's efforts to prevent further hostilities towards my people, but understand this, my daughter was attacked, in her home no less. We the yokai faction, and me even more so, will never again trust the devil faction as a whole. Sirafal looked down in sadness and slightly nodded. Meanwhile Gabriel and company silently listened. Sirafal the sad mule looked up. I don't blame you, I know full well that you would never do anything to hurt Kunu, so don't worry, our relationship hasn't changed. Sirafal softly smiled. However, Yasaka gazed at Harry, who had his eyes closed only to open them and stare at Sirafal. Kunu and the other 2 who were attacked are my students. Everyone gaped at him as he revealed that he himself trained these powerful girls, but then Harry glared. It won't matter what consequences the misplaced on such actions from their faction. This happens again and I and my friends here will eliminate any devil and his or hers entire family. The knights and Harry flared their power, causing the Heaven Quartet and Sirafal to begin to breath heavily and sweat. Both Zenobia and Irina passed out while the rest were barely holding on. Suddenly the knights and Harry stopped flexing their power, and Gabriel, Griselda and Sirafal were struggling to regain their breath. Harry stared at Sirafal for a minute and then spoke up. Do I make myself clear, Sirafal Leviathan? Sirafal was struggling to stop trembling. Why yes. I understand. Harry nodded. All right, then just this once I'll let it go and continue a friendly relationship with the devil faction. Be thankful that Yasaka spoke up in your defense. I was more than ready to destroy the entire underworld, but she values you as a friend. Sirafal turns her gaze towards Yasaka and shakily smiles at her. Sorry about Harry, Sirafal, but you have to understand that he not only loves the people of Kyoto but he values the safety of his students even further. He was rightly angry, but I was able to calm him down. Sirafal shook her head. No, I understand, for what it's worth I am sorry this happened, but boy was I surprised to hear that little Kunu was able to fight off and defeat an entire peerage alongside its king by herself. Yasaka smiles proudly. Yes, my daughter has grown so much lately, but it's all thanks to Harry, he taught them all they know. Gabriel had regained her composure and helped Griselda wake both Zenobia and Irina. Yasaka turns to look at the still slightly shaken Seraph. My apologies, Lady Gabriel, I hope you understand Harry's position in this matter. Harry looked at Gabriel. Yes, I apologize, but I needed to have my point get across clearly. Gabriel nodded. Yes, I understand, no need to apologize, you care deeply for your students, it's only normal to react that way. Griselda looked at her own students and smiled fondly. Yes, we as teachers have to care for our students. Yasaka smiled and looked at Gabriel. Well, Lady Gabriel, what can we do for you? I have to be honest and say that your request for a meeting surprised me. The Church in Heaven faction has never reached out to us before. It certainly tickled my curiosity. Gabriel looked at Yasaka and then turned to look at Harry. A year and some months ago, God's system started to react to something in the human world, and since then the connection my brother had with it has disappeared. She looks down. The reports informed us that it began to react whenever a particular holy signature spiked. However, when that same signature spiked one more time almost 2 months ago, it was then that God's system connected to someone else, someone who performed a miracle. Griselda's and Yasaka's eyes widened in shock while the young exorcists looked on in confusion. Meanwhile, Harry just looked up in contemplation. Yasaka looked down, lost in thought. A miracle, but she turned her gaze towards Harry. That's right. Harry himself is a god. What did he call it? Dragon Scion god. She turned her gaze to Gabriel. What was the miracle? Gabriel looked up. A perfect resurrection, without the use of the devil's evil pieces or the Sephiroth Grawl. This time it was Seraphil's turn for her eyes to widen in shock. Perfect resurrection, but Agilkatan said that it was impossible to accomplish that. It's the reason that the evil pieces reincarnate rather than resurrect. Harry turns his gaze towards Gabriel. I see, yeah, that was me. I brought back to life one of my students' mothers when she died due to an accident involving a spell creation. Gabriel along with Griselda and the 2 young exorcists turned and stared at Harry. What? Yasaka on her part was trying really hard not to laugh at Harry's nonchalant nature. It seems like he caught the poor Seraph off guard. Seraphal looked in awe at Harry's cool attitude. How did you do that? The magical girl Mo couldn't help but ask it loud. Harry turns towards Seraphal. I used a legend rank spell of the healing branch of magic. Everyone continues to stare at Harry except Yasaka, who took a fan out of nowhere and began to hide her smile. Griselda couldn't help to say, there's no such spell in the world. Harry only smiled. In this world? Yes, but I'm not the only one who can use that spell anymore. All 4 of my students learned to cast it, but only one has a bit of trouble casting, and that's because her initiate element makes it difficult for her to learn healing magic, but with time she'll master it. Now everyone was gaping while Yasaka was trying to hide her trembling from her internal laughter. And a few of my Digimon friends can use similar spells to bring someone from the dead. Sure, there are some limitations, but it's possible. Everyone gaped until Irina was able to ask, what are Digimon? Harry pointed at Alphaman with his thumb. Alphaman, there along with the rest of the knights around us are Digimon. I believe that a few of those holy energy spikes detected by your scanners came from 3 other Digimon. They're celestial angels themselves. Gabriel looked at Harry in curiosity. Angels? Ah yes, if I remember correctly, Azazel reported that 2 angel-like beings along with one who looked like a bunny were seen attacking the Teeps vampire clan. One was even confused as me. Harry raised an eyebrow. Oh, that's right, Ophaneman did say that some strayed exorcists called her Gabriel and proceeded to curse and yell at her. Gabriel looked down. I knew that me and my brother were hated by the stray exorcists in disappointment to our inability to help them, that and some of them found out the truth about heaven and in their confusion and anger at being lied to, resorted to causing chaos instead. It hurts to think how much we have failed. Griselda looked on and spoke up. Angels? You have angels at your disposal. Harry nodded. I consider all of my Digimon family not minions at my disposal, and they're always happy to help me. And yes, Digimon come in all shapes and sizes. Among them there's a few angel-type Digimon. Gabriel closed her eyes. Did Father's system connect to you, Harry? Harry gazed at Gabriel for a while. I believe so. At first all I could hear was whispers, but now I can clearly hear people praying when I focus on their voices. I didn't know what it was about until you explained just now. It makes sense after all, and I have been helping some of the people praying, but I don't intend to overly involve myself with all of this. Gabriel continued to stare at Harry for a long while. She can sense his overwhelming power, but beneath that, she can see kindness and loyalty. Griselda worriedly gazed at Gabriel, while the 2 young exorcists looked on confused but unwilling to voice their concerns. Gabriel closed her eyes. Harry Potter, would you consider joining the Heaven faction? Everyone gaped at the seraph while Yasaka glared at her. However, Harry narrowed his eyes. No. Secretly both Yasaka and Seraphal breathed out in relief. Meanwhile Gabriel looked down, and Griselda glared at Zenobia, who looked like she wanted to say something, causing her to tense up and look down. Gabriel looked up towards Harry's emerald eyes. May I ask why not? Harry looks up at the sky. I would never abandon the yokai faction. I love them and I've come to consider many here my family, and besides, both the Church and Heaven faction are a mess. Just look at all the stray exorcists who massacre in the name of your father, and don't even get me started on the Excalibur sword project and the cloning. A shocked Griselda spoke up to ask, how do you all of this? Harry closed his eyes. We were attacked not long ago and one of the members of the attacking group we captured had connections with the church before. She informed me of all of this and more. Both Gabriel and Griselda looked down in shame while Harry continues on. Plus, you angels hide away in heaven in fear, lost without your leader guidance and prefer to ignore your people. You abandoned humanity in cowardice. I would never join such a faction. Gabriel could only tighten her fists in shame at Harry's words. Meanwhile, everyone looked on at her. Even though the two young exorcists didn't understand anything that was being said, they stay quiet. Even Seraphal felt bad for the Seraph. She was aware of the many difficulties the Heaven faction faces, but like with her own faction, she has to take responsibility for their own actions. Gabriel looked at Harry with big wet eyes. Can we at least make an alliance between Heaven and the Yokai faction? Harry was trying to resist the Seraph's big puppy eyes. He really did, but in the end, he failed. I wouldn't mind, but that's between Yasaka and the leader of your faction, Michael, if I remember correctly. Gabriel clapped happily. Yes, I'll convince brother to reach out to Lady Yasaka for an alliance. Yasaka just deadpanned at Harry. What? You try to say no to her when she looks at you like that? Seraphal couldn't help but the giggle that escaped her while Gabriel was brightly smiling. Meanwhile the three exorcists were sweat dropping at the Seraph. Harry shook his head. Anyway, just to let you know, if I find any member of the Church and Heaven faction causing trouble for no reason, I won't be as reasonable as the Seraphs. Gabriel nodded while Griselda started to nervously sweat. She was awfully aware of how arrogant and self-righteous some members of the church were, and she worries that someone might do or say the wrong thing to him. Yasaka just shook her head. Sigh. I'll wait for Michael to reach out to me, Lady Gabriel. Meanwhile, Seraphal began to look around. Hey Yachan, where's little Kunu? I wanted to cuddle with her for a bit. Gabriel's eyes sparkled at the mention of cuddles. Meanwhile, Yasaka smiled. Phew, you should ask her sensei, he must know where she is. Harry grins at everyone. Kunu and the rest of my students are in a special ID training. The visitors tilted their heads in confusion, making Harry's sweat drop. Gabriel spoke up. ID? What's that? Harry thought about it for a second, but in the end, decided to answer truthfully. It's not like they can use any of this information against him. ID stands for Instant Dungeon. They're fully interactive pocket dimensions. There are all kinds and can be manipulated to have all kinds of effects, like time dilation or increased gravity. I used them for training and the girls have been using them too. Since the dungeons can create realistic life forms to battle with, it can be a great battle experience. Right now they're doing something called Boss Rush with time dilation, where they will face masses of enemies, and once they defeat them all, a boss-like being will appear and the girls will have to defeat them. What I didn't explain was that this particular boss rush only had enemies from the first world I ever been to, and to make sure that the girls had an adequate challenge, I raised the enemy's power level. All 5 women once again found themselves gaping at Harry. By the description alone, those instant dungeons sound amazing to train in. Meanwhile, Harry's eyes sparkled and a big smile appeared on his face. Would you like to see my students in action? They somehow knew that their lives would change after this, but they were curious about his students. They wanted to witness their abilities, and so they agreed, making Harry happily grin. He waved a hand and a giant mirror-like screen appeared, allowing everyone to see what was going inside the instant dungeon. The girls seem to be facing a purple bug-like creature who's holding a small staff. It has a big glowing belly and impressive long goat-like horns. Seraphal and Gabriel narrow their eyes at such a creature. Just by looking at it, they can feel dread begin to fill their hearts. Gabriel turned her gaze to Harry. What is that? Harry was glaring at the creature, memories of that final battle against it coursing through his mind. That's Demon Lord Rapthorn. This caused everyone's eyes to widen in shock, and they turned to watch what they believed to be an impressive battle that was about to begin. Hours before the meeting. Instant Dungeon, Boss Rush Mode, Kunu's POV. Early in the morning, Harry Sensei woke me and the rest of the girls. He told us that today we'll be going to a special kind of instant dungeon, one where we will be put to the test, and of course, I was excited about this challenge, and so we went and fully prepared for battle. The first area we arrived was a cave filled with monsters we've never seen before. At first, the enemies were easy: slimes, bat-like creatures called Draki, and all kinds of small monsters. We were able to easily defeat them with just physical attacks. Funnily enough, Luna picked one of the small blue slimes as a pet. Look guys! Isn't adorable? You think Harry would mind if I keep it, and it's been with us since then. Got to admit though, it was a cutie with that big smile on its face. He. The first boss was a merman named Geezer. He wasn't that strong, but it did catch us by surprise with an attack that cursed us, making me and Le Fei unable to move. Luckily Luna and Valerie are immune to dark-type curses and were able to take care of the merman, while Le Fei and I broke free from the curse. Needless to say, that we will be more careful about those types of attacks. The second area was a big ship in the middle of the ocean. At first we were having some difficulty with space and the number of monsters coming aboard, and some of the monsters aptly named Sea Angels and Heal Slime could both heal or buff their allies. Fei and Valerie focus on the healers, me and Luna will take care of the rest, don't let them heal their allies, but in the end, we adapted and defeated them all. The boss this time was an enormous squid-like monster named Calamari. Its size, its surprising ability to breathe fire, and the number of tentacles made it a tough fight. We also found out that these monsters for some reason had a bit of magic resistance and our magic wasn't able to do full damage, and in some cases, it made them immune to some elements and even status effects. It made things even more difficult, but working as a team we were able to defeat the giant squid after first disabling it tentacles first. The next area was creepy. It seemed like an underground abandoned temple. It was filled with undead type monsters, mummy boys, skeletons, and walking corpses. Boy was it a bit scary. Only Valerie and Luna seemed to be having fun. Luna, stop poking that walking corpse. And Valerie, stop laughing. In any case, the boss here was truly difficult. It was an undead called Torture Soul. It had a bad habit of calling for backup and attacking us with fire magic from afar, but it seemed to be weak to light-based attacks and magic, so Fei and I faced it while Luna, her slime, and Valerie took care of its backup. Take this. Holy Ferga, Fei shouted, be blessed and purified. Blessed drop. Holy fire and holy water rained upon the Torture Soul, causing major damage, and then we were finally able to defeat the boss. We were tired and a bit hungry, but luckily Sensei gave us food and medical supplies before we left. Oh, these are the medical gels Sensei told us about, they're delicious, and we were able to recover quickly enough. In the next area, we found ourselves in an even bigger underground temple. The monsters here were even tougher and more versatile. Among them the most dangerous were the Phantom Fencers, Restless Armor, and Lost Souls. What made them dangerous were their high resistance to physical attacks, forcing us to rely on magic. The boss was even more dangerous. Its name was Trapbox, and it was not only fast but its physical attacks were very strong. It also used magic that would either confuse us or put us to sleep. At some point, Luna's slime saved us by slamming its squishy body against our faces to wake us up. Brave little guy. In the end, we defeated the Trapbox, but it shows us that we still have more to learn and that we should always be careful of any surprises an enemy might have. The next area was a cave full of funky moles, along with some other beast-like monsters like a Mars rover, Chimera, and Hawkman. They were tough, but at this point, they were nothing we haven't faced before. The boss was Don Mole, and let me just say that the most dangerous thing about Don Mole is its singing voice. I think we took more damage from that than its earthquake attacks. Its voice even damaged its backup. I would have laughed, but I too was a victim to its singing. After that trial, we were ready for the next area, which was a forest filled with small red wingless dragons named Argon lizards, along with Haxorus and Orc Kings. They were strong and could cause quite a bit of damage, especially the Haxorus, but the most dangerous was the Orc Kings. They could heal and even revive its allies, prolonging our fight even longer. Fei, Valerie, the same as before, take down the healers fast and hard. Eventually we came face to face with the boss, a giant dragon named Great Argon Lizard. It was really tough and strong. It had a habit of swiping at us with its massive tail, and it could jump really high, but we could fly, and we took advantage of that to defeat it. We took a bit of time to rest and heal before we went to the next area, which was a dark ruin, and it was scary. The whole area felt evil and dark. Even Luna was uncomfortable, and the monsters here were even stronger. Among them were trolls, Bone Baron, and fallen priests, and they were dangerous. The trolls were not only very strong, but they were hard to put down. The Bone Barons were fast, and it could use lighting magic, and the fallen priests, their magic was what made them dangerous, and it made us rely on our reflect spell to survive. Finally, we faced the boss here, Dolmagus, and boy was he the strongest foe yet. At first it was a human wearing a dark jester costume, and its attacks were truly terrifying. Wind sickles, waves of ice that could weaken us, and giant vines of thorns. We fought hard and long, blasting it with magic, slashing with our keyblades, and Valerie sniping from afar. After a hard fought, we won, but then it showed us its true form. He looked like a demon, with its big horns, blue skin, and black feathered wings. We immediately learned that it was way more powerful than before. Its magic was also a surprise. Powerful waves of fire and blast of ice. It could fly and shoot its sharp feathers at us. It was a hard battle. We had to use all kinds of magic and skills to win. Even our slimy friend cast small fireballs at our enemy to distract him, and we would take advantage to unleash our strongest attacks until it fell dead. We were sore, tired, and almost out of magic, something that hasn't happened since Sensei gave us those support skills. This time we took longer to rest and recover. As we did so, we wondered how Sensei faced this many enemies with his friends, and what sort of adventure he was on that would force him to face this many dangerous foes. After resting we continued on, and in the next area, it was an underwater temple. Many marine-type monsters came at us. Most of them were stronger versions of some of the monsters we faced before, but among them were the Demon Thunderer and their lightning attacks. The Octavian Pirate and its masterful spear thrusts were the only challenges. The boss was Captain Crow. Apparently, he was a ghost and thus an undead monster, but his mastery of the sword and wind blast-like skill made him a challenge. Me and Luna were able to push him back with our keyblades, while Faye and Valerie attacked him at long distance until he fell defeated and we were sent to next area. In this area, we didn't face any monsters and we only found the boss, and we were left speechless. The boss was Emperia, a beautiful and majestic bird-like being. It was enormous as it was powerful. It came at us with lightning spells and occasionally flashed her body, temporarily blinding us. It was so far the most brutal flying battle we had, but we aimed at its wings, forcing it to take the battle to the ground, where we held an advantage until we were finally victorious. We rested a bit before getting to the next area, and to our surprise it looked like all the color of this area was stolen. Everything looked black, white and shades of grey. The enemies were all black versions of monsters we faced before. The only one that gave us a bit of trouble was the Dark Audile. It was a flying crocodile that had good defenses and powerful physical attacks. Eventually, the Boscoman appeared. He was slightly stronger than Emperia, but the only difference was that it could breathe intense flames at us and had stronger physical attacks. We took him down quickly using the same strategy we used on Emperia and left to the next area. The Dark Citadel was the name of the next area, and it was an evil place. Here we faced some of the strongest monsters we have seen: archdemons with their powerful explosion magic, Dullahans with their amazing skill with their flail, Gigantes and Stone Guardians with their terrifying physical and defense capabilities, King Cure Slimes with their healing magic, and so many more. We struggled, but we never gave up. We fought and fought, using our weapons, all sorts of magic from buffs to debuffs, healing, time and space magic. We even used ninja and key techniques until the enemies were defeated, and we quickly healed up before the boss appeared, and when it did we truly were for the first time ever afraid. Regardless of how silly it looked, Lord Rapthorn, we could sense it was above anything we faced before, and we knew that it was going to take everything we had to defeat it. But we will win. We are Harry Potter's students after all. Chapter 15. Instant Dungeon, Boss Rush. After many hard-fought battles, the girls were finally face to face against the last boss, Lord Rapthorn, the Demon Lord and Master of the Dark World. Kunu was staring at the strange but powerful creature. The darkness and evil she can sense coming from it was honestly a bit terrifying, but she knew that it could be defeated, that they have the strength to pull off a victory. This is going to be a bit tough. Faye walked up to Kunu while still keeping an eye on Rapthorn. I can sense an enormous amount of mana. All of it is being channeled into that staff he's holding. Kunu nods and turns to Luna. Luna, it seems like he's dark aligned too, so it might be resistance to darkness. Try and use other elements, okay? Luna nods while hugging her poor trembling slime against her. Okay, I think it's best I focus on support while you three attack. Everyone nods and gets ready. Kunu charges Destiny's Embrace with Light while Faye charges Clarent with Holy Lightning. In the back, Luna begins to cast buffs on everyone: Shell Laga, Protectaga, Hastiaga, Regan. She continued like this for a while. Valerie begins to charge her guns while speaking to Luna. Luna, it probably has that skill that erases buffs, so make sure to recast them often. Luna nods in confirmation, knowing full well that many of the bosses they have faced were able to use that strange skill. Meanwhile, a Rapthorn begins to cackle and waves its staff at the girls. A giant fireball forms above him, and with a wave of its staff launches the massive fireball at the girls, forcing them to jump out of the way before it hit the ground, causing a pillar of flames to shoot up. As soon as she landed on the ground from her jump, Kunu kicks off the grounds towards the Demon Lord and begins to strike him with Destiny's Embrace, only be sent flying by a burst of magic coming from the Demon Lord's staff. He was about to chase after her when suddenly Faye appears in front of him before he could even begin to move and began to slash at him, unleashing waves of lightning pushing Rapthorn back. Valerie then begins to shoot light elemental bullets at the Demon Lord, who in retaliation points his staff at Valerie and blasts her with the explosion spell, sending her flying. However, Luna jumps and catches her in the air, and as soon as they land she begins to heal her. Rapthorn then tries to stop Luna from healing Valerie by beginning to repeatedly shoot giant fireballs at her and Valerie, only for Faye to jump in front of them and protect them with a magical barrier. MGRRR. Hurry, Luna! Luna nods and continues to quickly heal Valerie. As the Demon Lord continues his assault, a recovered Kunu casts a spell while pointing her keyblade towards the busy Rapthorn. Holy Furiga! The holy fireball shoots out of her keyblade, colliding against his back, causing him to grunt in pain and turn around only to receive a keyblade to the face strike raid. Kunu continues to summon and throw her keyblade repeatedly at high speed until Rapthorn smacks the keyblade away from him with his staff and then flings the crystal balls on his staff at Kunu, who summons her keyblade back to her hand and bats them away. A voice suddenly chants, "O darkened storm cloud, loose thy blade and run mine enemies through." Thunder blade. Le Fei jabs Clarent towards the demon lord's direction as she finishes her chant, and the distracted Rapthorn didn't have time to move before a giant sword made of lightning falls down from above the demon lord and goes through, unleashing a fierce thunderstorm, electrocuting him and causing him to squeal in pain. Meanwhile, Kunu points her keyblade at the squealing demon lord and shouts Ragnarok. Multiple orbs of light shoot off of Destiny's embrace and collide against Rapthorn, causing small explosions of light, sending him flying and crashing against the ground, but he quickly recovers and floats up to stand up and points its staff up, unleashing a wave of darkness, forcing Kunu and Le Fei to cover themselves with their weapons. Suddenly 2 orbs of light fly off from behind the girls and they go through the wave of darkness, hitting Rapthorn and engulfing him in an explosion of light. Both Kunu and Le Fei turn their heads and see a smiling Valerie. They both smile and nod at her while Luna begins to recast their buff and speaks up. He's pretty good with that magic of his. He seems to have a mastery of fire and explosion spells, but he seems to be too slow to react. Just try to keep attacking and don't give him a chance to use his spells. The girls nod at Luna. After the explosion clears off, they see Rapthorn glaring hatefully at them. He then points its staff at them and begins to cast and unleashed a series of explosion spells, forcing the girls to scramble to escape the explosions. The poor slime was holding onto Luna for dear life as she flies around at high speed attempting to dodge the explosions. Meanwhile, with Harry and company, Seraphal, Gabriel, and the exorcists can't help but gape at the sheer level of skill the girls were showing. Their teamwork too was extraordinary, and they seemed to be so in sync with each other, that they couldn't help to be impressed. Yasaka was staring at Kunu with a strange mixture of concern and pride. Her beloved daughter was now a strong and powerful leader, and she couldn't help the smile forming on her face. Harry was intently staring at the battle, but he notices the concern in Yasaka's eyes and he reaches and pats her head, making her jump a bit in surprise. "They'll be fine. Rapthorn was a very evil and dangerous demon lord, but my friends and I defeated him by ourselves. The girls are way stronger than we were back then." Yasaka smiles and nods at Harry while Seraphal spoke up. "This Rapthorn guy seems way stronger than an ultimate level devil. I don't think I can beat him by myself." Gabriel nodded. "So much evil power, it's like a darkness that it's trying to devour everything." Harry smiles at them. "Yeah, he was the worst. He once tried to drown his world in darkness, but don't worry, I know the girls will win." All of them turn to stare at Harry and smile at the confidence he's showing his students. Back to the girls. Once Rapthorn stopped its barrage of spells, the girls stopped in mid-air to glare at the demon lord, who was cackling in glee. He then pointed at the girls with his staff and small meteorites began to fall towards the girls. However, Luna used darkness to create multiple dark whips that began to strike and destroy the meteorites until the spell ran its course. Luna for the first time grew annoyed, and so she pointed glimpse of darkness at Rapthorn, beckoned into everlasting darkness, negative gate. An enormous orb of darkness forms above the demon lord, not only holding him in place with a burst of darkness and gravity but also causing continuous damage. The demon lord tried to move but it couldn't even twitch. "Kunu!" Luna calls out to Kunu as she holds the spell over the Rapthorn. Kunu turns towards Luna and locks eyes with her. She nods, knowing what Luna wanted to try, and points her keyblade at Rapthorn. "Illuminate the dark. Come forth, holy glimmer. Holy lance." Multiple spears made of holy light form around Rapthorn and then shoot down, piercing him into the ground and causing him to scream in pain. Both Luna and Kunu nod and hold the spells on him until the darkness and light begin to merge. As both elements began to harmonize, both Kunu and Luna shouted "Twilight flare." Both light and darkness merge and begin to twirl and compress around Rapthorn until the energies collapse onto themselves, causing an enormous explosion of both light and darkness. The girls had to cover themselves while Luna hugs her slime tightly to her chest to protect him as the explosion shakes the entire dark citadel. After the explosion subsides and the shaking stops, the girls hover down and stare at the aftermath of Luna's and Kunu's combo spell. A giant crater is the outcome of their new Twilight spell. A burnt and unmoving Rapthorn is seen in the middle of the crater. The girls sweat drop at the devastation caused by the spell, and Kunu speaks up. "Luna, let's try and not do that again, at least until we trained with it a bit more." Luna just raises an eyebrow. "Okay? But I think it was very cool, right, Mr. Goop?" The slime sweat drops at his new name while the girls turn to look at Luna. Valerie couldn't help to ask, "Mr. Goop?" Luna smiles brightly. "Yup. Cute name, right?" Everyone didn't have the heart to argue with her, so they just accepted it. Suddenly a cackle alerted them and they turned to look at Rapthorn, who was vanishing in motes of darkness until he disappeared completely. "Kunu. Le Fei. Valerie." Luna just looks up. That was ominous. All we're missing is the awesome boss music, or at least that's what usually happens in all the games I played with Uncle Sirius." Kunu shakes her head. Okay, maybe we shouldn't let you play too many video games anymore, Luna, but the pouch she received from Luna told her that she wouldn't succeed in curtailing her gaming. The dark citadel began to shake and the girls took off flying by blasting a hole through the ceiling until they were outside, only to stop to witness the citadel crumble slowly. But then they sensed an enormous amount of evil and dark energy, causing them to turn and look at the massive entity floating above them, surrounded in a dome of darkness, its bellowing laughter causing the air itself to shake. Kunu stares at the giant monstrosity, its enormous and fat body, its giant horns, an evil-looking bearded face makes her frown. Of course, it has a second form, Sai. Luna stares at the darkness intently. Guys, that darkness is forming a protective barrier around him. I don't think we can go through it with our current level of power. Valerie looked down with a frown. Now what? I don't want to quit yet, I rather finish what we started. Li Fei was trying to think of a way to break through as she inspects the barrier. That darkness seemed unique and able to nullify energy. Any attacks sent toward Rapthorn won't cause him any harm. I don't know, guys, I think this is above us. They all look down in sadness until a voice coming from behind them snaps them out of their depression. Then how about I give you girls a hand? The girls turn around quickly and see their grinning teacher floating there with them. The girls smiled and jumped to hug Harry, who hugs them back. Sensei. Harry. A few minutes ago. With Harry and company. Everyone watches the new form of Rapthorn in shock and fear. They can all sense his dark and evil power, and it's beyond anything they have sensed before. To Gabriel and Seraphal it was an eye-opener to think that a being beyond the power of both Sertz's Lucifer and Seraph Michael exists. Meanwhile, Yasaka turns to Harry with a worried look on her face, only to receive another pat on her head and a smile. Harry gets up from his seat and stretches him. Looks like it's my turn to help. Alphaman, Omniman, hold the fort while I'm gone. Both Digimon nod, and before anyone can ask what he meant, Harry had already disappeared into a dark corridor. They turned towards the screen only to see him appear behind the girls with a grin on his face. Back to the girls. Harry smiles at them. I am very proud of you girls, all of you did fantastic. But Kunu looks down sadly. But we seem to be stuck now, Sensei. Harry gently pats her head. Kunu, you and the girls have learned a lot during these battles, right? The girls nod as they remember all they have gone through and learned, like always be prepared, look for a weakness in your enemies, always look out for any surprises, adapt, rely upon and trust your teammates. Then this is another lesson. He smiles at everyone as they give him their full attention. Don't be afraid to ask for help, there's only so much you can accomplish alone, but with your allies anything is possible, so let me give you a hand this time, okay? The girls tear up a bit at his words but couldn't help the smile that appeared on their faces as they nod at their teacher. Harry nods and smiles. Okay, here's what we'll do, I'll take on my dragon god form and blast the dark barrier off of Rapthorn. You girls will be riding on me and blast him with all of your most powerful techniques and spells, hold nothing back. Okay. The girls nod and a determined look can be seen appearing on their faces, making Harry grin. He then floats away from them a bit. First let's take these off. Harry waves his hand and releases the gravity spells on the girls. The girls widen their eyes in surprise, they have honestly forgotten they had those on them. Harry only chuckles at their reaction there. That should make it easier for all of you to move and give you guys a boost in power. Now let's begin. Harry closes his eyes and a green and black aura begins to flare up around him until the energy forms an orb surrounding him and began to grow until it was enormous. Then the orb begins to crack like an egg until with a majestic roar a gold with silver underbelly dragon emerges from the orb. It has a black mane and beautiful bright emerald eyes that stare fondly at the girls, two massive horns growing toward the back of his head and two pairs of wings that spread out, showing that the wings were covered in ethereal white feathers. The girls gape at both the size and dragonic form of their teacher. Back with Yasaka and company. The visitors couldn't help to shout in shock, he's a dragon. Yasaka can only stare at Harry's dragon form. She knew about it of course, but this was her first time seeing it, and it was both a powerful and majestic dragon form. Those gold and silver scales and enormous feathered wings that look so shiny and pretty made her eyes shine in interest. I wonder if he'll let me keep a few of his scales. Phew. Back to Harry and the girls. Harry grins at his students, showing off his fangs. Come on. Don't just stand there and gape, get on. His now deep voice snaps them back into reality, making them nod and smile in excitement. They fly around onto his head, which is big enough to hold all of them. Hold on with the tree climbing technique. As soon as I break the barrier, go all out and don't let up. Leave the dodging and defense to me. The girls nod and exclaim yes, even the small slime looked ready to fight to the death. With one powerful flap of his wings, Harry takes off flying at high speed. Let's go. Rapthorn noticed the giant dragon coming his way at an impressive speed and began to shoot giant fireballs towards Harry, who began to easily dodge them and fly around them. Soon enough he reached the dark barrier, but the demon lord took a big breath and then breath out super cold air, forcing Harry to both protect himself and the girls with his pair of his wings. "Get ready!" Harry shouted at the girls and then took a big breath himself, and as soon as Rapthorn's frost breath let up he fired a light elemental breath attack that hit the dark barrier hard, causing the demon lord to flinch back a bit. However, his eyes widened when he saw that the attack didn't go through, causing Rapthorn to start to cackle mockingly. Harry's eyes narrowed in annoyance, and so he increased the power of his breath attack, and it was then that Rapthorn stopped cackling as his dark barrier began to crack. The demon lord tried to increase the strength of his barrier, but it was useless as it shatters, forcing him to protect himself from Harry's light breath attack, but was pushed back. The attack stopped and Rapthorn turned its hateful gaze at Harry, who only grins at him in return. Faye begins to chant while pointing her free hand at Rapthorn. Mana can be seen surging strongly from around her eye, who stand in the full light of the heavens. "Command thee, who opens the gates of hell. Come forth, divine lightning. This ends now." Indignation. A giant magic circle forms from underneath Rapthorn and lets out a surge of lightning, shocking him and preventing him from moving, as an orb of pure mana forms above his head and shoots out an enormous lightning bolt that hits the demon lord, causing him to roar as the pain became too much for him. In his pain-deluded mind he began to breathe fire in retaliation, which Harry easily dodged by flying around it. As Harry flies at a high speed, Kunu begins to charge her keyblade with light. "Sensei, get close." "Alright." Harry begins to fly around Rapthorn while still dodging his fire breath until he got close enough and crashed against his side, grabbing hold of the demon lord with his claws. Rapthorn's eyes begin to shine, something Valerie recognized as a sleep spell. "Harry, don't let him use his eyes." Harry nods, then headbutts the demon lord in the nose, forcing him to close his eyes in pain. Kunu then jumps onto Rapthorn's shoulder and points Destiny's Embrace toward the sky. "Take this." Magic hour. Beams of light begin to rain down on Rapthorn, and since the demon lord's body is enormous, all of the beams hit him, causing him to scream and flail in Harry's grasp in pain. As the spell finishes, Kunu jumps back onto Harry's head and he lets go of Rapthorn, who is breathing heavily in pain. Harry stares at the demon lord suspiciously as he begins to fly around slowly, but then Rapthorn's body begins to glow. Harry's eyes widen. "Shit. Hold on tight, girls." Harry covers himself and the girls with both pairs of his wings, and a barrier of light forms around them, his feather glowing fiercely as Rapthorn lets out an enormous wave of magic and darkness. The wave hits Harry's barrier, causing him to let out a grunt as the girls cover their faces with their arms, and as soon as the wave lets up, Harry rushes towards Rapthorn and slams the demon lord's head with his tail. Valerie puts away her handguns, closes her eyes, and raises a single finger towards the sky. Suddenly she opens her eyes and glares at the still recovering Rapthorn. A pinkish aura begins to flare up from Valerie's body and a big ball of pink energy begins to form above her finger. Death ball. Valerie slowly swung her finger at the demon lord and the giant orb of energy suddenly shoots off towards the demon lord at high speed, colliding with Rapthorn and causing a massive explosion, to which Harry flies away from. Valerie drops down on her knees, breathing heavily. "Huff, that still takes a lot out of me." Huff. Faye holds onto her while she recovers and gives her another medical gel. After the explosion lets up, a visible damaged Rapthorn appears, breathing heavily and glaring at the group hatefully. He then begins to chant in a dark and ominous demonic language. Faye narrows her eyes at the demon lord. Her eyes see Rapthorn's mana reserves begin to refill. He's recovering all of his mana. "We have to stop him now, or we'll never finish this battle." Luna steps up and holds her free hand in front of her and begins to chant. "Ancient ruler of the elements, I summon thee, come, Maxwell." An old man in purple robes holding an intricate staff and sitting on what appears to be a throne made of gears appears in a burst of mana and points his staff at Rapthorn. "Ho ho ho. Think you can dodge this?" Meteor storm. Giant meteors made of pure mana begin to rain down from the sky towards Rapthorn, whose eyes widen in shock as he's unable to dodge because of his massive body. The meteors hit him head-on, causing massive explosions that can be seen by the girls and Harry from afar as the demon lord is being struck repeatedly by the massive mana meteors until Maxwell finishes the spell and begins to disappear in motes of light. Luna smiles and waves at Maxwell. "Thanks, Gramps." Maxwell chuckles as he finishes disappearing. When the explosions clear up, they can finally see Rapthorn begin to fall down and crash against the ground, letting off a massive explosion of dust and debris. Mr. Goop begins to jump around in victory, only to be stopped by Luna. "Not yet, Mr. Goop. Always remember this rule." The girls begin to let up surges of power and point their hands at the downed demon lord. Luna smiles. "Always make sure to double tap." The girls shout at the same time, "Ha!" Multiple blasts of energy were being shot out continuously from the girls' hands towards the unmoving body of Demon Lord Rapthorn until he was consumed by their attacks, completely erasing him piece by piece and thus finally defeating the last boss. the girls let up their attacks and breath out in exhaustion. Luna hugs her pet slime. Now we can celebrate. Everyone laughs as Harry lands. The surrounding area begins to shatter and the instant dungeon begins to collapse now that the last boss is defeated. Kyoto, Palace Gardens. As they appear back onto the palace gardens, the girls jump down from Harry's head and begin to jump up and down in happiness while Harry sits on his back legs and smiles down at them while giving a thumbs up to the girls who happily return it. A proud Yasaka approaches the girls and hugs them tightly. I'm so proud of you girls, you did great. Meanwhile, Gabriel, Seraphal, and the exorcist gape at Harry's enormous dragon form, but Harry felt them staring at him and turned his gaze towards them. He grins at them, showing off his fangs, scaring the visitors a bit. He then gently lays down on the ground with his snout facing the girls and Yasaka. I'm proud of all you girls, you persevered, adapted, and learned a lot. You defeated powerful enemies and claimed victory against foes stronger than most of the beings in this world. You should all feel very proud of yourselves. The girls tear up a bit and hug Harry's snout while Yasaka giggles at the silly image of an enormous dragon being hugged by 4 young girls. Suddenly Harry feels someone climbing onto his back and turns his head towards whoever was doing so, only to catch Seraphal on his back. He stares at her while she stares back. Harry begins to glare and Seraphal begins to wave her hands in front of her in a panic. I'm sorry. I tried to stop but I couldn't help myself, tee-hee. Harry continues to stare at Seraphal, making her begin to nervously sweat. Whatever, sigh. Everyone chuckles as Seraphal swipes the sweat off her forehead and lays down on Harry's back to snuggle against him. Meanwhile, Griselda, Zenobia, and Irina were trying to hold back Gabriel, who was pouting and trying to climb up Harry's back too. Lady Gabriel, please stop. But Gabriel really wanted to ride on Harry too. But I want to cuddle Dragon Harry too. The girl's sweat dropped while Yasaka was hiding her giggles with her fan. She then gently pats Harry on his snout as he lays down his head in front of her and the girls and smiles at him, causing him to brightly smile at her. Suddenly a happy Sirius comes out of the palace. Hey everyo, holy shit! That's a big ass dragon! Everyone turns towards the gaping Sirius, but then Le Fay noticed Harry's grin and hurriedly covers everyone with magical barriers to protect their ears while Harry turns his head towards Sirius and open his jaws wide open, making Sirius pale, and then Harry lets out a big roar right into his dog father's face. Grrrr. After he was finished roaring, poor Sirius fell over to the ground with foam coming out of his mouth, causing Harry to sweat drop. Oops. Everyone's sweat dropped while watching a panicking Le Fay resurrect Sirius with magic. Kyoto, Yasaka's office. A few minutes later. A cheerful Sirius was laughing himself silly. Ha ha ha. Nice one Harry. You got me good. A now human Harry was laughing nervously. He he. Still I am sorry Sirius. You did die for a few minutes. His godfather only gave him a happy grin. Met. It was nice to see James for a little while and it was fun to run away from Lily. She almost caught me but Le Fay saved my soul at the last minute. Sirius gave Le Fay a gentle pat on her head, causing a happy smile to appear on her face. Meanwhile, Seraphal, who was snuggling a content Kunu, spoke up. So that was the resurrection spell you spoke about, Harry. It sure is impressive. I'm sure Ajulka would like to see it. Harry turned to Seraphal. Ajulka? Isn't that Beelzebub? Seraphal nodded. Yup, he's a bit of a nerdish cudir but he is the smartest devil. Harry nodded. Yeah. If I see him around Kyoto I'll rip his heart out and set him on holy fire for good measure. Seraphal paled and stared at Harry in shock until Ereshkigal, who had appeared after everyone went inside except the exorcists who went to rent a room at an inn, leaving a happy Gabriel with the rest of the group, spoke up. Sorry Seraphal, but Harry is not the biggest fan of Ajulka since he's the creator of the evil pieces, and even though he understands why he can't condone their use. Seraphal looks down while hugging Kunu to her a bit more tightly. We didn't have a choice at the time. The Great War and the Civil War diminish our faction's number greatly. We came really close to extinction. Harry looked at the downtrodden Mu. I understand Seraphal, but most devils treat reincarnated devils like trash and slaves. I can't accept that, but I know the devils didn't have a choice, so don't worry. Seraphal smiled at Harry, thankful that he wouldn't judge her. Meanwhile, Gabriel, who was sitting beside Luna and poking Mr. Goop, who was also resting on Luna's lap, making the slime wobble around, causing her to giggle. Luna, who was smiling at this, spoke up. Harry, can I keep Mr. Goop? Harry turned to look at the small smiling slime and use observe. Name, Mr. Goop. Race, slime, Dragon Quest variant. Class, familiar, bonded to Luna Lovegood. Level, 10. STR, 20. VIT, 25. Dex, 30. Int, 20. WIS, 20. Luck, 50. An iconic mascot for the Dragon Quest series and recurring monster, This simple and often weak slimes are usually the first enemy the hero faces, usually very weak and easy to defeat. However, this one has bonded and has become the familiar of Luna Lovegood, allowing it access to the system, so now it can grow and evolve as Luna grows in strength. It may be small and weak now but has a lot of potential. Who knows what Mr. Goop will become later on. Harry smiled and looks up to Luna. Well, Mr. Goop has just bonded to you, Luna, so he has become your familiar, so yeah, you can keep him, and besides now he'll be able to grow and evolve as you grow stronger. Luna smiled happily at this news. Right now he seems to know the Frizz spell, which is a small fireball, the Dazzle Flash spell which causes his body to glow in bright light blinding his enemies, and just recently learned Heal, which does as advertised, and the Zap spell which launches a small bolt of lightning at an enemy. Everyone stared at the slime, causing it to flush a bit. Valerie smiled. Well, he is a brave little guy and he helped us quite a bit. He even saved our lives once. The girls nodded, remembering their fight against the trap box and the monster, putting them all to sleep only for Mr. Goop to wake them up before the monster could finish them off. Suddenly Remus stepped into Yasaka's office. Oh, there you are, Harry. Can you do me and Andy a favor and take a few rare potion materials to her? She needs them for her 7th year class later on this week, since apparently, Dumbledore is being a cheapskate with the school finances. Harry smiled and nodded. Sure, no problem. Harry got up and walked towards Remus, who handed him a shrunken package. Harry nodded and waved at everyone as he walked through a dark corridor. Remus looked around and noticed Seraphal and Gabriel waving to air. Why is there a magical girl and an angel here? Are we shooting a movie or something? Everyone chuckled and giggled at Remus's statement while he looked at them in confusion. Hogwarts, Potions classroom. Andromeda has been enjoying her time teaching one of her favorite school subjects. Sure, it was a pain to deal with the mess the prior potions professor had in his office and having to accommodate the potions classroom for safety, but she's done it and now she can safely teach her class. The only thing she can complain about is the lack of materials and ingredients for not only her class but all of them. This was due because the school was on a tight budget, because Dumbledore was not being trusted with any amounts of money whatsoever, something that she agrees with. This was the result of Dumbledore's attempts to steal the Potter's money, and the consequences of which was the headmaster's lost all of his saved money, and so she was forced to procure ingredients and materials for her classes. Thankfully her cousin Sirius gave her free access to the Black's family money from Japan, and Remus was always happy to look for, buy and send anything she might need. However, this time she had need of ingredients in a hurry and she couldn't wait for the usual delivery method since it would take too long, and so she asked Remus to ask if Harry could deliver her order. So she wasn't surprised to hear a knock on her classroom door during her class with the Gryffindors and Slytherins, and so she got up smiling and opened the door to let her nephew in. Hello Harry, thank you for agreeing to help. Harry smiled and walked inside. You're welcome Andy, and thank you for choosing Potter's delivery service. Harry grins and ignores the gasps from the Gryffindors and Slytherins while Andy fondly rolls her eyes at him. Yes, how nice of you. Now be a dear and keep an eye on my class. I need to put these ingredients away, since some of them are delicate and need to be put under certain preserving charms. Harry continues to smile and nods. Sure. I'll keep an eye on everyone. Andy nods with a smile on her face and walks out of the classroom while Harry sat down on her desk and took out his cell phone and began to text his vampire friend Elminhilda to check how she was doing, only to be interrupted by a bushy brown-haired girl. Technology doesn't work in Hogwarts. Harry looked up and stared at the bushy-haired girl sitting on the front row along with a blonde-haired pretty girl. Well, that's a lie since I am texting with a friend right now, see? Miss. He turns his cell phone towards the girl to show her that it was working just fine, something that shocks her. The blonde girl spoke up. Her name is Hermione Granger and I am Lavender Brown. Nice to meet you, Mr. Potter. Harry chuckled at Hermione's expression and Lavender's cheerful demeanor. However, Hermione couldn't help to ask how? Magic should have burned out any electronic circuit. Harry smiled at her, causing her to blush. Well, this phone was created using Magi Tech, which is a combination of technology and magic, allowing electronics to work on heavily saturated magical areas. Hermione couldn't help but gape and was about to ask something but was cut off by a pompous and arrogant voice. That's absurd. If such advancement was really found, we the rich and purebloods would have access to it already. Everyone glared at Draco Malfoy. He was hated from day one when he came strutting and acting like he owned everything, but was soon taken down a peg by his own house since the Malfoy family lost a lot of money and prestige since Malfoy Sr.'s death. Harry smiled coldly at Draco, causing the boy to begin to sweat nervously. Pureblood, hey. Being a pureblood didn't help your father when he was kidnapped and killed. Draco paled and gulped. He looked down in shame and anger but didn't speak again in fear. Harry then turned towards the class and smiled. Sigh. Well, to answer the pompous git, The reason the purebloods don't know about this advancement in both magic and technology is that it was created by a few of the other supernatural factions on the world, and the purebloods like to live in denial of the existence of other supernatural beings. They like to believe that they're the strongest, smartest, and most talented, but that's far from the truth. In reality, there's even more powerful and dangerous beings out there. Everyone gaped at Harry at what he said. However, Hermione raised her hand, causing Harry to raise an eyebrow at her, causing her to blush. Sorry, it was a reflex, Mr. Potter. Harry smiled at her. It's fine, and please everyone call me Harry, except you, asshole. You can call me Lord Potter. He pointed at Draco, who only looked down in anger. Hermione couldn't help but shout language. Harry chuckled and said, well, English, Japanese, and a few others. Hermione just rolled her eyes and Lavender giggled. Well, could you tell us how you know all of this? Here in magical Britain we only found out thanks to the Quibbler, and only know that Muggleborns are leaving as soon as they graduate towards other so-called factions. Harry nods and speaks up. Well, as many already know, me and my family left magical Britain, but what not many might know is that I am a high-ranking member of the yokai faction located in Japan. It is because of my rank that I know that other beings exist like devils, angels, gods, and yokai are some of the other races out there. In fact, this morning I met one of the current demon lords and a seraph, and I am a friend to Yasaka, who is a nine-tailed fox and leader of the yokai faction. Everyone gapes once again at this information, while Hermione's eyes sparkled in interest. However, Lavender spoke up. And who were you texting, Harry? I know what a text is thanks to my Muggleborn friends, so who was it? A girlfriend. Harry chuckled at her question. No, I was texting a friend of mine. She happens to be a vampire and envoy to the vampire faction. A red-headed boy gasped and shouted, vampires are dark creatures. Harry glared at the red-headed boy. Don't judge a race without knowing anything about them. Vampires are only feared by the ignorant because they have a need to drink blood to survive, and sure, just like humans there are good and evil vampires. Don't just lump them all together, it isn't fair and it makes you look like a fool. The red-headed boy paled from Harry's cold glare and stayed silent, hoping he would move on. Suddenly Andromeda walks in. All done. Thank you, Harry. I hope no one gave you a hard time. Harry smiled. Nah. I was just telling them about the other factions, but now that you're here it's time for me to go. I have a few things to do before my day ends. But Hermione suddenly spoke up. How are you going to get back to Japan that fast? You can't apparate that far. How did you even get here? You can't apparate inside of Hogwarts, especially now that the Ministry and Madame Bones reinstalled the wards and took control away from Dumbledore. Harry raises an eyebrow and looks to Andromeda. When Howman appeared, it shattered the wards and the Ministry had to fix them. They made a deal with the goblins and sent Madame Bones to make sure Dumbledore wouldn't get in the way. However, the goblins found out that the headmaster had been messing around with wards, leaving them weakened, so now Madame Bones comes in once in a while to check the wards to make sure the headmaster doesn't mess with them again. Harry shook his head. There's something seriously wrong with that old man. Anyways, Hermione, not everything you read or been told is true. With a wave of his hand a dark corridor appears, and as he walks into it, as he waves at everyone goodbye until he disappears. Everyone stares in shock except Hermione, whose eyes were sparkling in curiosity. Meanwhile, Andromeda shook her head and clapped her hands. All right everyone, let's get back to work. As everyone gets back to their potions and Andromeda sits on her desk to keep an eye on everyone, a bedraggled and heavily breathing Dumbledore bursts into the classroom looking around wildly. Huff, where is Harry Potter? Huff. Andromeda just raised an eyebrow. You just missed him, he left a minute ago. The headmaster literally growled in frustration and left in anger and cursing all the way back to his office. That man is too stubborn for his own good. Anyway, get back to work everyone. Andromeda just shook her head and tried not to giggle out loud. Dumbledore looked like he ran from his office to the dungeons as fast as he could. She was sure Harry knew he was coming and left just before the old fool got here, just to mess with him. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a like and subscribe to the channel so you're notified of future uploads. You can find the next parts in the playlist visible on the screen or on my channel. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.